And the story kicks off with a guy who was reborn as a total nobody, but is about to marry the Empress of a demonic sect. He declares right off the bat that he's her husband, and he's going to turn the tables, take control, and become the most powerful of them all. All of this takes place on the Junction continent, a land full of floating islands and a whole lot of magic in the air. At the heavenly demonic sect, the Empress's wedding ceremony is underway, and the esteemed guests are already arriving. The main hall is packed with important figures, all gathered to celebrate this long-awaited union. Just then, Lin Xiaoyo, the third prince of the kingdom and a very strong cultivator who's already at the Earth King realm, makes his grand entrance. Two guests remark on the prince's talent but say that next to the Empress, he's basically a nobody. Speaking of power, there are several cultivation realms, ranging from a simple warrior all the way up to the level of an all-powerful god. But the gossip soon shifts to the groom, Ning Tian, a guy who's been a handyman there for 3 years and is still just a one-star warrior. Meanwhile, in Empress Lu Wuking's chambers, things are looking pretty fancy. Inside is Ning Tian, who still can't believe he's become a time traveler and ended up in some wild cultivation world. The young man laments being a jack of all trades for 3 long years, stuck with the cultivation of a mere one-star warrior, feeling completely worthless. Now, a complete failure like him is about to marry the sect's Empress, and he finds the whole situation beyond bizarre. Suddenly, he hears someone approaching the door to his room. The door then swings open, revealing a blindingly bright light. In front of him, an imposing figure emerges, leaving Ning Tian thoroughly impressed. The woman approaches slowly, her presence absolutely overwhelming. She finally comes into full view and asks if the boy is awake yet. This is Luo Wuking, the Empress, who gets straight to the point, telling him their marriage is nothing more than a front, a complete act. With this bombshell revelation, our friend Ning Tian is left completely speechless. The Empress threatens him, warning she'll be cruel if he has any impure thoughts, and the young man is shocked by her cold declaration. Just then, a scream pops up out of thin air, congratulating the host for activating the shocking system, making everything even more confusing. With no idea what's going on, Ning Tian wonders what on earth is happening to him at that moment. As Luo Wuking questions him, Ning Tian celebrates internally. With this new system, he can finally change his destiny. He then starts calling for the system repeatedly, completely ignoring the most powerful woman in the room. Impressed, Luo Wuking, her patience wearing thin, asks once more if he heard what she said. Distracted by his newfound ability, Ning Tian shamelessly tells her to be quiet, saying that he's busy. At that response, the woman is completely frozen, unable to believe the boy's sheer audacity. A moment later, he realizes the huge mistake he just made and starts saying his goodbyes, thinking she's about to end him. Gripped by an overwhelming fear, Ning Tian tries to stammer out some lame excuse to get out of this tight spot. But the system rewards him for the shock, granting him an aura suppression ability that will last for 3 hours. He instantly figures out how it all works, realizing the reward came because he snapped at the Empress. Ning Tian analyzes that she must want something from him, as a fake marriage with someone so weak makes no sense. He then realizes he can use this to his advantage to get more rewards, since she can't just get rid of him. Filled with a newfound confidence, Ning Tian takes a step forward to confront the woman before him. He gets close to Lu Wuking and declares he's her husband, questioning if she has any objection to the way he speaks to her. With another shock delivered, the system gifts him a Q blood pill, used to restore his physical body. Seeing that his plan worked perfectly, he decides to go all in and suggests they act like a real married couple. The Empress is left speechless, her face turning completely red at the young man's boldness. For this intermediate-level shock, the system repairs his meridians and awakens a 10 times divine rank cultivation. Ning Tian feels the power surging through him, now absorbing 10 times more energy. With his accelerated cultivation, he's no longer useless. The young man savors the new sensation while Empress Lu Wuking glares at him with pure hatred in her eyes. Without a second thought, Luo Wuking lunges at him with a powerful attack, asking if he wants to be sent on his way for good. The young man realizes he pushed his luck too far and is thrown back by the immense force of her blow. Furious, her face flushed with embarrassment, the woman advances on him without a shred of mercy. She pins him to the ground and asks how he'd prefer to go, and Ning Tian sees that things have gotten deadly serious. In a panic, the young man yells for the system to activate his aura suppression, hoping to survive this. A golden energy envelopes him the moment he tries to defend himself from the Empress's attack. Lu Wuking is bewildered by the situation, unable to understand what's happening to her powers. Suddenly, her aura vanishes, and the Empress panics as she feels her strength disappearing into thin air. She tries to use her powers again, but nothing happens, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing that the Empress is powerless, Ning Tian realizes this is his one and only chance. He turns the tables and throws her onto the bed, relieved that the system's reward worked just in the nick of time. But the young man knows he only has 3 hours. When the time is up, he'll definitely be done for. Determined to fight for his life, he immobilizes her, and the woman is surprised by his sudden courage. Ning Tian decides to use this dangerous moment to get more rewards, telling her he's about to deliver another big shock. He then lunges at her again, leaving Empress Luo Wuking completely stunned and unable to react. The system confirms that he has successfully shocked the sect leader once more. 3 hours later, a fully dressed Ning Tian says it's too late for her to try anything, as he's still useful to her. On the bed, Lu Wuking thinks she needs to be patient. If she gets rid of him now, she won't be able to obtain the heavenly demonic manual. The Empress knows that without the manual, the sect has no way to rise again, and she needs it at all costs. As she gets dressed, she tells Ningtian to go to the palace in the evening for the wedding ceremony. As soon as she leaves, the boy just stands there, watching the Empress walk away through the door. Relieved, he realizes he's still useful to her, and thinks to himself that he must be crazy for having the guts to treat her that way. Suddenly, the system congratulates him for shocking the entire world and rewards him with 10 years of cultivation. Not understanding where this incredible reward came from, Ningtian is completely taken aback by the sudden notification. With that, a golden aura envelopes him and he levels up rapidly, soaring through several warrior realms in the blink of an eye. An hour later, his promotion finally ends and he reaches the 6-star Black Warrior realm, his attribute panel now activated. His panel shows that he now possesses a divine physique and several 10 times bonuses in cultivation and aura absorption. Curious about his new status, he asks the system to explain what having a divine physique actually means. But the system remains silent, not responding to the young man's call and leaving him talking to himself. Ningtian decides to let it go for now, feeling more confident with the power to actually survive in this world. With a wicked grin, the boy states that it doesn't matter how useless he was before, because now, everything has changed. He leaves the room, determined to show everyone that one day he too will be strong enough to stand at the very top. As night falls at the Heavenly Demonic Palace, the wedding ceremony is about to begin. Then the 8th-generation leader of the Heavenly Demonic Sect, Empress Luo Wuking, is formally announced. With her imposing presence, everyone feels the pressure of her immense power, remarking that she is truly worthy of being the Empress. Prince Lin Xiaoyu watches from a distance, lamenting that such an incredible woman is about to marry that nobody. One of his companions says he's heard rumors the prince admires the Empress, and that only a man like him is worthy of her. This is Kuang Shou, a sect master, who says that if he were the prince, he wouldn't just stand by and watch the Empress marry a loser. At this, Prince Lin Xiaoyu's expression darkens, and he crushes the cup in his hand out of sheer, unadulterated anger. He then downs his drink and says he can't meddle in the Empress's affairs, but he is extremely irritated by the situation. With a furious look, the prince says he's dying to see the face of the loser who dares to marry his beloved Luo Wuking. The master of ceremonies announces that the Empress has arrived and now welcomes the groom, Ningtian. The guests immediately start gossiping that the groom is a low-level disciple with a 1-star cultivation who only has his good looks. Excitedly, the announcer shouts that the groom is finally making his way to the ceremony. But time drags on, and one of the guests complains that the loser is actually late for his own wedding. Suddenly, Ningtian appears, running and shouting that he's almost there. The young man complains that nobody told him the palace was so far, and that he only made it on time because of his improved cultivation. He then apologizes for the delay, giving the lame excuse that he lacks experience since it's his very first wedding. Everyone is stunned by the boy's complete lack of manners, commenting that he truly has no shred of decency. Prince Lin Xiaoyu leaps to his feet furiously, yelling at Ningtian for making the Empress wait and then giving such a pathetic excuse. Ningtian isn't fazed at all and asks if the prince is feeling unwell, telling him not to delay the wedding any further. Everyone present is left wide-eyed, completely floored by the boy's audacity to talk back to the prince like that. With that, the system starts blowing up with shock notifications from all the important figures present. For the collective shock, he gains the Heavenly Demonic Palm, and his understanding of martial arts increases tenfold. Ningtian is thrilled. The wedding has turned into a gold mine of rewards, and he learned the powerful technique instantly. Prince Lin Xiaoyu questions why it has to be this guy, thinking that in terms of power, he could easily crush him. Filled with rage, he slams his fist on the table and introduces himself as the 3rd Prince of Dongxing. With his eyes burning with hatred, the man can't believe he's being compared to a handyman who looks like a mere ant. The prince points furiously and orders the Empress's groom, Ningtian, to stop right where he is. He then declares that he will defend the Empress's dignity and challenges Ningtian to a duel to see who is stronger. The audience immediately starts murmuring that a cultivator from the Earth King realm is going to completely steamroll a 1-star warrior. To save face, the noble says he'll only use half of his power and tells the young man to accept the challenge if he's a man. Meanwhile, the hooded Empress Lu Wuking just watches the whole scene unfold in complete silence. Kuang Shou stays on the sidelines, just sipping his drink and smirking at the unfolding drama. Prince Lin Xiaoyu thinks it will be a piece of cake to beat this nobody, and he'll even get to show off for his beloved. The guests get excited, knowing it's going to be a good show, even with the prince using only half his strength. With a confident smile, Ningtian accepts the fight, already scheming about how he'll use this to shock everyone and earn more rewards. The noble thinks Ningtian has a death wish and boasts that even with half power, he'll crush him without any difficulty. He then creates a blue flame in his hand, and the guests nod in agreement that the Empress should be with someone powerful like him. Unintimidated, Ningtian takes a step forward, positioning himself for the confrontation that's about to begin. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the boy says that the prince wants a fight, he can't be blamed for the outcome. Ningtian then offers the first attack out of courtesy, but the prince refuses, not wanting to look weak. With a mocking smile, Prince Lin Xiao tells the loser to attack first, planning to humiliate him even further. Ning Tian grins and says that's exactly what he wanted to hear, announcing that the show is about to begin. He then prepares for the attack, a powerful golden aura flaring to life around his entire body. The prince starts laughing in his face, saying his opponent's stance and movement are an absolute joke. But Ning Tian ignores the taunt and lunges forward with a swift, flame-enveloped strike. Two sect elders complain that the handyman fell right into the trap, and that the sect's reputation is going down the drain because of him. Ning Tian creates an energy dragon and says his palm isn't much, but he'll get the job done. With that, he charges at full speed towards his opponent Lin Xiao. The young man then launches his attack, shouting that this is more than enough to completely crush the prince. To defend himself, the prince conjures a sphere of purple energy in his hand. With a confident smirk, he dismisses the boy's attack as nothing but a powerless bluff. The noble then unleashes his own power in the form of several purple energy palms. He identifies the technique as the heavenly demonic palm, but completely underestimates its power. However, the prince's expression instantly morphs into one of pure shock and despair. One of the sect elders also recognizes the technique and can't believe the young handyman possesses it. Prince Lin Xiao realizes he needs to remove his power seal to fight against an earth-level skill. Desperately, he tries to release all of his sealed power at once. But to his utter surprise, nothing happens, and he wonders why it's not working. The noble begins to panic, unable to understand why his strength is suddenly blocked. The scene then cuts to Empress Lu Wuking, who remains seated calmly on her throne. The prince finally realizes that she is the one suppressing his powers. Just then, red energy chains bind Lin Xiao, preventing him from using his full strength. Unable to defend himself, he is hit head-on and cries out, wondering why this is happening. The prince screams in frustration, unable to accept that a simple handyman has defeated him. The dust settles, and a tense quiet returns to the palace hall after the fight concludes. Lin Xiao is on the ground, completely beaten, and the crowd can't believe the nobody, one with the demonic palm. The guests are in shock, seeing the sect's signature technique and wonder how on earth Ning Tian learned it. The elders are in disbelief that the boy actually won and that, in the end, he didn't tarnish the sect's reputation. Empress Lu Wuking starts to think he might be the key to the heavenly demonic manual and remembers what he did in her chambers. She then wonders if Ning Tian was the one responsible for her aura suddenly disappearing earlier. Meanwhile, the system is blowing up with notifications, and the young man celebrates getting the exact effect he wanted. For shocking everyone, he earns the group destruction achievement and, as a reward, a charming physique. Ning Tian is thrilled with the prize he just received from the system and already feels like the main event. His new physique grants him an infinite charm that effortlessly captivates everyone around him. With this, the women in the audience start to find him irresistibly handsome, and their hearts begin to race. Even the men are smitten, and one of them asks if the young man is in need of a cultivation partner. Ning Tian is completely baffled and asks the system what is going on in the middle of his wedding. He then glances towards the Empress to see if his new ability also worked on her. But Lu Wuking remains perfectly still, and he wonders if his charm has absolutely no effect on her. Not understanding why, Ning Tian's expression darkens as he questions the reason for her immunity. Just then, Prince Lin Xiao gets up, shouting and demanding to know why everyone called the boy worthless. Ning Tian then turns to the noble with a smile and mockingly repeats the word, worthless. With the utmost calm, he stuns everyone by admitting that yes, he is completely worthless. The crowd is utterly confused, and a woman in the audience asks if the boy has lost his mind. He then turns and explains that as a cultivator, one cannot expect immediate success overnight. Ning Tian finishes by saying that if that's not being worthless, then what is, leaving everyone deep in thought. One of the guests gets upset and asks if he is calling all the holy sons and princes present useless. Ning Tian then reflects on how vast the world is and how small people are, noting there are much stronger cultivators out there. He says he'd rather know his place than be arrogant like the self-proclaimed geniuses in the audience. At this provocation, one of the nobles' faces twists with pure hatred, unable to contain his rage. The pressure from Ning Tian's words is so strong that several of the so-called geniuses start to feel sick and cough up blood. The elders comment that his method is cruel, that with a single statement, he's going to shatter everyone's confidence. One of the guests wonders how a simple handyman can possess the profound grace of a true saint. The young man then walks through the hall with an imposing purple aura, leaving everyone absolutely floored. The great elder stops him and asks where he learned the demonic palm, concerned about the other's morale. Ning Tian replies that it was in the Buddhist scripture pavilion, since there's no way he can reveal the system's existence. The elder confirms that the pavilion belongs to the sect, and then asks him how long it took to master the technique. The old man guesses that it might have taken the boy about a year to learn the skill. Ning Tian thinks that if he says 1 minute, it'll be too unbelievable, so it's better to give a slightly longer time frame. He then holds up one finger and says, so as not to exaggerate, that he learned it all in just 1 day. Upon hearing this, the entire audience is utterly flabbergasted, unable to believe what they just heard. Everyone starts shouting that it's impossible, that there's no way to learn a technique like that in a single day. With a bead of sweat, Ning Tian thinks that he already increased the time by over 1,000 times, and people still find it absurd. The elder explains that the poem is incredibly difficult and that even Empress Luo Wuking took 3 days to learn it. Overjoyed, the old man grabs him and shouts that the sect finally has a disciple as talented as their empress. One of the guests comments that Ning Tian is a genius among geniuses for mastering a technique so quickly. For shocking the elders, the system rewards him with 1,000 points of aura cultivation, and he feels the power flooding into his body. The great elder starts to weep with happiness, still clinging to the young talent he just discovered. He then dismisses the issue as nonsense, insisting the wedding cannot be postponed, which makes Ning Tian feel awkward. Just then another elder approaches and asks what on earth his friend is doing, clinging to the Empress's groom. A horn blows loudly and the master of ceremonies announces that the time for the wedding ritual has finally arrived. The couple stand side by side, and the guests comment that the Empress in red and Ning Tian make a perfect pair. One guest compliments the couple, and Ning Tian thinks how just moments ago he was worthless, but suddenly he's a match made in heaven. With the first bow, the groom smiles, realizing that in any world, what truly commands respect is strength. On the second bow to the ancestors, Empress Luo Wuking takes a quick peek at her new husband from under her hood. The woman prays that the demonic statue was right and that she will obtain the manual by marrying him. A flashback takes us back a few months to the forbidden region of the sect's mountain. There, the Empress enters a very dark chamber alone, lit only by a few torches. Inside the chamber stands a giant statue of a demon with a terrifying and imposing face. Lu Wuking then asks the statue if she will really get the manual if she marries that so-called loser. She explains that in half a year, powerful enemies will attack, and only by reaching the god realm can she hope to fight back. To do that, she needs the manual, which is the only path to becoming a divinity and protecting her people. An ancient sect law dictates that to obtain the manual, the leader must marry someone with a divine physique. That's why the Empress decided she would marry Ning Tian, even if he was a loser who couldn't even cultivate. With iron determination, the woman vows that she will not let her beloved sect collapse. Back in the present, the couple exits the hall, and now everyone praises the Empress's foresight, saying Ning Tian is worthy of her. Kwang Shou, seething with irritation, says he will report all of this to the Alliance leader without a moment's delay. With that, the scene shifts to the Righteous Alliance of the Heavenly Spiritual Realm, a very peaceful-looking place. There, a subordinate reports that the demons are causing major chaos, led by the Heavenly Demonic Sect. He continues his report, saying the plan is to get rid of the demoness Luo Wuking once and for all. Emperor Junction, the leader of the Alliance, asks how the preparations for the attack are proceeding. 2 elders confirm that everything is ready and mention that the Empress has just married a simple handyman. The leader says that Kwang Shou contacted him and then activates a psychic gem to hear his report. The image of a terrified Kwang Shou appears and the emperor asks why he's in such a panic. The sect master reveals that the Empress married a genius, not a good for nothing as everyone had been led to believe. He explains that Ning Tian defeated Prince Lin Xiao with a single palm and that it was all part of a larger plan. Kwang Shou adds that the young man learned the technique in 1 day and shattered the confidence of all the other geniuses. One of the elders is stunned and says this is a miracle and that this boy needs to be taken seriously. Suddenly, the gem shatters and Emperor Junshin realizes the Empress made her move to cut off their communication. Furious, the Alliance leader crushes the gem in his hand and orders the Heavenly Demonic Sect to be exterminated. That night in the Empress's room, our friend Ning Tian is sitting while a servant tends to his new wife, Luo Wuking. The servant comments that everyone reacted to the Patriarch's divine physique, but the Empress paid it no mind. After arranging her mistress's hair, the girl quietly leaves the room. With his head bowed, someone calls out to Ning Tian to wake up, as he seemed to be dozing off. He reflects that he suddenly became her husband, and that he must use his newfound power to establish himself in this world. With a mischievous smile, the young man decides to activate his charming physique, just to see what will happen. Ning Tian resolves to test his powers again, now that they're alone, to see if the result is any different. He then calls her wife, and Lu Wuking responds calmly without even looking back. Using his charming physique, the young man suggests they do what a married couple should do on their wedding night. But the Empress coolly states that his physique doesn't work on her, as her heart is indestructible. Just then, Luo Wuking begins to remove her clothes right in front of our friend, leaving him completely stunned. The boy is completely baffled by his wife's sudden and unexpected action. The Empress then stands up and walks towards him, leaving Ning Tian paralyzed and wide-eyed. She approaches slowly with a powerful presence and a very intimidating gaze. Getting very close, the woman provokes him, saying he wants to do something but doesn't have the courage to actually try. All flustered, Ning Tian immediately retorts, asking who said he doesn't have the courage for it. The Empress sits on the bed and challenges him to make a move, since no one else is there to stop him. With his pride on the line, he lunges at her with everything he's got to prove he's a real man. But out of nowhere, an energy paralyzes him, and he wonders what on earth Luo Wuking did to him. She then explains that she suppressed him with her aura, and tells him to sleep standing up as punishment. Annoyed, Ning Tian yells that they should have a real fight in bed, not end things like this. The night passes with the full moon illuminating the palace, while our friend remains in his standing punishment. The boy realizes the power gap between them is far too great, and that she has no intention of letting him go. He then decides he will practice relentlessly so that one day he can show her who's really in charge. With that, he begins to cultivate while standing, and his enhancement immediately increases by 3 times. The next morning, Ningtian stretches and complains that the woman made him stand all night long. He grumbles that even after cultivating all night, he only managed to go up 1 star, and that his progress is still too slow. The system then suggests he find a place with abundant aura to accelerate his cultivation. The boy remembers there's a primary cultivation field in the sect where everyone's spiritual energy gathers. In this place, disciples can greatly accelerate their cultivation speed thanks to all the accumulated energy. Arriving there, he immediately becomes the center of attention, and everyone recognizes him as the Empress's husband. Ningtian concentrates and is impressed by the purity and abundance of the area's aura. But he still feels the absorption speed isn't fast enough for him to get strong quickly. Just then, the other disciples are amazed as the aura enters Ningtian's body at a snail's pace. Seeing that this method won't work, he decides he needs to unleash his full 10 times cultivation power. With the 10 times aura absorption activated, he begins to pull all the energy from the area directly to himself. The others feel the ground tremble and realize it's not an earthquake, but Ningtian causing the disturbance. He begins to absorb the aura from the entire cultivation field, leaving the other disciples in a panic. For shocking the disciples, the system rewards him with a black rank movement technique called the Water Dragon Step. The young man learns the technique at 10 times the normal speed and masters it completely on the spot. He stands up, thinking that despite absorbing so much aura, his strength won't improve without new skills. Ningtian then approaches a female disciple and asks where the sect's techniques are kept. The girl gets all flustered and explains that they are in the scripture repository, which just opened today. The young man is surprised she called him Patriarch and asks why she addressed him that way. The girl explains that according to the rules, whoever marries the Empress automatically becomes the patriarch of the sect. He then says Patriarch sounds too old and suggests she just call him Big Brother. Overcome by Ningtian's charm, the disciple completely melts and starts repeating what he said. She then says her goodbyes, saying she won't bother him anymore, as the other disciples complain that he drained all the aura. Ningtian arrives at the scripture repository and sees a massive line of people waiting to get in. One of the cultivators in line comments that the wait could last for days because the place is filled with rare techniques. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts the new patriarch's name, and everyone turns to look. With his charm fully activated, the women of the sect throw themselves at him, begging him to marry them. The other men get jealous, and one of them wishes he had at least a tenth of Ningtian's charisma. Just then, someone yells that it's too noisy and tells the crowd to show some respect. Elder Guyan appears and restores order to the area, asking if there are no longer any rules in the sect. With the grumpy old man's arrival, everyone quickly backs away from the patriarch to avoid getting into trouble. The disciples warn that this elder is incredibly strict and was sent here for defying the Empress. The old man then stares down Ningtian with his glowing red eyes and a sour look on his face. To everyone's astonishment, he bows deeply and greets the patriarch with the utmost respect. The young man then shows a golden plaque, the key to accessing every floor of the repository. The elder explains that he needs to hold the plaque and that the higher the technique's level, the more spiritual strength is required. He then turns to ask where the patriarch went, but Ningtian has already vanished from before his eyes. With a trail of fire, the young man zips into the building, leaving the elder speechless. Ningtian then announces that he's going straight to the 5th floor of the scripture repository. Gian is dumbfounded, commenting that only the Empress and the Supreme Elders have ever managed to reach that floor. Ningtian thinks that with a mountain of aura in his body, he must choose the absolute best techniques to get stronger. He enters the 5th floor and immediately starts searching for the best skills for his cultivation. The young man finds several earth and black rank skills, but what he really needs is something to open his meridians. He knows he needs to choose the most optimal technique, but the ones he finds only open a few spiritual veins. Suddenly, a glowing scroll on one of the shelves catches his eye. With a grin, he picks up the scroll and sees that it's the Demon King technique, an advanced earth rank skill. Ningtian then decides he's going to learn that technique and immediately starts putting it into practice. Using his 10 times comprehension, he activates the skill to learn everything at an accelerated rate. A system notification informs him that he is comprehending the technique, and he reaches the elementary level in mere seconds. In no time at all, he reaches the maximum level and completely masters the Demon King technique. With his new skill, blue lightning begins to crackle from his body, making him look incredibly powerful. Ningtian's eyes glow with the technique's energy, and he feels the power coursing through his entire being. A wave of electrical energy erupts from the building, and the crowd outside is startled by the sudden explosion. Elder Guyan is shocked and wonders what unbelievable technique the Patriarch could have found in there. Suddenly, he hears a sound transmission and realizes it's the Patriarch speaking to him directly. The old man explains that the plaque allows for communication and asks if the young man has run into any problems. The elder reassures him, saying that opening more than 10 veins is already considered an amazing feat. Inside the building, Ningtian replies that he still has more than half of his aura but only managed to open 100 veins. Guyan is left completely speechless. The technique's limit is 100 veins, and this boy achieved it in just 30 minutes. For shocking the elder, the system rewards him with a divine rank technique called the Godly Record. With the Godly Record now in his possession, he can finally unlock the full potential of his divine physique. The young man gets excited looking at the glowing scroll and the chance to finally unlock his divine physique. Martial arts are divided into 5 categories, and the Godly Record is simply the most powerful of them all. Without wasting a second, he closes his eyes and asks the system to begin cultivating the Godly Record. He then starts to meditate while the system activates 10 times comprehension for the new technique. With that, a very intense bluish energy begins to manifest around the patriarch's body. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and wonders why his aura absorption stopped out of the blue. The young man then feels an excruciating pain coursing through his entire body all at once. He realizes the divine rank technique is dissolving all his spiritual veins, and the process is agonizing. The pain is so intense it feels like his very bones are being shattered and reconstructed at the same time. But amidst the pain, the system informs him that he has comprehended 30% and has successfully activated his divine physique. With the physique activated, new energy envelops him, and his spiritual veins begin to open rapidly. Ning Tian is surprised because even with 10 times comprehension, he only managed to grasp 30% of the technique. A whirlwind of energy forms, and he's eager to see just how many veins this new skill can open. Outside, Elder Gu Yan and the others see a brilliant light and wonder if it's a spiritual sea forming. The elder explains that aura gathers in the Danshan, and the more energy one has, the better for their cultivation. He continues, saying that a spiritual sea only forms with a vast amount of aura, and wonders if the patriarch is truly that gifted. Just then, a gigantic pillar of energy erupts from the building with an absurd and terrifying force. One of the disciples then shouts that the patriarch and his spiritual sea have ascended to the heavens. The energy spreads and the crowd wonders if he's going to absorb the entire sect's spiritual energy at once. The elder is left wide-eyed, thinking it's truly enviable for someone so young to possess so much aura. Out of nowhere, an angry old man appears in the sky, demanding to know who is bold enough to covet his sect's spiritual energy. The crowd recognizes him as the Supreme Elder and is astonished, as he was supposed to be in seclusion. Everyone greets him and congratulates him on his breakthrough to the immortal Emperor realm. But he curses them all out, complaining that with the aura being sucked away, there's no way for him to advance his cultivation. Yu Yan then explains that the source of it all is the Empress's husband, the new patriarch of the sect. The Supreme Elder is shocked that the Empress got married and asks if it was with some important, high-ranking figure. Upon learning it was with a simple disciple, the old man becomes furious, saying this is terrible for the sect's standing. Yan then defends the young man, insisting that Ning Tian is certainly worthy of the Empress, leaving the old man confused. At that moment, the Empress herself appears, descending from the sky with a very imposing presence. The Supreme Elder scolds her for marrying a mere boy when she should have found a powerful husband. With no patience for his lecture, Lu Wuking tells him to watch his words and not to meddle in her personal affairs. The disciples are flabbergasted by her attitude, showing no mercy even to the revered Supreme Elder. Meanwhile, inside the building, a purple thunder dragon coalesces around the patriarch, Ning Tian. Outside, the crowd recognizes the legendary sacred light thunder tribulation and is terrified. The young man remains completely focused, dedicating all his energy to the process of absorbing this immense power. Guyan explains that he is using the tribulation itself to open his spiritual veins, a feat never seen before. The Supreme Elder, now genuinely impressed, asks Lu Wuking if the young man is really just a common disciple. Guyan then takes the opportunity to tease him, reminding his friend that he was singing a very different tune just a moment ago. The Empress thinks to herself that with his divine physique, Ning Tian's path to becoming a god is very close. One of the disciples points to the sky in amazement as the thunder dragon fully forms above the patriarch. Ning Tian realizes his spiritual sea is drying up and that the aura won't be enough to sustain this. He worries because if the thunder dragon enters his body without enough spiritual energy, he'll explode instantly. Seeing the perilous situation, the Empress warns the Supreme Elder not to get any closer and declares that she will protect him. With that, she fires a powerful blast of red energy directly towards her husband. The woman gets close to him and begins to transfer her own vast aura to help him through the process. Both are surprised as transforming the divine dragon into spiritual veins requires an astronomical amount of energy. Suddenly, the Empress feels her aura being forcefully drained by Ning Tian in the blink of an eye. She can't believe he's absorbing her energy by force, without her permission. The disciples comment that this is the first time they've ever seen the Empress protect someone in such a direct way. The woman then gets annoyed and asks if he intends to drain all of her aura with that insatiable appetite of his. With that, she unleashes her full Emperor-level power to see just how much the young man can possibly absorb. A massive pillar of blue and purple energy forms in the sky from their combined power. The Empress comments that the boost from the thunder spiritual veins is truly something extraordinary. The energy is so intense that the young man's body begins to glow brightly with raw power. The woman is surprised by the sheer amount of energy he can handle without simply exploding. In an instant, the patriarch Ning Tian appears behind her and catches her firmly to keep her from falling. He thanks her for protecting him and even makes a cheeky joke about her having to take off her clothes to do it. The Empress gets all flustered and tells him to let go of her immediately before she does something drastic. The young man steps back and thinks he never expected her to protect him. It seems she doesn't actually want to see him gone. The woman turns her back with an irritated yet slightly embarrassed expression. The couple descends from the sky as the dust and residual energy from the tribulation dissipate into the air. Guyan asks the Supreme Elder how many veins he opened back in his day, and he replies that it was 80. The old man says Ningtian is very talented and must have opened at least 40 or 50 veins. Guyan then shouts up and asks the patriarch how many spiritual veins he managed to open during the tribulation. The young man concentrates for a moment and replies that with more than half of the aura, he opened 199. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Elder freezes like a statue, completely unable to process the absurd number Ningtian just stated. The scene then shifts to the imperial court of the Dongxing Kingdom, where a strange blue energy dominates the sky. Emperor Lin Bai is informed that the powerful tribulation has occurred once again over the heavenly demonic sect. The man laments because his son Lin Xiao returned from there completely broken and has become a spiritless cripple. Angrily, the emperor orders the Righteous Alliance to be contacted immediately to destroy the sect once and for all. He proclaims he doesn't care that the sect is in his kingdom and says if they aren't eliminated now, when will they be? Meanwhile, at the Righteous Alliance, the leader and his elders observe the great commotion in the sky. One of the old men says Lu Wuking still hasn't reached the God realm, and that if she had, they would be wiped out in 6 months. The emperor explains that she has no way of becoming a god and recalls the legendary battle for the throne from 100 years ago. Several experts tried to ascend to godhood, but they all failed and passed on, full of sorrow and regret. One of the elders comments that the tribulation must have alerted the entire domain and wonders about its source. The leader says the source doesn't matter, it surely has to do with the Empress, and that the threat has now grown even larger. Back at the sect, the couple walks together while the Supreme Elder watches them from a distance. The old man thinks he never expected his sect to produce someone like this, that Ningtian will become a powerful asset in the future. Suddenly, the Empress stumbles and the young man quickly catches her to prevent her from falling in front of everyone. Ningtian is left without clothes due to the tribulation, and Empress Luo Wuking stares at him with a serious expression. He tries to break the awkward silence, saying the situation is a bit inappropriate with everyone watching them. The elders and disciples look away awkwardly, not wanting to intrude on the couple's moment. The Empress then notices something is wrong, and her eyes flash with an intense purple energy. With a single touch, she sends a powerful discharge of energy into Ningtian's body, who screams in pain. Aching and confused, the young man kneels on the ground and calls out for his dear wife. The woman explains that he still had hidden internal injuries from the tribulation, and that she was only helping him heal. Ningtian is deeply moved to learn that his wife was actually worried about him and wanted to help. He then looks at her with a loving gaze and asks if she really did all that for him. Losing her patience, the woman blasts him away with a wave of energy and tells him he talks too much. Guyan asks if the patriarch will be alright, and she coolly replies that she didn't even use 10% of her strength. With a fiery aura, the Empress forbids everyone from speaking about what just happened and threatens anyone who dares to spread rumors. Everyone then responds in unison that they understand the message and will keep their mouths firmly shut. Meanwhile, Ningtian is sent flying through the sky, plummeting towards a dense forest. He crashes into a body of water with a massive impact that splashes water everywhere. Pushing himself up, he realizes the place is surprisingly crowded. To his horror, he has landed right in the middle of a hot spring filled with the sect's female disciples. The young man complains that his wife threw him way too far, and now he's in a very complicated situation. One of the girls recognizes him as the patriarch, and he's shocked to see her there. He immediately panics, thinking his reputation as a serious and proper patriarch has just gone down the drain. Desperately, Ningtian tries to explain, insisting it was an accident and that he's not that kind of person. But one of the girls accuses the patriarch of being a spy, leaving him at a complete loss for words. The girl then offers to reveal herself slowly so he won't have to peek from the bushes anymore. The other disciples get excited, offering to wash his back and massage his muscles. In a complete panic, the young man refuses their offers and scrambles out of the water to escape the situation. The girls are disappointed and wonder why he left so quickly, thinking it would have been wonderful to spend time with him. Running through the forest, Ningtian curses the Empress for almost turning him into a creep in front of everyone. He thinks his divine physique makes things even more dangerous with all the women in the sect. Afraid of what his wife might do if she found out, the young man is thankful he didn't fall for the disciples' temptation. Suddenly, Empress Luo Wuking appears in front of him and asks if he cleaned himself up properly after all that. She then tells him to come with her, and the confused young man asks where they are going. The woman leads him to a dark cave, and he comments that he never knew the sect had a place like this. She explains that this is the forbidden region where the spiritual tablets of all the previous leaders are kept. The Empress says that if she can obtain the manual to become a god, the sect will no longer have to fear anyone. She then asks Ningtian to do something for her, and the curious young man asks what it is. The woman points to a large demonic statue and asks him to drip a little of his blood essence onto it. He knows that blood essence is the purest form of one's energy and that it can be used to control someone. The Empress reassures him, saying that if she wanted to harm him, she would have done so a long time ago. Ningtian knows she's right, even with the system. He wouldn't stand a chance against her in a real fight. He then realizes she has an important plan in motion, one that concerns the future of the entire sect. Seeing that he doesn't have much of a choice, the young man agrees to do as she asked and see what happens. He then concentrates his energy and carefully extracts a single drop of his blood essence from his chest. The drop of pure energy shines intensely with a very strong and concentrated red power. The young man flicks the essence towards the stone statue with a single command from his finger. The energy strikes the statue's eyes squarely, and they begin to glow with a powerful, ominous light. The statue's eyes light up with a sinister purple color, and a truly malevolent presence emerges. A spirit phases out of the statue, celebrating that his demonic sect has finally awakened to its former glory. The Empress is stunned and asks if he is the founder of the sect, the one everyone believed was long gone. She can't believe it, thousands of years have passed, and he has somehow remained. The founder then celebrates that finally, after all this time, someone with a divine physique has been sent to him. The Empress immediately questions him, demanding to know where the manual he promised her to become a god is. The old spirit laughs maniacally, calling her knave and revealing it was all just a rumor that he himself invented. With a wicked smile, he thanks her for her foolishness in finding someone with a divine physique for him to take over. Ningtian then realizes the truth. She only married him for his physique so she could attempt to become a god. The woman asks if his ultimate goal is to reclaim a physical body and return to the world of the living. The founder confirms it, saying that luckily for him, she found what all the other useless leaders could not. Furious at the betrayal, Empress Luo Wuking lunges at him, screaming that he's asking to be sent on his way for good. She then unleashes the heavenly demonic palm with absurd power against the spirit of the founder. The woman attacks with all her might, using her purple energy to try and obliterate the treacherous spirit. Ningtian is impressed by her strength, realizing the power of her palm is vastly greater than his own. The founder's spirit scoffs, saying she can't do anything to him, even though she's powerful. But he knows he's in a spiritual state and isn't foolish enough to confront her head-on. The spirit then changes targets and charges at full speed towards the patriarch, intending to possess his body. Ningtian sees the old man's intention and gives a confident, subtle smirk. Without a trace of fear, he opens his arms and invites the spirit to come at him with everything it's got. The Empress panics and tries to intervene, but the spirit is too fast and easily throws her aside. She screams for the spirit to get out of her husband's body, but it's already too late. The founder laughs, saying there's no way he's leaving now that he's inside Ningtian's body. The spirit comments that the divine physique is truly the best of all existing cultivation physiques. Suddenly, he is startled by something deep within the young man's body and doesn't understand what's happening. The ancient demon then sees a gigantic spiritual sea and can't believe a mere boy could possess such a thing. The founder is amazed by the boy's talent and feels incredibly lucky to have found such a perfect vessel. But his excitement quickly turns to horror as he sees thunder crackling from within the young man's spiritual sea. Out of nowhere, a massive blue thunder dragon appears, and the founder has never seen spiritual veins take the form of such a creature. The spirit panics instantly, knowing that thunder and lightning are the ultimate nemesis of any spiritual being. Desperate, he realizes he can't stay in this body for a second longer, or he'll be utterly destroyed. The old man tries to escape but is forcefully pulled back by the thunder dragon, which refuses to let him leave. With a victorious smile, Ningtian says that now that the old man's in, it won't be so easy to get out. The founder realizes the boy knew all along that he was afraid of thunder and let him enter on purpose. For having shocked the ancient demon, the system rewards him with the spirit destruction skill. With a confident smirk, Ningtian thinks the new skill will be very interesting to use in future battles. He then appears within his own consciousness, ready to confront the spirit of the founder. The young man scoffs, asking if the great heavenly demon isn't so arrogant now that he's trapped. The old spirit gets angry, retorting that even as a spirit, he is still in the immortal emperor realm and cannot be captured. Ningtian then uses the heavenly demonic palm inside his own body to attack the intruding spirit. With a grin, he prepares to show the old demon who's really the boss in here. The blue thunder dragon materializes and envelopes Ningtian's body with a powerful electric energy. The founder is stunned, unable to believe the boy has such absurd power contained within him. Ningtian then launches his attack with full force at the spirit, who now has nowhere left to run. The spirit destruction skill combines with the 13 heavenly demonic forms into a single, devastating blow. The founder is caught head-on, complaining that he's completely suppressed by the thunder and can't use his power. The young man then tells him to stop fighting and simply transform into power for his divine physique. Furious, the old spirit shouts that he will finish this kid, that he won't give up so easily. Losing patience, Ningtian simply orders the thunder dragon to devour the spirit once and for all. The spirit screams in agony as it's consumed by the thunder's energy, which destroys it piece by piece. The blue dragon wraps the old demon in its claws and squeezes him tightly to finish him off, for good. The thunderous creature then opens its jaws and begins to swallow the founder's spirit without a shred of mercy. The old man screams in despair, crying out that he doesn't want to be devoured in such a humiliating fashion. He is then completely swallowed, screaming in pain as his spirit is destroyed for all eternity. Outside, Empress Luo Wuking reflects that the man who will become a god was just a rumor, a grand and cruel farce. Ning Tian emerges from the shadows, and the Empress thinks she can't possibly let him live after everything that's happened. But she decides to let it go. She was the one who was deceived, and she can't let the demon take him right in front of her. A purple energy barrier shatters, and a profound calm returns to the chamber after the internal battle concludes. The young man appears in front of her and calls her wife, leaving Luo Wuking very confused. She asks if he wasn't possessed by the spirit, completely shocked by the outcome. The Empress grabs him, unable to believe that a simple warrior somehow absorbed the power of an emperor-level being. Ning Tian just laughs, thinking that with so much spiritual power, he'll gain a massive amount of aura to become stronger. But the system suddenly warns him that he is about to self-destruct from absorbing far too much power. At the warning, the young man panics and feels his body starting to heat up to an unbearable degree. He screams in pain as his spiritual sea begins to boil like lava, and he feels like he's about to explode. Out of nowhere, the Empress grabs him and kisses him passionately, trying to help him control the rampant energy. The kiss is intense, and a golden energy begins to flow between the two, working to stabilize the immense power. Ning Tian is surprised and utterly speechless at his wife's sudden and drastic action. The woman tells him to stay quiet if he doesn't want to explode and continues the kiss to save his life. He then realizes she is helping him suppress the violent, uncontrollable power raging within his body. An hour later, the dust settles, and the couple remains embraced in the middle of the dark cave. The Empress pushes him away, and Ning Tian is left feeling all flustered by what just transpired. With a mischievous smile, he comments that the process was very exciting despite being so abrupt. The woman then hands him a small pearl, and the curious young man asks what it is. She explains that it is a spirit pearl containing the demon's refined energy, and that he can use it to cultivate. She warns him to cultivate slowly and not to absorb too much at once, as she won't always be there to save him. The young man then thanks her sincerely for her help and for the valuable advice she just gave him. He asks if destroying the demon doesn't count as deceiving their ancestor, but the Empress strongly disagrees. The woman destroys the statue and declares that the founder deceived generations and is not worthy of being part of their sect. Angrily, she states that no one can say they deceived anyone, because she herself was the true victim. The Empress laments that without the manual, there's no way for her to advance and defend against the righteous alliance. But she quickly composes herself, vowing to fight with all her might, and that even if the sect is destroyed, she will get her revenge. Suddenly, Ning Tian feels a strange surge of energy and asks if he's advancing in level again. The woman realizes his divine physique is the real deal, and is having a massive effect on his cultivation. In just a few days, he has advanced several times a speed that is almost unheard of. She then leaves him to cultivate in peace, stepping away from the cave so as not to disturb his process. The system congratulates him for advancing to the 8 and 9 star Black Warrior realm. With one more breakthrough, he finally reaches the 1 star spiritual realm, and his aura increases dramatically. The young man closes his eyes, deciding he needs to stabilize his foundation before thinking about his next move. The scene then shifts to the Shadow Demonic Sect, a very dark and mysterious place. One of the disciples announces that the sect leader, Yin Sanchi, is arriving. An old elder approaches and asks in surprise if Sanchi has managed to level up yet again. The young leader gives a slight, confident smirk at his subordinate's question. He confirms that he has already reached the peak of the spiritual realm, and is just one step away from the Earth King realm. The elder praises him, saying that with his potential, the sect has finally found a worthy successor. The old man complains that their sect is being suppressed and that they will never be able to progress under these conditions. Yin Sanchi reflects that since ancient times, the demonic sects have always respected the strongest among them. He then points out that the heavenly demonic sect has a powerful Empress who has led them for hundreds of years. Angrily, the elder argues that the leader of the demonic path should be their sect, not a woman. He then announces that in 3 days, the heavenly demonic sect will hold a conference, and Sanchi will attend as their representative. The leader explains that all the major sects are dissatisfied and will be sending their own geniuses there to cause trouble. With a wicked look, the elder says he wants to see how the Empress will manage to hold on to her leadership after this. Meanwhile, our friend Ning Tian reflects that he was lucky the demon was only in a spiritual state and could be contained by his thunder veins. He knows that the various factions are in a constant struggle for power and that more dangerous situations lie ahead. The young man remembers his wife's words and knows he needs to get stronger, because she won't always be there to save him. A system notification informs him that the full moon night is perfect for cultivating, and he decides he needs to work hard. He goes to the Moonlight Cliff, and a group of disciples sees him cultivating and immediately recognizes him. The female disciples completely melt, commenting on how handsome men are when they put in effort. The male disciples are inspired, saying that if the patriarch is trying so hard, they can't afford to fall behind. For shocking and motivating everyone, the system rewards him with 10 times the absorption speed of lunar aura. The young man is a bit confused as to why they were so shocked by that, but he doesn't pay it much mind. He then focuses, deciding to begin the 10 times absorption of lunar aura to become stronger. With the spirit pearl in hand and the full moon in the sky, he begins his nightly cultivation with full force. The moonlight seems to concentrate directly on him, and the disciples comment that the patriarch is truly divine. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder appears and demands to know what on earth everyone is doing there in the middle of the night. A female disciple asks the Great Elder to speak softly so as not to disturb the patriarch's cultivation. The old man is taken aback by the scene and can't believe what his eyes are seeing. He is amazed to see that not only the patriarch, but all the disciples are also cultivating together in harmony. With morale at an all-time high, everyone concentrates on their cultivation under the light of the full moon. Spiritual energy flows throughout the area as the patriarch leads the mass cultivation session. With the pearl in his hand, he absorbs the lunar aura and efficiently converts it into power for his body. The system congratulates him for advancing to the 2-star spiritual realm, and he thinks that's not bad at all. The Great Elder is dumbfounded. It took him 2 full years to do that, and this young man plans to do it in 2 months. Suddenly, one of the disciples points to the patriarch's chest and asks what that glowing image is. A giant golden image of Ningtian appears in the sky, reflecting his meditation and immense power. For shocking everyone once again, he gains faith cultivation as a reward from this system. With this new ability, his followers' cultivation speed doubles, and a portion of their aura replenishes him in return. Ningtian thinks that he won't be short on followers and can use this to become even stronger, even faster. He then gets the brilliant idea to convince the Great Elder to join him, which would grant him even more power. The young man approaches the old man and pulls him by the arm to join the cultivation session. He invites him to cultivate alongside them, but the elder initially refuses, saying he has somewhere else to be. Just then, one of the disciples celebrates loudly that he's advanced a level and thanks the patriarch for his help. The Great Elder is shocked by the collective cultivation and mass advancement, and he doesn't know what to think. Seeing his opportunity, Ningtian insists on the invitation, and the old man finally accepts with little choice. The young patriarch then turns to the crowd and continues to lead the collective cultivation for the night. The Great Elder finds it strange, wondering why he isn't feeling anything particularly special during the cultivation. One of the disciples explains that first, he needs to shout that the patriarch is the coolest. Extremely embarrassed and against his will, the old man raises his fist and shouts the phrase that Ningtian requested. Instantly, double the amount of aura floods into his body, and he excitedly shouts that the patriarch really is the coolest. Ningtian thinks that with the aura from the moon and the spirit pearl combined, the cultivation effect is even greater. The elder is deeply moved, exclaiming that with a patriarch like this, the heavens have truly blessed their sect. The next day at the demonic palace, the Empress is on her throne, and all the elders greet her. The Great Elder arrives late and apologizes profusely, and the woman asks for the reason for his tardiness. He explains he was cultivating with the patriarch all night, and that's why he couldn't arrive on time. The other elders are surprised and chime in that with the patriarch, the aura becomes more abundant, and they want to join too. The Empress thinks to herself that Ningtian didn't come back all night and still managed to cause such a commotion in the sect. She then orders everyone to get back to the matter at hand, as the Tao conference is about to begin. The woman warns that their disciples cannot afford to fall behind the others, and the elders soberly agree. Everyone then responds in unison with a highs and prepares for the important event that will soon take place. 3 days later, several demonic sects arrive for the conference and announce their presence. The Shadow Demonic sect also arrives with their young leader Yin Sanchi to participate in the event. The disciples are amazed by the number of people and the presence of the 3 great demonic geniuses. One of them is Ling-O, the young master of the Heaven Ascension sect, known as a cold and calm swordsman. Yin Sanchi is also present, and the disciples whisper that he is notoriously cruel and once destroyed an entire village by himself. Suddenly, a pleasant fragrance fills the air, and they realize the Saintess of Yaoqi has arrived. The disciples comment that her sect has no conflict with anyone and are surprised the Saintess herself came this time. An elder, Li Sheng, welcomes all the guests and offers to lead them to the conference stage. The Saintess asks which genius is leading the cultivation session on the cliff, as she saw the phenomenon from a distance. The 3 geniuses are surprised to learn that it is the patriarch, the husband of Empress Lu Wuking. Ling-O scoffs, saying the man can barely take care of himself, yet he presumes to lead others. Suddenly, the disciples on the cliff begin to celebrate, shouting that they've leveled up and that the patriarch is a god. The young master Ling-O is shocked by the scene, thinking it's all a big, pretentious act. The patriarch Ningtian then descends from the cliff with a spiritual dragon, thinking he can't miss this chance to improve. He arrives at the conference stage and immediately starts practicing his skills, not wasting a single moment. The young man throws a punch into the air, and a large explosion of spiritual energy erupts in front of him. One of the disciples asks his big brother to guide him, and he says he will do so with pleasure. The strong man prepares for the spar with a powerful aura and a very determined look in his eyes. But in the blink of an eye, he is soundly defeated and graciously admits his loss to his opponent. The Great Elder celebrates the victory, but the Empress tells him not to get too excited, as the 3 most difficult challengers haven't fought yet. Ningtian then approaches from behind and asks her just who these 3 opponents are. Yin Sanchi floats into the air, preparing to enter the stage surrounded by his purple aura. He introduces himself and poses the question, "What is the Tao?" leaving everyone unsure of how to respond. The crowd wonders if the shadow demonic sect came here specifically to cause trouble with such a profound question. The young leader then declares that today, he will ensure the heavenly demonic sect gets on stage but never leaves. The Empress realizes the shadow sect came prepared, knowing that understanding the Tao can help one advance without cultivating. The elders panic, wondering if they should kick him out or admit defeat and face public humiliation. Meanwhile, our friend Ning Tian is calmly eating an apple, completely unconcerned with the unfolding drama. He asks his wife if all the disciples from the shadow sect are as effeminate as that guy. Yin Sanchi overhears the comment and his face twists with pure hatred, as he despises being compared to a woman. He then turns and asks if no one in the entire heavenly demonic sect can answer his simple question. The patriarch scoffs, saying that such a simple question isn't even worthy of a grand conference like this. The young leader is taken aback by his calmness and wonders if he could possibly know the answer. He finds it impossible. He prepared this question for a long time, and the patriarch is only in the spiritual realm. The great elder asks Ning Tian if he really knows the answer, and the young man stands up with an air of profound mystery. With a confident smile, he says he doesn't see what's so difficult and tells Yin Sanchi to watch closely. Ning Tian then steps onto the stage, and the audience immediately goes wild at another of his unexpected actions. The disciples comment that the patriarch has already shocked them many times and wonder what he's going to do now. Sanchi underestimates him for being young and low level, but Ning Tian replies that age doesn't determine everything. The saintess of Yaoqi thinks he's just spouting nonsense and that it's foolish to call the question simple. The patriarch then turns to his opponent and says he will show him what the true Tao is, once and for all. He explains that the Tao has no form, no sound, no smell. It is something that cannot be perceived by the senses. A bird lands on his outstretched finger as he continues, saying the Tao is both infinitely vast and infinitesimally small. With the bird in his hand, he concludes that the Tao created everything and is the fundamental energy that governs the entire world. The crowd is dumbfounded by his wisdom, thinking he's incredibly cool even if they don't fully understand. The saintess of Yaoqi is deeply impressed, thinking he is truly worthy of being the legendary patriarch. Yin Sanchi gets irritated, saying he can't get away with spouting things that nobody can comprehend. Ning Tian then tells him to listen carefully, because he won't get another lesson like this one. He explains that there are 3,000 paths and that each one has its own unique understanding and intent. The patriarch chooses the path of the sword as an example, and an image of himself appears, practicing with a blade. With a smile, he states that if a person understands the intent of the sword, then they understand the Tao of the sword. The disciples have a breakthrough, realizing there are 3,000 types of Tao, and that each is unique to its own path. Ning Tian concludes by saying that the Tao is simply the path a person has chosen to follow in their cultivation. With this explanation, the entire crowd is enlightened, and one of them shouts that he's about to level up. Sanchi is in disbelief, thinking that if it were so simple he would have advanced long ago. But out of nowhere, his body begins to glow, and he realizes that he too is advancing to the next level. The patriarch smirks, thinking that Yin Sanchi won't admit it with his mouth, but his body is being honest. For shocking everyone, he gains a bonus skill card, the Great Emperor's Strike. Ning Tian is thrilled, as the card is a life-saving trump card against enemies who are much stronger than him. The saintess of Yaoqi thinks that having such a wise patriarch is a true blessing for the heavenly demonic sect. With no other choice, Yin Sanchi admits defeat, acknowledging that the patriarch's wisdom is truly impressive. He turns to leave and praises the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect one last time. The young leader thinks that his plan has failed and that now his own sect leader will have to take action. With a look of pure hatred, he vows that next time, their sect will suffer a great loss. Ling O then steps forward and asks the patriarchs to guide him in the Tao of the sword. The young master challenges him to a discussion on the Tao of the sword, and the crowd gets excited for another show. The patriarch accepts the challenge, thinking this is a perfect opportunity to test the martial arts provided by the system. Ling O boasts about his shadow sword, a very rare and powerful treasure-grade weapon. With a swift movement, he launches a powerful sword attack straight towards the patriarch. The crowd is amazed by the sword's power, commenting that the sect leader must value Ling O greatly. There are 5 types of weapons in the domain, ranging from a common magic weapon all the way to an immortal one. And above even immortal weapons, there exist legendary artifacts, which are the most powerful of all. Ning Tian understands this, but he knows that a weapon is secondary. Its effectiveness depends entirely on who wields it. Ling O asks why he doesn't have a sword, wondering how they can possibly discuss the Tao of the sword like this. The disciples offer to lend him their swords, but the patriarch calmly refuses all of them. He states that he doesn't need a physical sword and proceeds to create one from his own spiritual aura and lightning. The young master Ling O is dumbfounded, unable to believe the patriarch has already achieved such perfection in swordsmanship. The patriarch then forms a massive dragon from his sword intent and prepares to attack. The creature of pure blue energy roars, displaying all its power to its now frightened opponent. Ling O is completely paralyzed, unable to react to the overwhelming power of the patriarch's attack. The dragon charges forward with incredible force, and the young master is stunned by the ferocious sword intent. Ning Tian then dispels the attack and apologizes, claiming his hand slipped by accident. Lingo realizes the sword intent he has mastered is not on the same level, and that there is always someone better. With no other choice, he surrenders and admits that he lost the battle to the patriarch of the demonic sect. The crowd erupts in celebration, shouting that the patriarch has defeated the most powerful genius of the demonic path. Ningtian is happy to have tested his sword intent and immediately calls upon the Saintess of Yachi to be the next challenger. The Saintess replies that she is not here to discuss the Tao, as a powerful purple aura suddenly envelopes the patriarch. An overwhelming energy pins him to the ground, and he finds he cannot move even an inch. The young man realizes his own aura is being completely suppressed and becomes desperate, not knowing what to do. The pressure is so immense that the ground begins to crack beneath him from the opponent's raw power. He realizes it must be a cultivator from the immortal Emperor realm, but knows it can't be Lu Wuking. The purple aura lashes out at the audience, and all the disciples collapse to the ground from the force of the blow. Empress Lu Wuking then creates a sphere of pink energy and dispels the attack with a single, effortless gesture. The oppressive aura vanishes, and the disciples comment that the Empress is as strong as ever and has saved everyone. The woman stands up and commands the old shadow demon to stop hiding like a cowardly rat. A purple portal tears open, and the leader of the shadow demonic sect appears with a wicked smile on his face. He declares that the 5 major sects are dissatisfied with her rule and that she must step down from her position. 4 other demonic sect leaders appear to support his attack against the Empress. The old shadow demon is the clear leader of the group and is determined to seize power for himself. The patriarch is shocked to see 5 cultivators from the immortal Emperor realm all gathered in one place. He worries, wondering if his wife can possibly stop all of them on her own. But the system tells him to relax, reminding him that in the worst-case scenario, he can use the Emperor's strike. The Empress turns to the rebellious leaders and asks if they truly want to be the leader of the demonic path. With a look of pure contempt, she asks if any of them are actually worthy of holding such a position. The Saintess of Yachi comments that today's battle is inevitable, as the Empress has shown them no respect. Ningtian gives a thumbs up, thinking that his wife is truly domineering and absolutely incredible. The Scorpion Lady sneers that since the Empress is so arrogant, they will show her no mercy in their attack. The Soul Destroyer then takes out his ultimate treasure, the Soul Destroyer diagram, to begin the fight. With a single command, he unleashes a horrifying horde of skeletons and vengeful souls to attack the Empress. He explains that the weapon was refined with thousands of souls and can summon 3,000 of them to fight. The disciples are terrified. Immortal weapons are extremely rare and powerful, and the Empress is in serious trouble. The system informs Ningtian that his thunder element can subdue the technique and that the souls are a valuable resource. With a smile, the patriarch thinks that's not bad at all and decides he needs to get that diagram for himself. Empress Lu Wuking scoffs, remarking that they must have prepared for a long time to bring their immortal weapons. The shadow leader confirms that each of them has prepared an immortal weapon to defeat her once and for all. The patriarch then shouts for his wife not to be afraid and offers to take care of the Soul Destroyer himself. The old man gets angry, boasting that without her protection, he could finish the young man with a single finger. The Empress then unleashes a powerful red energy, revealing her true, terrifying power. With 4 divine realms, 7 stars in one and 3 in another, she wonders aloud what will happen next. With her eyes glowing intensely, she asks if they still dare to challenge her with all of her power on display. The leaders are frightened. They had no idea she had already reached 9 stars in the peak of her realm. But they decide to attack with everything they have, believing she can't possibly handle all 5 of them at once. The shadow leader tells the Soul Destroyer to use his 3,000 souls to deal with the other disciples. The old man then unleashes the full power of the diagram, commanding his 3,000 souls to attack. The 5 leaders prepare for their combined assault against the Empress with their full, unbridled strength. The woman then fires a massive blast of red energy directly at her opponents. The Great Elder shouts for the others to follow him and help eliminate the attacking souls. The patriarch rolls his eyes and thinks, here we go again with the 3,000 souls. With a smirk, he says that if they come across him, they're all going to end up as ash. The disciples are terrified, as each soul is comparable in strength to a cultivator from the Earth King realm. For shocking the elders, the system rewards him with a complete understanding of the containment formation. Ningtian then activates the formation, and a brilliant golden light envelopes the entire battlefield. With the formation in place, the Soul Destroyer diagram is completely contained, and the old man is unable to use his weapon. The patriarch announces that he just wants to lend a hand and help the souls find their true freedom. The disciples are dumbfounded, wondering if their patriarch is also a master of ancient formations. With the formation fully active, the young man manages to seize the diagram and celebrates his success. He then turns to the old man and thanks him for the generous gift of 3,000 souls. The Soul Destroyer is furious, unable to believe the kid managed to refine his precious diagram so quickly. The shadow leader grows enraged, thinking that the young man has been deceiving everyone by pretending to be weak. The Empress then tells the 5 of them to be on their way, as they no longer have the power to fight back. The shadow leader desperately shouts for them to use their spiritual power to defend against her attack. The woman then uses the heavenly demonic palm, and a massive explosion of purple energy occurs. The combined attack of the 5 leaders is shattered, and they are all thrown far away by the force of the blow. The shadow leader realizes they have fallen into a trap, and that the Empress and her husband were working together. He then declares that they must sacrifice their immortal weapons to eliminate her first. They all agree and prepare for one final, desperate attack against the Empress with everything they have left. The Empress braces for the battle, her eyes glowing with a powerful purple energy. The 5 leaders unleash their weapons and launch their combined attacks against the woman. They use the poison of the Black Blade Scorpion and several other powerful techniques all at once. The Shadow Leader orders the Soul Destroyer to act quickly and catch the Empress by surprise. The old man then turns his attention to the Patriarch, accusing him of refining his diagram for himself. The Empress screams Ningtian's name, worried for her husband's safety in the middle of the chaotic battle. With a pink aura flaring, she threatens the old man, vowing to tear him to pieces if he dares to harm her husband. In that moment of distraction, the woman is hit head-on and coughs from the force of the combined attack. She then uses the heavenly demonic palm to defend against all 5 attacks simultaneously. The leaders are amazed by her incredible power and struggle to protect themselves with their bare hands. The Soul Destroyer then lunges at Ningtian, declaring that he's going on his final journey today. The Empress screams his name in despair, seeing her husband in mortal danger once again. The Great Elder and the others wonder if the legendary Patriarch is destined to fall today. The Saintess of Yachi warns everyone not to interfere, as this is a battle between cultivators of the Emperor realm. The young man gets angry, cursing the wretched old man for daring to attack him with such a cowardly move. With his eyes glowing, he commands the system to activate the Great Emperor's strike for him. The skill card is activated and a gigantic golden aura explodes from the Patriarch's body. The old man is terrified by the power of an immortal emperor, wondering if this kid is secretly one of them. With a look of pure hatred, Ningtian declares that it's the old man who deserves to be sent on his way today. He then launches a colossal fire phoenix towards the Soul Destroyer to completely obliterate him. The old man is completely engulfed by the fire phoenix and is turned to ash in a single, fiery instant. An explosion of golden light illuminates the battlefield, marking the defeat of the Soul Destroyer. Ling-O is shocked to see a cultivator from the immortal Emperor realm defeated with a single, devastating blow. The golden aura dissipates, and the young man stands there with a serious and determined expression. The Empress approaches, wondering how he possesses the aura of an emperor when he's only in the spiritual realm. Suddenly, the Patriarch coughs up blood, and his body weakens from the immense strain of the attack. The woman rushes to support him, asking if he's badly injured after using so much power. He takes advantage of the moment, thinking that his seemingly heartless wife still worries about him after all. The elders approach, concerned, and ask about the Patriarch's condition. The Great Elder reassures them, explaining that he only fainted from complete exhaustion. The Empress then stands up, her eyes cold, and announces it's time to settle the score with the other leaders. The Shadow Leader screams for them to run, knowing they no longer stand a chance against the Empress. The woman extends her hand and says they won't be escaping her grasp so easily. With a single gesture, she creates several blades of red energy and launches them at the fleeing leaders. The blades fly at incredible speed, striking the 4 leaders who were trying to escape. The Scorpion Lady and the others are hit and scream at agony from the force of the attack. The Shadow Leader is also wounded and cannot escape the Empress's relentless fury. He calls her a madwoman and uses the Blue Escape technique to try and flee with his life. A pool of blood forms in the air, and the old man vanishes in the blink of an eye. The Empress then orders the Great Elder to pursue the remaining emperors and finish them off. At the Righteous Alliance, the leader is shocked to learn that the 4 major demonic sects have been defeated. He is informed that the Empress's husband invoked the power of an emperor and killed the Soul Destroyer. The leader deduces that the Empress is powerful, but her husband must have received some form of special protection. He says it's not a major issue, because once the leader of the Void Heavenly Palace emerges from seclusion, they will attack. The Alliance leader then gives the order to all his forces to eliminate the disciples of the demonic sect without mercy. 3 days later, the Patriarch awakens in the sacred pool of the heavenly demonic sect. He wonders if he is still alive and feels a wave of relief for having survived the intense battle. The young man complains that his body feels like it's falling apart, and that he thought he was a goner for sure. Suddenly, he hears the Empress's voice asking if he has finally woken up after being out for 3 days. He turns and sees her in the water, surprised by her presence in such a place. The woman states that no matter what, she will definitely wake him up, once and for all. The young man realizes that while she is harsh with her words, she has a soft heart and truly cares for him. The Empress then begins to remove her clothes and enters the water to help him heal. He turns completely red, thinking it's the first time he's seen her so clearly, and that she is incredibly beautiful. The woman explains that her sacred physique can activate the pool's healing aura, and that he needs to take off his clothes as well. She approaches him and finds it strange that his heart is beating so fast for someone who is supposed to be unconscious. The Empress then touches him to begin the healing process and wonders if his injury has suddenly gotten worse. The young man is all flushed and secretly enjoys the moment while pretending he's still passed out. The woman then notices he has a nosebleed and wonders how that is even possible. She then puts two and two together and turns completely red with embarrassment at her husband's trickery. The Empress is completely flustered and asks why he suddenly woke up. The young man plays the charming hero, saying he couldn't sleep without her being nearby. With his face beet red, he compliments her, telling her she is very beautiful. The woman finds him incredibly bold and orders him to get dressed now that he's awake. She then moves away from him and says he is coming with her somewhere else. The young man wonders if she's embarrassed and thinks she has a very charming side to her. Once they are both dressed, he asks where they are going, and she leads him out of the pool area. Outside, the disciples greet them and are surprised to see him looking well. They congratulate the patriarch on his recovery and for once again elevating the sect's power. A system notification announces that his faith cultivation has improved and can now be used as an attack. Ningtian is thrilled, as the skill can now counter spiritual energy and be turned into a powerful offensive move. The Great Elder approaches and praises the patriarch for taking out an emperor with a single blow. The Empress then presents the three immortal weapons she confiscated from the defeated leaders. She shows him the Wind Dragon Spear, the Black Turtle Shield, and the Red Sky Sword. The woman says he helped immensely and tells him to choose one of the three weapons as his reward. He thinks that he can't control all three, but the Red Sky Sword feels absolutely perfect for him. The young man then picks up the sword, a brilliant red aura glowing around its blade. With the weapon in hand, he makes his choice and says he will take the Red Sky Sword. He examines the sword and is impressed by the weapon's deep and extraordinary spiritual aura. The young man then cuts his finger and forms a blood contract with the sword to be able to wield it. With the blood contract complete, he can now wield the sword with its full unsealed power. He commands the sword to recognize its new master, and a powerful fiery aura completely envelops him. The disciples comment that his flame aura is incredibly strong and that he is truly worthy of being their patriarch. His eyes glow with the sword's energy as he prepares to test his new power. With a single swing, he creates a gigantic fire dragon that leaves everyone in awe. He is surprised by the powerful reaction and the immense sword intent the weapon possesses. Suddenly, the sword's aura weakens and he doesn't understand what's happening. The Empress explains that the sword's grade changes according to the strength of its master. She says that the stronger he becomes, the stronger the sword will become, and that its potential depends entirely on him. The young man thanks his wife, thrilled that the sword can eventually become stronger than any other weapon. The woman then approaches him and says she has something to ask him regarding the battle. She questions him about the origin of the Great Emperor's strike, stating that it's impossible to summon it with just his physique. The patriarch thinks that he can't fully trust her yet, especially since the system is involved. He tells her that he doesn't want to lie, but he simply can't tell her the truth at this moment. The Empress decides not to press the issue and warns him not to expose his trump cards, as there is always someone stronger. The young man thanks her for being so considerate and promises that he will tell her everything in the future. One of the servants approaches and announces that the Saintess of Yachi is requesting an audience with her. The woman asks for the Saintess to wait in the main hall and says she will be there shortly. In the hall, the Saintess introduces herself and states that she is there on the order of the Queen Mother of the West. She then bows and says she has come to request borrowing the sect's heavenly mirror. The Empress asks why the Saintess wishes to borrow such a precious treasure from their sect. The young woman apologizes and explains that it's a secret, but she offers a rare Yachi immortal elixir in exchange. The woman is surprised that they are willing to part with such a rare elixir just to borrow the mirror. The elixir is made from a lotus that takes 1,000 years to form and can help an emperor ascend to a demigod. The Saintess says that with the elixir, the Empress will have a much better chance of defeating the Righteous Alliance. The Empress agrees to lend the mirror, but on one condition that she must accept. Curious, the young woman asks what the condition is for the deal to be finalized between them. The scene then shifts to the patriarch's room, where he and the Empress are discussing the arrangement. She explains that she wants him to be the one to take the mirror, and that the elixir will increase her chances of a breakthrough. The woman says she knows how hard he has been working and won't miss an opportunity to help him grow stronger. The young man thinks that if it weren't for her, he would have been a goner a long time ago. He then thanks her for her consideration and understands that he needs to improve his physique for the challenges ahead. The patriarch then cheekily asks if all the disciples of Yachi are women, and the Empress immediately scolds him. With a grin, he asks if she isn't afraid of becoming a widow if he gets himself into trouble over there. The woman replies, "Of course not," and then asks if he's going to the cliff or to bed. With hearts practically popping out of his eyes, the young man gets incredibly excited by his wife's proposal. He then throws himself into her arms and exclaims that of course he's going to bed with her. The young man moves in to kiss her, but she gently stops him with a finger on his lips. He asks her to wait, but she forbids him from doing that with her at that moment. The Empress says she isn't ready for that yet, and the young man agrees to wait for the right time. Ningtian says he can at least sleep in her arms and hugs her affectionately on the bed. The next day at the demonic palace, the disciples comment that the patriarch didn't show up at the cliff. The patriarch then announces that no matter where he is, he must always strive to work harder. The Empress then asks the Great Elder to bring them the heavenly mirror. The old man takes the mirror out of a spatial bag, and a brilliant golden light illuminates the entire hall. He presents the sect's ultimate treasure and explains that nothing can be hidden from the mirror's gaze. The woman then takes the patriarch's hand so she can begin the formation process. She explains that she will carve a control formation onto his palm so that he can command the mirror. With the formation complete, the young man is able to take the mirror and store it away safely. The Empress then says he can now go with the Saintess to the sacred land of Yaoqi. The young woman then summons her heavenly Pegasus to transport them to her homeland. The majestic winged horse appears, and the Saintess invites him to ride in the carriage with her. The young man politely refuses the ride, and the Saintess is surprised by his refusal. He thanks her for the kind offer but says he cannot ride inside her carriage. The Empress then summons the spirit, Feathered Sparrow, so that he can travel on his own. Ningtian gets a headache just looking at the peculiar mount his wife has arranged for him. A giant majestic bird appears, and the Empress explains that it is a powerful level 6 monster. The creature chirps and bows before the patriarch, allowing him to climb onto its back. The young man is surprised, realizing the bird's strength is equivalent to a Sky King realm cultivator. He then says goodbye to his wife and climbs onto the bird to begin his journey to Yaoqi. Ningtian then commands the sparrow to take him to the sacred land of Yaoqi to begin his mission. The two then fly through the sect's skis, beginning the long journey to the west. The patriarch is happy, thinking that this is the first time he has left the sect since his arrival. He remembers that there are 3 heavens and 9 realms, and that the world is much larger than he ever imagined. The heavenly spiritual domain is located in the 2nd heaven, and is divided between the righteous and demonic Tao. The sacred land of Yaoqi has always remained neutral, and neither side has ever dared to bother them. The young man thinks that if there's a place that can improve one's physique, he can't be the only one who wants to go there. The Saintess informs him that the journey will take 1 day and 1 night, and he thanks her for the information. With plenty of time to spare, he decides he will cultivate so as not to waste the opportunity to get stronger. The Saintess is surprised by the incredibly rich spiritual aura at such a high altitude and becomes curious. She then opens the curtain to take a peek at the patriarch and see what he's up to. The young woman can't believe he's only in the spiritual realm and wonders how he can produce an aura so dense. For shocking the Saintess, the system rewards him with a Diao of 3,000 joys. Night falls and the sun sets on the horizon as they continue their journey through the vast skies. The young man continues to cultivate under the starlight, completely unconcerned with anything around him. The system congratulates him for advancing to the 3- and 4-star spiritual realm. He stands up and celebrates, having advanced 2 minor realms at once after several days of hard work. In Yaoqi, a young woman named Yoku welcomes the guests and guides them towards the immortal spiritual spring. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind surprises everyone, and they wonder what is happening. The patriarch then arrives flying on his sparrow, and lands with a very imposing and powerful presence. The Saintess announces their arrival, and Ningtian is immediately impressed by the breathtaking beauty of the place. One of the disciples asks who the handsome young man is, and the Saintess looks a little embarrassed. She introduces him as the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect, and all the disciples are surprised. The girls comment that they never expected him to be so young and good-looking, and they are left breathless. The young man boasts that of course he is all that, and it has nothing to do with his special physique. One of the young men gets jealous because Yaoqiu had looked at him in a special way but is now praising another. The women whisper that he was the one who stole the show at the wedding, and that the Empress herself sent him here. A holy son approaches and greets the patriarch with a mixed air of superiority and respect. He says the patriarch's words at the wedding broke his heart, and that he intends to test him for it. Ningtian doesn't even remember him, and the holy son gets irritated for being forgotten so easily. The Saintess then calls for him to go see the Queen Mother of the West, and he thanks her. The patriarch wonders what kind of person the queen is, and becomes curious to finally meet her. They enter the magnificent Yaoqi Palace, and Ningtian is impressed by the scene that greets him inside. The place is filled with beautiful women playing instruments and dancing with stunning grace. A fox-like woman floats in the air and asks what the legendary patriarch thinks of her humble palace. The young man immediately realizes she is an immortal emperor for being able to tear through the void like that. He greets her respectfully and is surprised that she is so young, and not an old woman as he had imagined. The queen thinks to herself that she thought the Empress was crazy for marrying him, but now she's changing her mind. With a warm smile, she says that the Empress's husband is quite nice, and the young man gets all flustered. His heart starts to race, and he doesn't understand why he is so flustered by her simple compliment. A system notification informs him that the queen possesses a charming fox physique, and that he can resist it with his own. The young man tries to relax and focus so as not to fall for her charm and embarrass himself. The queen is surprised not even a heavenly cultivator could resist her charm, yet this young man is managing to do so. He then gets irritated and says she can't have such a casual attitude, as he is representing his sect. The woman apologizes, saying she was only joking and was careless with him. The young man then gets back to the matter at hand and asks what she needs the heavenly mirror for, after all. They walk, and the queen expresses her worry that they can no longer keep the thing in the spring under control. She introduces him to everyone and says he is here to escort the heavenly mirror. The patriarch is taken aback by the overwhelming darkness emanating from the spring and doesn't understand what's happening. The queen explains that the spring was accidentally polluted and that they need the mirror to cleanse it. The young man wonders why she can't handle it herself if she is a powerful immortal empress. He realizes that the queen and her elders are hiding something from him and decides not to get too involved. The patriarch then prepares to use the mirror on the spring to fulfill his part of the agreement. The woman asks if he will be able to use the weapon's full power, given that he is only in the spiritual realm. With a grin, he says she is underestimating him and flies up above the spring to begin the ritual. He thinks that with the control formation his wife carved into his hand, he should be able to use the mirror. The saintess informs the queen that he possesses a spiritual sea and 199 thunder veins. For shocking everyone present, the system rewards him with a powerful physique buff card. The young man then activates the mirror, and a powerful ray of golden light shoots out from it towards the spring. He realizes the dense black aura is what the queen is hiding and that this situation is very serious. Ningtian notices that the black aura is actively resisting the mirror's power and that this won't be easy. He then concentrates all his energy and commands the light to eradicate every last trace of filth from the sacred spring. With his command, the spring illuminates, and all the darkness is completely purified by the mirror's immense power. The patriarch then calls the mirror back to him and stores it away after finishing the arduous task. Exhausted, he stumbles and complains that using the mirror has left him completely drained of spiritual energy. The saintess rushes to support him, telling him to be careful as he is very weak at the moment. The queen then asks Yao Si to help him recover and says she will return later to thank him properly. She then gives a strict order that no one else is to approach the spring without her explicit permission. A few disciples then use ropes and hooks to begin removing the physical sludge that was at the bottom of the spring. Meanwhile, the patriarch is in a guest room, recovering from his complete exhaustion. He thinks that now he finally understands why his wife refused to give him all three immortal weapons. The young man complains that just activating the mirror once drained all his aura and left him utterly depleted. But he celebrates because with the godly record, his recovery speed is much faster than normal. The saintess enters the room and is surprised to see him already on his feet and recovered so quickly. He tells her that he is almost fully recovered and that there's no problem at all. The young woman is shocked. She saw his spiritual sea completely dry up and can't believe his recovery rate. For shocking the saintess, the system rewards him with an additional 300 points of aura cultivation. The queen enters and scolds Yasif for speaking so casually to a man in that manner. The saintess bows and greets the queen with the utmost respect, looking a little ashamed. She turns to Ningtian and wonders to herself how he possibly managed to recover so fast. The queen praises the young man's impressive physique and invites him to stay in her sacred land for a few days. He politely refuses the offer, thinking the place is full of women and that his wife would surely punish him. The young man then says the Empress recommended him for the spring that can improve his physique. The queen agrees and asks him to answer just one question before he goes to the spring. She approaches him with a seductive gaze, making him all flustered with her close proximity. The woman then asks who is more beautiful, her or Empress Luo Wuking. The young man replies that she is indeed beautiful, but his wife is naturally the best of them all. At his answer, the queen playfully kicks him into the spring and says he can go now that he's answered. The saintess is surprised, and the queen explains that she just sent him to the spring in a more efficient manner. The holy son Su Sheng learns that the spring has both hot and cold waters that can strengthen one's body. He is told that the spring's potent aura is concentrated in the waterfall, while it becomes regular water in the lower pool. The guide explains that the waterfall is extremely dangerous, and that staying too long could get you swept away for good. Suddenly, an elder appears and states that men are not allowed to go any further in this sacred area. The young man explains he is the holy son, and that he has permission to cultivate in the spring. The elder then allows him to proceed and thanks him for respecting the local rules. The holy son then walks through the forest, excited about the opportunity to cultivate in the legendary spring. He thinks that all the disciples of Yachi are exceptionally beautiful and that he is almost there. The young man then gets into the water and enjoys the sight of the women who are bathing there. With a sudden nosebleed, he is completely captivated by the beauty of the sacred land's disciples. The women are startled, calling him a pervert, and shouting for someone to beat him up. He tries to explain himself, but the girls begin throwing stones at him and telling him to leave. The guide then asks them to stop, explaining that the holy son, Su Xing, has permission from the queen herself. The women complain about the way he was staring at them and call him a pervert, even though he's handsome. The young man gets irritated, wondering how many times he actually looked at them anyway. Suddenly, someone shouts for him to get out of the way as a figure comes crashing down from the sky. The patriarch, Ningtian, lands in the water, and the women wonder who this new intruder is. He emerges from the water, complaining that every woman seems to act so strangely around him. The holy son is shocked to see Ningtian there and can't believe he's also at the sacred spring. He becomes enraged, thinking the patriarch spied on him and made him a laughingstock in the spiritual domain. The female disciples, however, are enchanted by the beauty of the legendary patriarch and immediately offer their company. They surround him, asking to bathe with him, and the young man gets all flustered by the sudden attention. Out of nowhere, a giant spike of ice appears, threatening anyone who has invaded the spring without permission. The patriarch then shouts for Elder Chinglin to stop as a golden energy envelopes his body. The Saintess of Yaochi appears just in time, explaining that he has permission to enter the spring. The elder is startled and can't believe this young man is the patriarch of the heavenly demonic sect. She then apologizes profusely for her offense and asks for his forgiveness for not having recognized him earlier. Ningtian says it's alright and that nothing happened, dismissing her concern. The holy son Su Xing is outraged that his treatment is worse than that of someone who was born to be a simple handyman. The elder then announces that since both of them are there to cultivate, they may proceed. The disciples wonder aloud if the patriarch will be able to break the long-standing record of the Yachi waterfall. The holy son scoffs, saying that charming words are useless. Being strong is the only thing that matters here. With a smirk, he challenges Ningtian to see who can endure cultivating under the waterfall the longest. The saintess tries to intervene, but the patriarch accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. With a confident smile, he agrees, saying they can compete to see who is truly the best. The holy son then jumps into the water and prepares to begin the endurance competition. He sits under the waterfall and declares that he will show these women what a real man is made of. 30 minutes later, he is already at his absolute limit, and his body starts to fail under the immense pressure. His clothes explode off his body and he fails miserably in front of all the female disciples. Completely embarrassed, he wonders why on earth it had to end in such a humiliating way. The patriarch laughs and the holy son gets irritated, insisting that he won't last any longer than he did. Ningtian then approaches the waterfall, commenting that the spiritual aura and physical pressure are both overwhelming. He then activates the godly record, and a powerful golden aura envelops him, protecting him from the intense pressure. The young man enters the water with full force, preparing to show everyone his true power. He sits under the waterfall, and a protective dome of golden energy forms around him. The holy son is shocked and says he will witness Ningtian's failure with his own 2 eyes. The patriarch feels the water crashing down on him like a mountain, and his body begins to strain under the pressure. He then unleashes his full strength, and his chiseled physique is revealed as he withstands the crushing force of the water. The holy son celebrates, saying he knew Ningtian wouldn't last long and that he's about to fail. But the female disciples are completely captivated by his physique, and the holy son gets irritated by their blatant double standard. An arrow of disdain hits him as the women say he's just angry because he's too weak to endure it himself. The patriarch then unleashes his full power and a gigantic fire phoenix materializes above him. He notices the aura has a different quality and wonders if this could be the Tao of music. With several musical notes hanging in the air, Ningtian gets his confirmation it is indeed the Tao of music. His eyes light up as he thinks that since there are 3,000 paths, there must also be 3,000 veins. The young man, Ningtian, gets fired up, imagining that if he opens a vein for each path, he'll be absolutely invincible. The saintess watches in disbelief. He's opening musical dragon spiritual veins right there in the waterfall. The holy son is so utterly stunned to hear this that he spits out a mouthful of blood in a fit of pure rage. The poor guy then collapses, and the disciples around him try to wake him, but without much success. Suddenly, the patriarch feels his newly formed spiritual veins shattering one by one. The system informs him that the veins were fragile because he lacked the very essence of the Tao of music. Ningtian then has a revelation the system gave him mastery of the Tao, and this is truly a blessing. He asks to borrow the saintess's instrument, and the girl agrees, completely bewildered. The young woman tosses the instrument over, wondering what on earth he could possibly need it for while training. The patriarch catches the harp in mid-air, preparing to play under the full might of the waterfall. The moment his fingers touch the instrument, the system announces that the Tao of music is being activated. With that, he begins to play, and a powerful energy swirls around him, carried by the melody. The disciples are captivated by the sound, never expecting his skill to be so incredibly advanced. The music drifts throughout the entire Yachi sacred land, and everyone stops to listen to the beautiful tune. The queen hears the melody and realizes the player's understanding of the Tao must be incredibly profound. Intrigued, the woman decides to follow the sound, heading with her servants to the spring to see what's happening. As Ningtian plays the harp, he feels his veins growing stronger, yet senses something is still missing. The queen approaches, remarking that he's training his body and opening veins at the same time. The woman then offers her assistance, and the young man is taken aback by her sudden appearance. Feeling a bit awkward, Ningtian politely declines the offer, saying she shouldn't get involved in his business. She insists, pointing out that she can see his spiritual veins haven't reached their absolute peak. The queen then produces a flute, saying she'll show him precisely what he's lacking. At the sound of the woman's melody, Ningtian feels his spiritual veins begin to boil within his body. A golden energy envelops him, and he feels an immense power surging through his entire being. Several dragons of white energy take shape, merging into a powerful vortex of pure energy. The queen is impressed. She only meant to help a little, but he managed to go far beyond her expectations. The young man celebrates condensing 20 veins, leaving the Queen Mother of the West completely astonished. For this achievement, he earns a skill card that allows him to perform 3 teleports. Ningtian thanks her for her help, and the queen replies that only by working together can they reach greater heights. The woman makes a flirtatious comment, but the young man shuts her down immediately, stating he already has a wife. She calls him a bore, remarking there's no fun in a man who is so devoted. Watching the queen walk away, Ningtian asks the system to use the Mighty Physique card. The system confirms that the Mighty Physique card has been successfully activated by the host. 2.5 hours later, the disciples note that he doesn't look the least bit tired. The system announces that the card will replace the aura in his spiritual sea, startling the young man. Without his aura, Ningtian realizes he now has to endure the waterfall on sheer physical strength alone. Under the immense pressure, the young man coughs up blood, his eyes turning crimson with pain. He questions if the card is worth it, since it only strengthens his body without advancing his realm. The saintess grows worried, but the queen holds her back, saying cultivation is a struggle they must witness. Pushed to his absolute limit, Ningtian curses the system, wondering when this ordeal will finally be over. Just then, the aura exchange is complete, and a brilliant golden energy explodes from his body with immense force. He then floats through the air, completely enveloped in a sphere of fire and raw power. The patriarch feels his physique brimming with strength as he advances to the 5-star spiritual realm. With a grin, he celebrates the triple blessing that fortified his body and opened even more veins. The disciples go absolutely wild over his breakthrough, shouting that the patriarch is on another level. The queen then lightly teases the saintess, noting that she completely lost her composure for a moment. At that moment, the Holy Sun awakens and asks if Ningtian has already failed under the waterfall. One of the girls informs him that on the contrary, the patriarch has already endured for 5 straight hours. The poor guy is so shocked he screams in disbelief, unable to process that he lasted that long. Completely incredulous, he refuses to accept it, declaring that what she said is simply impossible. The Holy Sun then lashes out at the women, insisting that the patriarch is weak and could never outlast him. Full of arrogance, the young man dashes back into the water, yelling that he is number 1 in the world. The queen sees that his spirit has been shattered and orders someone to take him away to recover. Suddenly, one of the disciples lets out a piercing scream, grabbing everyone's attention. She covers her eyes and points, exclaiming that the patriarch is in the water without any clothes on. Mortified, Ningtian blames the system and wonders how he's ever going to explain this to his wife. The queen reassures him, promising they won't say a thing and will keep his secret safe. With a seductive glance, she remarks that the Empress is incredibly lucky to have him as a husband. Completely embarrassed, Ningtian begs them to drop the subject and never speak of it again. All at once, a golden energy floods the spring, leaving everyone to wonder what is happening. The saintess is amazed the spring, which had no aura before, is now practically overflowing with energy. The queen smiles knowingly and says the source of it all is undoubtedly the patriarch, Ningtian. The young man realizes the water is now infused with the aura of both thunder tribulation and immortal music. The saintess asks for permission to cultivate in the spring, and the queen grants it, saying the aura is harmless. The disciples immediately jump into the golden water, eager to seize this rare chance to cultivate. The patriarch feels incredibly awkward, wondering why on earth they're using his bathwater to cultivate. The women cheer, amazed that the spring is filled with an aura as potent as the patriarch's own energy. One of them shouts for joy after breaking through to a new level, and the others congratulate her. The girls then swarm around Ningtian, thanking him profusely for help in their cultivation. Overwhelmed and unsure what to do, the young man just stands there as the system absorbs a massive amount of faith energy. In moments, the energy absorption hits 100%, leaving him completely surprised. Desperate, Ningtian bolts from the water, trying to escape the awkward predicament. Once dressed, he announces that his business in Yachi is concluded, and he must be on his way. The queen tries to persuade him to stay a while longer, but he firmly refuses, insisting he must leave. She watches him depart, musing that he somehow managed to fill their sacred spring with his own aura. The queen bids him farewell, wondering aloud if he really has to go, since her disciples clearly wish he would stay. Ningtian gently declines the offer again, explaining his wife must be missing him and he needs to get back. But privately, the young man admits to himself he won't be able to resist the temptation if he stays any longer. He even pictures one of the disciples inviting him to her room to discuss life matters. The women gaze at him with longing, and the queen thinks to herself that men will be men. The patriarch then mounts his large bird and says his farewells, adding, "Perhaps we'll meet again." With that, he and his mount take to the skies, leaving the Yachi sacred land far behind. Mid-flight, the young man pulls out his map to chart the fastest route back. He estimates it'll take a full day to reach the Dark Mountains, marking the halfway point of his journey. With a confident smile, Ningtian imagines how he'll surprise his wife with his incredible new power. Seated comfortably on his mount, he continues his peaceful journey back to his sect. But his calm is shattered when the system alerts him to an imminent attack from 2 immortal emperors. The patriarch is thrown into a panic, unable to believe that 2 powerhouses of that level are after him. A gigantic fireball hurtles toward him, and he knows that if it connects, it's all over. In a desperate move, Ningtian commands the system to activate the Swift as Lightning skill card. The card activates, and the young man prepares to use the first of his 3 precious teleports. A brilliant blue energy envelops him, and he vanishes just a split second before the attack would have hit. The fireball impacts the mountain with explosive force, and his attackers wonder where he went. One of the old men conjures another sphere of red energy in his palm, readying a second attack. The two exchange a look, completely baffled as to where the young man could have disappeared. One of them mutters that the kid should have been vaporized and must possess some rare escape artifact. Shrouded in a purple aura, one of the old men uses a blood-tracking ability to find him. He quickly pinpoints the young man's direction, and the two immediately give chase with everything they've got. Thanks to his teleport, the patriarch reappears in a different location, surrounded by a swirling blue energy. Ningtian still can't wrap his head around the fact that two cultivators of that level have teamed up just to take him down. He then sighs, realizing he now only has 2 uses of his teleport card remaining. The system warns him that the 2 emperors are closing in on his position at an alarming rate. The young man knows his mount's top speed is nothing compared to that of an immortal emperor. Suddenly, one of the elders appears directly in front of him, catching him completely off guard with his speed. The young man's mount shrieks in terror, and he has no time to react to the sudden ambush. The attacker sneers, calling him a brat and asking where in the world he thinks he's running to. The second elder arrives, declaring that they've joined forces and the patriarch will now pay the price. Ningtian feels the immense pressure, realizing his meridians could rupture at any second. With a ferocious roar, the attacker unleashes a powerful blast of red energy to end him. The patriarch dives off his mount to buy himself a precious second to use his skill card. The attack strikes the mount directly, resulting in a massive explosion that lights up the sky. One of the old men smirks, saying he's finished, while the other remarks that the kid was surprisingly tough. But then, a flicker of blue energy emerges from the wreckage, and they realize he's somehow still alive. For managing to shock the 2 emperors, the system rewards him with a rejuvenation pill to heal his wounds. With a hateful grin, Ningtian curses the 2 old men, telling them, "Just you wait." Full of resolve, he commands the system to activate the final use of his teleport card. With the card activated, Ningtian vanishes in a streak of blue energy and lightning across the sky. On the ground, onlookers are stunned to see 2 emperors hunting a single person and wonder about his identity. Ningtian reappears with his mount, but the elders instantly catch up to him again with their incredible speed. One of them taunts him, asking how the patriarch plans to escape now that he's completely cornered. Seeing no other way out, he decides to unleash his power of faith ability to fight back. At his command, a potent golden energy manifests in his hand, ready to be unleashed. He then launches a powerful wave of golden energy directly at one of his assailants. The old man is enraged, unable to believe a mere brat like him would dare to attack him head-on. Just then, the other emperor conjures a bloody shadow claw, and Ningtian wonders if this is his end. In a heroic act, his mount throws itself in front of him, shielding him from the emperor's fatal blow. The bird is struck squarely by the energy claw, its body unable to withstand such immense power. The young man is blasted backwards, screaming the name of the loyal mount who sacrificed itself for him. One of the old men remarks that the beast was loyal, but now there's no one left to protect him. With his fists clenched and his heart filled with rage, the patriarch glares at his opponents, burning with a desire for vengeance. With his eyes glowing red with pure fury, he roars that he will absolutely annihilate both of them. The attacker scoffs, asking what on earth a lone boy can do against the 2 of them. Suddenly, a colossal golden figure appears above the young man's head, shocking everyone present. The elder recognizes it as a teleportation formation and yells at his friend to finish the brat quickly. But out of nowhere, the Queen Mother of the West appears, paralyzing both attackers with the melody from her flute. She glares at them coldly and says they have a lot of nerve to hunt a young man such a manner. One of the old men is terrified, knowing that the Queen and the Empress are the 2 cultivators closest to the divine realm. The young man is stunned to see his wife, the Empress, unable to believe she appeared to save him. With his head bowed in sorrow, he mourns his loyal mount, which passed on while protecting him. The Empress is consumed by fury and declares she will make both of their souls vanish from this world forever. But Ningtian stops her, insisting they must not interfere, because this fight is his alone. With eyes streaming with tears of rage, he shouts that he will end them with his own 2 hands. His wife sighs, saying he's always so stubborn, but agrees to at least stay to provide cover. With a look of fierce determination, the young man faces the 2 emperors and vows to defeat them by himself. The system warns him that if he proceeds, his cultivation will be ruined, and not even the pill can save him. For his unshakable resolve, the system rewards him with the Phantom of the Great Celestial Emperor. With this new power, Ningtian summons the Phantom of the Great Emperor and braces for battle. The Queen can hardly believe her eyes, and the 2 old men are equally terrified by the sight. The Empress is left speechless, wondering how he managed to summon the powerful Phantom once again. The attackers are baffled, unable to comprehend how someone from the spiritual realm could perform such a feat. The patriarch then rises into the air, enveloped in a golden aura, his eyes glowing red with hatred. The Phantom immediately charges at the 2 old men with overwhelming and devastating power. Left with no other option, the 2 decide to flee, splitting up in a desperate attempt to escape. One of them is caught by the Phantom and screams in agony as the powerful blow connects squarely. The other tries to get away but is grabbed by the legs, unable to escape the Phantom's relentless fury. Both the Empress and the Queen are left in awe at the sheer power of the attack the young man has unleashed. Conjuring a massive fire dragon, the Phantom assaults the two old men with devastating power. The Empress and the Queen strategically move to cut off any chance of escape. With their escape rope blocked, the two attackers are completely and utterly vanquished. One of them makes a final, desperate attempt to flee, screaming he will never set foot in this spiritual domain again. The Patriarch simply points at the fleeing elder and launches a small sphere of golden energy. The fugitive is struck squarely by the attack, crying out in pain from the force of the blow. Ning Tian then realizes his Phantom's time is nearly up and that he must act quickly. He decides he just has to endure a little longer to see this through to the end. The Phantom then gently picks up the body of the fallen mount, holding it in its enormous hands. Carefully, the spirit places the bird into the Patriarch's arms, congratulating him on his hard-fought battle. The Empress and the Queen watch on, wondering what on earth the young man is planning to do. With tears welling in his eyes, the young man wishes for his loyal mount to finally rest in peace. The Phantom then uses the very mountain to craft a tomb for the bird that made the ultimate sacrifice. The Empress is deeply moved by his gesture and remarks that those with kindness in their hearts will go far. With a proud smile, the woman thinks to herself that she knew, without a doubt, she had chosen the right person. Utterly exhausted from the effort, Ning Tian complains that he's about to pass out again as his body gives way. The Empress rushes to his side to support him, calling his name to keep him from falling. She cradles him in her arms, apologizing for being late and failing to protect him. The Queen then suggests she lay him on a rock, saying she will heal him with her music. With a special flute, the Queen channels her medical arts to begin healing the young man. As the flute's melody flows, a green healing energy envelopes Ning Tian's body, and he begins to respond. The young man remains unconscious, but the Queen's powerful healing energy is clearly taking effect. She stops playing and explains that while his external wounds are healed, his internal injuries remain. Full of resolve, the Empress declares that she will find a way to heal him, no matter the cost. The Queen then reveals that she knows of one method that might just heal the Patriarch for good. She explains that the legendary Yachi elixir promised to her could save him if administered now. The Empress doesn't hesitate for a second, telling the Queen to give him the elixir immediately. With a grave and worried expression, the woman states that she will not gamble with her husband's life. The scene then transitions to the Yachi sacred land, where the young man is being treated. The Empress and the Queen watch over him in a large medicinal bath as a servant brings the elixir. The Queen notes that, bizarrely, even though he's severely injured, his spiritual sea and veins are perfectly intact. With a look of deep concern, the Empress watches her unconscious husband in the healing water. Suddenly, Ning Tian begins to cry out in pain, his entire body turning a deep red from the elixir's effects. The Queen explains that an incomplete elixir can have side effects similar to powerful stimulants. The Empress grows desperate, asking how on earth they are supposed to cure him now. With a mischievous smirk, the Queen says that to solve this particular problem, his wife already knows the solution. She then suggests that the Empress could choose one of her disciples to assist with the task. The Empress becomes completely flustered at the suggestion, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. The Saintess asks the Queen to step outside, and the Queen wishes the two of them a very enjoyable time alone. With the Queen's departure, the couple is left alone in the room, and an awkward tension fills the air. The Empress then remarks that this situation has turned out to be quite beneficial for him, all things considered. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman decides she must take action. She then steps into the large bath, whispering that she can't just stand by and watch him fade away. With that, the Empress moves closer and helps him to manage the powerful effects of the elixir. The scene then fades, reopening the next day with the sun already high in the sky. Ning Tian hears someone calling his name and groggily wonders who it could be. With a startled cry, he jolts awake, sitting up in bed completely disoriented. Clutching his head, Ning Tian wonders if that entire chaotic experience was just a vivid dream. He then feels a deep ache throughout his body and complains that his back is absolutely killing him. Suddenly, the young man spots a lipstick mark on his neck, leaving him utterly confused. It then dawns on him his wife must have given him the elixir and helped him to recover. A golden energy begins to glow in his hand, and he wonders what this new power could be. The system informs him that it's the latent power of the elixir, which he can now use to advance his level. At his command, he begins to absorb the energy, and a massive golden explosion engulfs the room. Outside, the Queen and the Empress comment that this incident is sure to send shockwaves through the domain. Angrily, the Empress declares that if the so-called righteous path dares to make a move, she will deal with them personally. The Queen then teases her, saying she is far too protective of her husband. She then playfully asks why her friend is wearing her clothes, and the Empress awkwardly changes the subject. The woman thinks to herself that she could never admit that Ning Tian had torn all of her own clothes the night before. The Queen compliments the Patriarch's impressive physique and notes that he's already back to cultivating. With a look of intense focus, Ning Tian prepares to absorb the full power of the elixir. A colossal pillar of golden energy erupts into the heavens with unimaginable force. The Queen is in disbelief that he's advancing again, wondering how he's achieving it so rapidly. With that, the system congratulates him for breaking through to both the 6- and 7-star realms. For leaving the Queen utterly speechless, he gains a new Tao of music ability, the Celestial Sound Slasher. Ning Tian celebrates, realizing the elixir has propelled him to the next major realm of power. He then gets up and strides toward the two women who are watching him from a distance. The young man joyfully throws himself into the queen's arms, celebrating his advancement to the earthly king realm. The queen explains that he has fully absorbed the elixir's power, turning a disaster into a blessing. The couple then shares a look, a clear romantic spark in the air after everything they have endured together. With a smile and a slight blush, Ningtian compliments his wife, telling her she looks exceptionally beautiful. The woman tells him to stop his flattery and asks about the state of his body. He stretches dramatically and declares that he's fully recovered and bursting with energy to spare. With a warm smile, he pulls her into a hug, thanking her for everything she did to save him. The queen then chimes in, reminding him that she helped as well and deserves some thanks too. With a playful smirk, she invites him to return to Yachi, mentioning that her disciples are eagerly waiting for him. The young man gets flustered by the invitation and declines the queen's offer with a strange smile. Back at the Heavenly Demon Sect, two elders are growing concerned about the lack of news from the Patriarch. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light streaks across the sky, and they recognize it as the Empress. The woman arrives carrying her husband in her arms and tells him, "All right, you can let go now." Ningtian complains about her speed, and she retorts that if she'd gone any slower, he would have been a goner. The elders greet him with tears in their eyes, and the young man thinks they're being a little dramatic. Suddenly, a disciple stumbles into the hall, covered in blood and barely able to walk. The man gasps that Heavenly Wind City has been completely and utterly wiped out. The Empress and the Patriarch are horrified by the news and demand to know who was responsible. The woman immediately orders for the medics, seeing that the disciple's life is hanging by a thread. However, Ningtian steps forward, saying that he himself can save the injured man. The great elder questions this, pointing out that while he's a great cultivator, he is no physician. With a confident smile, the young man says, "I can't bring back the departed, but I can certainly heal him." The Empress instructs the elder to lay the man on the floor so her husband can begin the treatment. With a soft green energy glowing in his hands, the Patriarch prepares to heal the wounded disciple. He then brings out his instrument, and a soothing, healing melody fills the great hall. The Empress recognizes the technique, wondering if he is using the Tao of musical veins. Ningtian then uses his music to make the man float in the air, as the healing energy mends his wounds. The great elder is dumbfounded, wondering when on earth their Patriarch learned such an incredible skill. The Empress suspects that the queen never imagined he would master the Tao of music so completely. For astonishing everyone present, the system rewards him with a new martial arts skill, Swift Path. The disciple is fully healed, waking up completely recovered without a single remaining injury. The now healed man turns to thank his savior but seems to have no memory of what transpired. With a gentle note from the music, his memories come flooding back, and he falls to his knees before the couple. With his eyes burning with hatred, the disciple remains on his knees, pleading for vengeance. The great elder explains that ferocious monsters from the mountains had descended upon the city. Crying, the man reveals that the one behind it all was Yahello of the beast-taming sect. A flashback transports us to Heavenly Wind City, now under a full-scale assault by savage wolves. One of the disciples shouts in confusion, not understanding how monsters breached the city's protective barriers. Their leader, Li Chang, orders everyone to support the city guard and help the civilians escape. Suddenly, Yahello appears mounted on a giant bear, declaring that no one will be leaving here alive. With a malevolent glare, he announces that everyone in the city is fated to perish today. He then commands his beast to attack, and countless serpents made of purple energy materialize. Li Chang is caught off guard and screams in agony as the creature's surprise attack connects. Another disciple is also ensnared by the serpents and thrown violently by the force of the blow. The giant bear charges forward, crushing him under its claws without a shred of mercy. Li Chang roars in outrage, accusing them of controlling the monsters and orchestrating the entire disaster. Yahello just scoffs, saying that in order to vanquish demons, a few sacrifices are always necessary. A female disciple is captured by the bear and yells for her friend to run, shouting that the Patriarch will avenge them. Yahello mocks the Patriarch, saying he's nothing but a coward who hides behind women. With a wicked grin, he tightens the bear's grip on the girl, and she screams in excruciating pain. Li Chang cries out in despair, forced to watch his companion being mercilessly finished right before his eyes. The young man screams her name as the girl's lifeless body is tossed aside. Yahello laughs cruelly, promising to make Li Chang's end 1,000 times more painful than hers. Cradling his friend's body, Li Chang spits that the Patriarch and the sect will make him pay for this. Yahello scoffs at the threat, saying he won't allow mere demons to interfere in his affairs. With a savage swipe of its claws, the bear lunges at him, ending his life without pity. Back in the present, the disciple recounts how Yahello even hung the bodies of their comrades from the city gates. The man says that by the time he awoke, the city was already in ashes, and there was nothing he could do. Sobbing, he finished his tale, explaining that even his dear friend's body was displayed on the gate. The great elder is filled with righteous fury, declaring the beast-taming sect to be utterly despicable. The old man then begs the Empress to give the order for him to march out and annihilate the enemy sect. The Patriarch holds him back, and the elder angrily asks if he has grown fearful. The young man calmly explains that their sect is part of the Righteous Alliance, making a direct attack complicated. The great elder panics, asking if this means they won't be able to claim their revenge. With a cold, sinister smile, Ningtian says, "Oh, revenge will be had. Just not in the way you're thinking." The Empress is intrigued and asks him to share the plan he has in mind. He suggests they send disciples of the same generation to challenge them and deliver their vengeance. The elder expresses his concern, as Yileng is known to be the genius of his sect and incredibly powerful. With a look of unyielding determination, the patriarch announces that he himself will go and settle the score. The Empress looks at him, a silent understanding passing between them, and tells him to proceed with his plan. The elders fall to their knees, pleading with the woman not to let the patriarch go on this dangerous mission alone. The old man is worried because Yileng has recently advanced in level, making him a serious threat. The Empress simply gazes at them and says that they must place their trust in her husband and in his power. The young man helps the grieving disciple to his feet, and the Empress remarks that her husband always performs miracles. The great elder then decides that if the Empress has faith in him, then they must as well. Suddenly, a large group of disciples rushes in and kneels before the couple. Li Chang's younger brother begs to join the mission for vengeance, stating their blood cannot be shed in vain. All the other disciples kneel in unison, requesting to join the mission to avenge their fallen comrades. The crowd's fervor grows, with everyone demanding to join the battle and fight for the sect's honor. In a powerful chorus, they all shout that the blood of a sect disciple cannot go unavenged. The patriarch is deeply moved, witnessing the incredible unity and loyalty of all his fellow disciples. The great elder is swept up in the moment and declares he will support their mission with all his power. He then summons a magnificent steed of fire, saying he will lend it to them for their journey. The fiery creature materializes, and the elder introduces it as the wind-chasing flame horse. The old man explains that in just half a day, the beast can carry them to Heavenly Wind City. The patriarch mounts the fairy horse, ready to lead the charge for vengeance. With a thunderous battle cry, he commands everyone to follow him, to wash this day in the blood of villains. The troop gallops through the cold wind mountains, heading directly for the ravaged city. One of the disciples reports that they are just a few miles from the city, and the young man becomes alert. The man explains that the mountain range spans tens of thousands of miles, and they are currently on its outer edge. Suddenly, the patriarch detects a foul stench in the air, and his expression turns grim. He dismounts his horse and inspects the ground, noticing a mix of beast tracks and human footprints. The young man recognizes the strong smell of blood and knows it must be drifting from the city ahead. Ningtian concludes that the lingering scent from the city has begun to attract the wild beasts of the mountain. One of the disciples volunteers to hold off the creatures, urging the patriarch to press on ahead. With a confident smile, Ningtian says he'll use this as an opportunity to test his newly acquired skills. He then takes out his instrument, preparing to unleash his new musical technique. Using the celestial sound slasher, the young man sends forth multiple blades of shimmering golden energy. The beasts are struck directly, their bodies sliced cleanly in half by the overwhelming power of the attack. The disciples are in awe. The patriarch's music possesses the power to both save and utterly destroy. For shocking his followers, he gains another 100 aura cultivation points as a reward from the system. Suddenly, one of the disciples points toward the city gate, his voice trembling as he gets everyone's attention. The bodies of Li Chang and their sister tower hanging from the gate, a gruesome warning to all. The patriarch releases a wave of energy, instantly severing the ropes that held the bodies. Li Chang's brother manages to catch both of their fallen comrades before they hit the ground. The young man cradles his friend's body as the patriarch observes the scene with a cold, hard expression. With her head bowed, a female disciple says a quiet farewell to the friends they lost in the battle. The patriarch steps closer and notices a folded piece of paper clutched in the deceased disciple's hand. With a somber look, he takes the note and reads it silently to himself. In the letter, she expresses her hope that the patriarch would join her at the cliff upon his return. The young man then instructs Li Chang, his brother, to eliminate the remaining beasts and search for survivors. With his eyes burning with hatred, he announces he's going after the bodies of the other fallen disciples. Determined, the patriarch declares he will follow the trail of blood and hunt down those responsible. Ningtian tells them he'll be back soon and uses the water dragon's step to race ahead. Meanwhile, at a hidden camp, Yileng and his men are celebrating their successful mission. The man boasts that if the patriarch dares to show his face, he'll end up begging for mercy. With a lecherous smile, he pulls the girl in his lap closer, asking if she's getting excited. One of his henchmen jokes about the patriarch, saying how thrilling it would be to see him on his knees. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rips through the camp, and they wonder where it came from. In the next instant, blades of golden energy slice through the air, taking down Yileng's men one by one. The full moon hangs in the night sky as chaos and panic consume the camp. The woman is terrified, asking if the city's reinforcements have found them. Yileng dismisses it as nonsense, but the girl screams in pain as a blade pierces her back. The man is frantic, desperate to understand what on earth is happening to his men. Suddenly, the patriarch, Ningtian, appears on a high rock, staring him down with a grim expression. With his eyes glowing an ethereal blue, he declares, "I am the one who has come to take your life." Yileng underestimates him, assuming he must possess some special movement technique to be so fast. The man calls him a cornered rat, vowing he won't get another chance to escape under the moonlight. With a furious battle cry, Yileng lunges at the young man, aiming to finish him once and for all. With a smirk, the patriarch taunts him, asking, "Whoever said I only attack from the shadows?" He then unleashes his full power and a colossal spiritual sea materializes above him. Yahello is aghast. The boy's spiritual sea is even larger than that of an immortal emperor. The patriarch warns him not to get distracted and lands a solid punch right in the middle of his face. Ningtian follows up with the heavenly demon palm, launching a wave of blue energy at his opponent. The attack hits Yahello head-on, causing a massive fiery explosion at the point of impact. Battered and bruised, Yahello can't believe this is the power of the legendary patriarch, Ningtian. For shocking his enemy, the young man is awarded the Beast Tamer's Call ability. With his tenfold comprehension, he masters the new technique in the blink of an eye. The beast taming sect is renowned for its unique ability to control demonic creatures. Most of its disciples heavily rely on their tamed beasts for combat, lacking personal strength. However, a truly talented tamer can single-handedly fight against 10 opponents at once. With a smile, the patriarch thinks this new ability will be very interesting to use in the ongoing battle. Yahello is infuriated, demanding to know why on earth the young man is smiling at a time like this. Ningtian calmly replies that he's just thought of a fitting way to make him pay for his sins. The man arrogantly claims that vanquishing demons has been the righteous path since ancient times. The patriarch laughs and tells him he's mistaken, because that's not how the world truly works. With a green aura flaring around him, he declares that only the strongest get to decide the rules. Enraged, Yahello uses his demon gourd to summon his beasts for an all-out attack. Hordes of purple energy creatures materialize and charge toward the patriarch. The man screams for him to prepare to meet his doom as he commands his beasts to attack. The creatures completely surround him, and Yahello orders them to tear Ningtian to pieces. The young man is impressed by the high-level spiritual weapon but remains completely unfazed by the situation. With a confident smirk, he takes out his flute, saying, "This just makes things easier." With his flute to his lips, Ningtian uses the Beast Tamer's Call, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The melody creates a powerful wave of green energy that repels all the creatures, forcing them away from him. Yahello is in utter shock. The young man's beast-taming technique is somehow even more refined than his own. In a nearby camp, the other disciples hear a strange, enchanting sound and are put on high alert. The patriarch scoffs, remarking that his enemy's skills are disappointingly weak. Yahello is outraged, screaming that no one can surpass him in the art of the Beast Tamer's Call. With a grin, Ningtian replies, "Then allow me to teach you a lesson in your master's name." Under the patriarch's control, the man's own beasts turn against him, attacking him without mercy. Yahello is desperate, unable to comprehend what is happening to his loyal creatures. He tries to fight them off, but he is quickly surrounded with absolutely nowhere to run. The man draws his sword to defend himself, but one of the beasts lunges at him from behind. He screams in pain from the brutal blow and is violently thrown to the ground by the creature's attack. The patriarch taunts him from a distance, asking how it feels to be brought down by his own pets. Yahello calls him a despicable coward, as the patriarch continues playing his flute, maintaining control. The young man then draws his own sword, coolly stating that this is simply an eye for an eye. With a flaring red aura, he summons the red sky sword and prepares for the finishing blow. The young man reminds him of the massacre at the city, asking if he truly thought this day of reckoning would never come. With a powerful battle cry, he shouts, "This is for the people of Heavenly Wind City." Yahello howls in agony as he is struck, and the patriarch glares down at him with pure hatred in his eyes. With the final decisive blow, he declares, "And this is for the disciples of my sect who you took from us." Yahello screams in agony from the blow, feeling the sword's immense power coursing through him. In a desperate, final plea, the man falls to his knees, begging the patriarch to end his suffering. The young man coldly reminds him of the pleasure he took in mercilessly finishing his disciples. Yahello pleads for help, but Ningtian reminds him that all his men have already passed on. With a dark, unforgiving gaze, the patriarch tells him that he cannot escape the consequences of his actions. With his eyes glowing intensely, he declares, "The price for your sins is your very life." Back at the city, the disciples are holding a solemn memorial for their friends who were lost. The patriarch then returns, and Li Chang's brother is startled to see him back so soon. Suddenly, the disciple's eyes go wide with shock at the scene unfolding before him. The young man arrives, dragging Yahello by the hair, and unceremoniously dumps him on the ground like a sack of trash. Ningtian explains, "I left him his legs so that he could kneel and properly atone for his sins." Li Chang's brother vows that he will avenge them all, declaring their sect is not so easily broken. Yahello is terrified, pleading with them not to come any closer with their thirst for revenge. The scene then cuts to later that night, with the full moon casting its light over the quiet city. The patriarch sits on a rooftop, silently observing the disciples as they exact their vengeance on Yahello. He explains to his comrades that he was feeling down, so he took a walk to settle things. The disciples are in disbelief that he managed to wipe out the entire enemy encampment alone, without a single scratch. For leaving everyone completely stunned, he gains 5,000 aura points and advances to the 4-star Earthly King realm. The group is amazed that the patriarch has managed to level up yet again, immediately after a major battle. With their revenge complete, the young man announces that matters are settled, and they can now return home. The disciples voice their agreement and prepare to follow the patriarch's command. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently, and a sinister purple energy erupts from the earth. The disciples are startled, wondering if they're in the middle of an earthquake. The patriarch quickly realizes it's not an earthquake, but the beginning of a new beast tide. With a purple aura flaring in his eyes, the young man assesses the situation, concerned for the city's safety. He then tells Li Cheng's brother to accompany him to investigate the source of the disturbance. The disciple finds this odd, noting that the mountain beasts rarely, if ever, appear at night. Countless demonic creatures pour out of the forest, all shrouded in a sinister purple aura. The patriarch sees that they've arrived and braces himself for the impending conflict. The man voices his concern, as the sheer size of the beast tide could easily overwhelm them. In response, Ningtian takes out his instrument, preparing to use his beast-taming technique. The disciple wonders if his patriarch is truly going to master all 3,000 Dao's sword, music, and beast-taming. One of the massive creatures lets out a deafening roar, and the patriarch meets its gaze with a look of firm determination. With a single commanding gesture, he beckons a large tiger closer, leaving the disciple completely shocked. The young man calmly asks the beast why it has strayed so far from the Wind Mountain range. The tiger only snarls in response, and the patriarch stares it down with a piercing gaze. With his eyes glowing with power, he uses his ability to directly access the creature's mind. The young man then commands the beast to lead him deep into the mountain and show him what has frightened it. The tiger roars in acknowledgement and agrees to guide the young man to the location he requested. The creature leads him into the heart of the forest, where a mysterious purple energy is seeping from the ground. As Ningtian draws closer, he realizes the purple energy is emanating from within an ancient tome. He is surprised to see the tome is enveloped in an incredibly sinister and powerful aura. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of golden light shoots into the sky, opening a gateway into the structure. The patriarch knows that where there are celestial phenomena, there are always great treasures to be found. He decides to enter, telling his disciple to wait for him on the outside. The young man then leaps into the gaping hole and his friend shouts his name, Patriarch. In concern, he lands in a dark, cavernous space and notices he's surrounded by a strange, swirling red energy. With a single breath, Ningtian effortlessly dispels the energy, steeling himself for whatever lies ahead. The young man then proceeds with caution, ready to explore the depths of the mysterious tome. He soon comes face to face with a startling creature, a being that is half woman and half serpent. The woman laughs, remarking that she didn't expect the first to arrive would be such a handsome young man. She then introduces herself as Medusa and gives him a seductive look. The system immediately warns him that this creature is a guardian beast of rank 7 or even higher. The young man wonders if his music will have any effect on her and decides it's worth a shot. He leaps backward, taking out his instrument to attempt to tame the powerful creature. The woman seems offended, exclaiming that he's attacking her the very moment they've met. With a furious glare, Medusa launches a powerful wave of pink energy directly at him. The young man tries to explain, but he's hit squarely and sent flying by the force of the blow. The woman chastises him for the attack, and Ningtian realizes she is far too powerful for a direct confrontation. He concludes that his only option is to lower her guard somehow so he can find a way out. Medusa reveals she has guarded this tome for 20 long years and has been waiting specifically for him. The young man is ensnared by her powerful tale, and she remarks on the coincidence of his timely arrival. With a wicked smile, the creature says that since fate has brought them together, she will take good care of him. The woman then flashes her sharp fangs and lunges at him with incredible speed and force. But out of nowhere, the portal Ningtian used to enter reopens and a new figure appears. A massive explosion of golden light fills the chamber, and the Empress herself emerges to save him. The creature is taken aback by the woman's presence, wondering if she is a legendary immortal emperor. The young man is stunned, unable to believe his wife has appeared to rescue him yet again. Medusa just scoffs and says, "Well, look at that, your wife has arrived. You should watch this closely." The Empress declares that a mere rank 7 beast is no threat to her. She then launches a devastating sphere of golden energy, attacking the creature without a shred of mercy. The couple then watches as a thick barrier of ice instantly forms, protecting the tome from the attack. A disembodied voice explains that a high-level guardian beast can transform itself into a protective barrier. The young man realizes this tome must belong to a powerful celestial or immortal emperor. Suddenly, the Emperor of Dongxing arrives with his retinue, also here to explore the tome. With a slight smirk, he greets the Empress, noting it's been a long time since they last met. The man explains since this place lies within his kingdom, his presence here is only natural. With a sly smile, he adds that many different sects and factions will soon be flocking to this tome. The Empress asks him what he's implying, and the Emperor proposes a partnership. The Patriarch exchanges a look with his wife, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. The Patriarch asks what kind of partnership he has in mind, and the man says they should enter together. The Empress immediately asks what he wants in return, and the Emperor reveals a mysterious item. He explains he desperately needs the pure clear herb to aid his son, and that it grows within the tome. The young man questions him, asking why he needs their help when he has so many talented individuals at his command. The Emperor clarifies that there's a specific rule: only true geniuses are permitted to enter the tome. With a knowing smile, the Patriarch sees his true motive: he wants to use their sect as a distraction. He then pointedly reminds the Emperor of how incredibly disrespectful his son was on their wedding day. The guards murmur amongst themselves, commenting on the patriarch's boldness for speaking to the emperor that way. The young man warns him that if he loses his patience, any chance of cooperation will be off the table. The emperor forces himself to remain calm, thinking he can't afford to get angry with a mere brat. With a clearly fake smile, he offers an apology on his son's behalf for what happened. Both the patriarch and the empress are taken aback by the completely unexpected apology. The guards are in disbelief that their great emperor would apologize to a simple patriarch. The young man realizes you can't reason with someone putting on a false front, and that he'll need a different approach. The empress then flatly rejects the offer, leaving the patriarch pleasantly surprised by her decision. The man is stunned that she would refuse his offer, even after he had been so sincere. The woman coolly states that her sect can handle this alone and doesn't need others, slowing them down. The emperor's face darkens with anger, and he warns her that she will regret making an enemy of him. The patriarch laughs to himself, thinking there's no way they would let others reap the rewards of their efforts. He then says aloud that his wife truly understands him, admitting he never wanted to cooperate with them either. With a warm smile, the woman says she fully supports him and that he never needs to explain himself to her. In a bold move, the young man sweeps her up into his arms, saying he must reward her for her trust in him. He then carries her to a secluded hot spring hidden deep within the forest. The empress is amazed, asking him how on earth he knew about this hidden place. The young man explains that he spotted the spring when he was falling from the mountain earlier. Feeling a bit awkward, Ningtian says he sent her here to strengthen her physique, not for other reasons. The patriarch then starts to wonder if his wife now thinks he's weak, since she had to save him. She tells him to rest here for a few days until the tome opens, assuring him that she will help him train. The woman explains that while the emperor clearly had ill intentions, the rules of the domain are absolute. The young man tells her not to worry, promising he will ensure their sect emerges victorious. She then reminds him that sincerity is key, as they still have several days before the tome unseals. With a mischievous grin, the young man playfully pushes her into the water, saying she must be hungry. He then moves closer to her with a seductive look, ready for their private moment together. 10 days later, the tome's barrier finally shatters, and the assembled crowd wonders where the guardian monster is. Medusa is irritated by the scent of so many humans, unable to believe her barrier has been broken. Suddenly, the creature is struck by a powerful beam of light and cries out in pain from the unexpected attack. The elder from the Righteous Alliance commands his men to increase their power and finish the serpent. The creature is bombarded by several light-based attacks, unable to properly defend itself. The Saintess of Yaoqi asks why they don't simply seal it, but the elder coldly replies that the alliance eliminates all threats. The leader of the Tianbao Sacred Land cheers and orders his men to be the first to enter the tomb. The Saintess of Yaoqi looks on with concern, as no one from the Heavenly Demon sect has arrived yet. The elder from the Righteous Alliance scoffs, suggesting they must have tucked tail and run in fear. Suddenly, a confident voice echoes through the area, saying, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, old man." The Saintess blushes deeply as she instantly recognizes the voice of the patriarch, who has made a surprise entrance. Ningtian appears riding a magnificent fire dragon and announces that his sect would naturally be present. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect erupt in cheers at the arrival of their patriarch, a wave of relief washing over them. The other cultivators are stunned by the young man's reputation, finding it hard to believe he escaped the two emperors. The old man is enraged, declaring that a mere earthly king has no right to mock the Righteous Alliance. The great elder then makes his presence known, stepping forward to ask if his old friend dares to teach them a lesson. The aggressor warns him that the sect's supreme elder is far more powerful than they are. The Saintess suggests that since the Heavenly Demon sect has arrived, they should all enter the tome together. The patriarch then shoots a childish, taunting face at the old man, clearly trying to provoke him. He turns to the Saintess and asks, "So who are all the shiny guys over there?" The young woman explains they are the holy sons from the Tianbao Sacred Land and the Ascension sect. The young man feigns astonishment, asking if they're famous for being incredibly rich or something. The Saintess quietly warns him be cautious, as the Righteous Alliance is known for being extremely petty. With a thumbs up, the patriarch thanks her for the heads up, promising he'll be careful during the exploration. All the groups then converge on the massive stone door of the tome, ready to finally enter. The elder from the Righteous Alliance glares at the young man with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. With a condescending smile, he points and orders the patriarchs to step forward and open the door for them. The man claims that since he's from an ancient demon sect, he needs to do the heavy lifting to earn any treasures. The patriarch immediately sees through the old man's scheme. He wants to use the smaller sects as cannon fodder. With little choice, a man from a smaller sect nervously approaches the door to try and open it. Suddenly, a volatile purple energy erupts from the door, striking him with unimaginable force. The man is instantly consumed by the energy, his body completely disintegrating on the spot. The elder of the Righteous Alliance celebrates, declaring that the tome's door is now finally open. But the patriarch shouts for everyone to halt, saying he sensed something deeply unsettling from within. The others are confused, wondering why he would stop them from entering the now open tome. Suddenly, the lifeless body of the man who opened the door slumps to the ground, his eyes turn to milky white. The crowd is terrified, believing they've disturbed a celestial spirit that is now seeking revenge. The elder of the righteous alliance scolds them, saying it's only natural for an ancient tomb to be filled with traps. The patriarch then hears the faint sound of a flute and wonders where the music is coming from. The elder of the righteous alliance challenges him, asking how he could hear it when no one else did. The others murmur that despite his legendary status, he is still just an earthly realm cultivator. The saintess confirms she also heard the sound, identifying it as a deadly sound formation. She explains that she read in an ancient text that this formation will not cease until every intruder has departed. The other cultivators are now deeply impressed with the patriarch, admitting he is worthy of his legendary reputation. The crowd's mood turns to worry as they wonder how they'll ever enter the tomb with such a powerful formation in their way. The saintess tells them not to fret, as she possesses a sound-breaking art that can counter it. She then explains that to perform it, she will need one person to cooperate with her. The saintess explains that the formation can be broken if someone continuously channels energy into her as she works. The patriarch understands immediately the righteous alliance plans to sacrifice the weaker cultivators to get inside. One of the alliance's elders scoffs, callously stating that the weak should feel honored to sacrifice themselves for the strong. The young man retorts, "In that case, you should go first, old man. After all, you don't have much time left anyway." The saintess quickly intervenes, saying the art doesn't require that much power and that she herself can assist. The alliance elder is fuming but reluctantly agrees, as entering the tomb is more important than his pride. He then questions how a mere disciple from the earthly king realm could possibly help with the Tao of music. The young man mocks him, saying, "Just because an old fossil like you is ignorant, doesn't mean the rest of us are." The young woman asks him to hold out his hand so she can transfer the sound-breaking art to him. Blushing, the saintess recalls seeing him and the queen play together and admits she's been hoping for this opportunity. As their hands touch, a brilliant golden energy begins to flow between them. The system instantly activates tenfold comprehension, and the young man begins absorbing the complex art. In a matter of seconds, the comprehension is complete, and he has fully and perfectly mastered the new skill. The young man then turns and casually says, "All right, I'm done," leaving the saintess utterly speechless. The crowd is in disbelief, wondering if he actually learned the art in under a minute or is just showing off. The old man declares they cannot entrust their lives to a lying, boastful brat. The patriarch laughs, remarking he didn't realize the members of the alliance valued their lives so highly. The saintess then offers her personal instrument in case the patriarch doesn't have one suitable for the task. The young man accepts with thanks, noting that her instrument is of much higher quality than his own. He thinks to himself that he really needs to get his hands on a high-grade spiritual weapon for the Tao of music someday. The saintess begins to play her flute, and a soft pink aura envelopes her as the melody fills the air. The young man moves to her side, and the young woman assures him that everything is fine and he shouldn't worry. With an adoring look, she gazes at him, and the patriarch is momentarily left without a reaction. She explains that this instrument is an extension of her soul, and to play it is like touching her very being. Blushing deeply, the saintess tells him they should begin, and the young man agrees with a confident smile. The great elder thanks them on behalf of everyone, and the group steels themselves to enter the tomb. The great stone door finally groans open, revealing a sinister, all-consuming darkness within. The volatile purple energy recedes from the doorway, unveiling a dark and mysterious passage. The elders peer into the tomb's entrance, mentally preparing for whatever dangers lie ahead. With the help of the patriarch and the saintess, the group is finally able to begin their entry into the tomb. Ningtian starts to play his new instrument, and powerful waves of golden energy ripple outwards. The melody creates a protective shield that pushes back the oppressive purple energy of the sound formation. The saintess is astounded. His mastery of the Tao of music is clearly far more advanced than her own. The young man continues to play, systematically dismantling the ancient formation with the instrument's melody. The elders can't believe his level of skill, admitting that the patriarch is not to be underestimated. For leaving everyone in awe, the system rewards him with the treasure hunt skill card. The young man then turns to the saintess, asking her to join him in the melody. The young woman nods, and the two begin to play together in perfect, seamless harmony. The purple energy of the formation finally shatters, and in its place, a giant skeleton rises to attack them. The duo quickly sits down, weaving their music together to create a purple musical formation on the ground as a defense. Using their musical formation, the pair manages to shatter the attacking statues and defend against the skeleton. As the dust settles, the deadly sound formation is finally and completely broken. The young man returns the instrument, thanking the saintess for her invaluable help. Blushing and flustered, the young woman stumbles over her words, caught off guard by the patriarch's gratitude. Awkwardly, the saintess says there's no need for thanks, and that helping him was truly a pleasure. The elder of the righteous alliance impatiently orders everyone to move now that the formation is down. The group rushes in the tomb, spreading out across the vast hall to explore the ancient site. Suddenly, the heavy stone doors slam shut, trapping everyone inside the pitch-black tomb. The great elder shouts a warning for everyone to be on their guard, and the saintess voices her agreement. The only illumination in the massive chamber comes from a single, flickering candle on a distant stone wall. All at once, a colossal statue of a man wearing a stone mask looms over them in the hall. Dozens of other warrior statues spring to life, completely surrounding the intruders. One of the men nervously asks if the statues are moving, and the others sharply tell him to be quiet. The great elder warns the patriarchs to be careful, sensing something is deeply wrong with these statues. Out of nowhere, the eyes of one of the statues begin to glow with a sinister, crimson light. The statue lurches into motion, and one of the men screams for everyone to run for their lives. With its gigantic sword, the statue attacks, crushing several of the tomb raiders beneath it. One of the disciples attempts to strike the creature, but his sword fails to even scratch its stone surface. Another tries a powerful fire technique, but it proves equally useless against the magical statue. The creature then turns its attention toward the saintess, raising its stone sword to strike her down. One of the disciples freezes in terror, unable to react as the stone statue bears down on her. In a flash, the patriarch appears and activates his spirit destruction ability. With a crackling blue aura and lightning dancing in his hand, he prepares to face the stone guardian. The young man charges forward, striking the stone creature with an incredibly powerful electric blow. The statue cannot withstand the sheer force of the attack and begins to crack and fall apart. He shatters the statue into 1,000 pieces, saving the disciple from certain doom. The patriarch asks if she's alright, and the visibly shaken young woman thanks him for saving her life. The young man realizes the spirit residing within the statue is a perfect source of nourishment for his pearl. With a grin, he thinks to himself that it would be rude to refuse such a generous gift. He then turns his attention to the remaining statues, intending to wipe them all out. With his powerful lightning attacks, he effortlessly destroys the stone creatures, leaving everyone speechless. The other disciples can hardly believe he is so overwhelmingly strong, their jaws hanging open in awe. The holy son of Dongxing remarks that the defensive power of their stone armor is truly extraordinary. The women are completely enthralled, noting that he dispatched all those statues without even breaking a sweat. Prince Lin Xiao observes from the sidelines, his face a mask of pure hatred and contempt. With a furious glare, he vows that sooner or later, he will be the one to put an end to the patriarch. The young man continues his onslaught, systematically destroying the statues with his raw electric power. For both shocking and motivating the other geniuses, the system rewards him with 5,000 points of cultivation aura. The young man feels the surge of new energy and prepares to break through to the next level. He asks the great elder to stand guard and protect him while he advances his realm. The elders are confused, wondering what he's doing and assuming he has depleted his spiritual energy. But then, the patriarch unleashes a massive torrent of blue energy and lightning from his body. The old men are in disbelief. Not only does he have a spiritual C, but he's advancing his level right here and now. The women celebrate, declaring they knew all along he was the most capable man among them. With that, he successfully advances within the earthly king realm and gains another precious point of comprehension. The young man realizes that with just 10% more, he can open even more spiritual veins. He then rises to his feet and informs the great elder that the main hall should be just ahead. Suddenly, a colossal skeleton seated upon a grand throne captures everyone's attention. The group proceeds into the main hall and is astounded by the sheer scale of the place. The patriarch picks up a random book and realizes he could find countless high-level techniques here. He immediately begins to sift through the ancient books and scrolls lining the shelves. The young man also notices that the hall is filled with an arsenal of top-quality spiritual weapons. With a hopeful smile, he opens a large chest and finds it overflowing with gold coins. The other cultivators cheer, exclaiming that with all these treasures, their sects will become invincible. Just then, the skeleton slowly rises from its throne, fixing its glowing red eyes on the intruders. Suddenly, the patriarch feels a strange fluctuation of energy, and the great elder asks him what's wrong. The young man dismisses it, saying it's probably nothing and that he's just being overly cautious. The old man then speculates that the skeleton on the throne must be the original master of this tomb. One of the disciples arrogantly struts up to the throne to get a closer look at the skeleton. He mockingly says that the dead should be respected, that their sect shouldn't be disturbing its rest. The disciple scoffs at the patriarch for being afraid of the dead and greedily reaches for the skeleton's ring. He then grabs the skeleton's ancient sword, celebrating his discovery of a true immortal-grade weapon. In an instant, the skeleton lurches to life, its eye sockets blazing with a sinister red energy. With its bony hand, the skeleton seizes the man's face and a full purple energy engulfs him. The young man is lifted effortlessly into the air as the skeleton glares at him with its glowing red eyes. In a fit of terror, the man screams for his master to save him from his impending doom. The other cultivators are horrified by the scene and begin to scatter in a desperate panic. The disciple's master turns, unable to believe what is happening to his prized apprentice. The skeleton then vanishes and reappears directly in front of him, still holding the man's body. Suddenly, a sphere of roiling purple energy materializes on the stairs, putting everyone on high alert. The master is enraged by the skeleton's audacity, calling it an incompetent fool for its defiance. The patriarch chuckles, remarking it was obvious that with so many treasures, someone was bound to get greedy. The other cultivators are confused, asking if he's referring to some kind of special treasure. The ring on the skeleton's finger begins to glow with a faint red light, drawing everyone's attention. The disciple's master recognizes it as a high-grade storage ring and is visibly impressed by the item. The old man realizes this spiritual artifact must contain all the treasures of the tome's original owner. He inwardly fumes, thinking his idiotic disciple tried to claim such a prize without telling him first. The man then flies directly at the skeleton, declaring he will save his disciple and claim the ring for himself. He attacks the skeleton, warning that if it continues to play dead, he will obliterate it without mercy. With a single powerful strike from his sword, he aims to shatter the skeleton's skull. But to his utter astonishment, his powerful sword shatters on impact, and he can't believe his weapon has been destroyed. The skeleton then seizes him by the neck, and the man cries out in pain from the crushing grip. With a single effortless motion, the skeleton hurls him across the room, where he lands in a crumpled heap. The patriarch is shocked that old man was a powerful 8-star celestial expert. The man lies on the ground, dazed and unable to move after the devastatingly swift attack. With a chilling, silent laugh, the skeleton turns its attention to the other intruders in the tomb. It then advances on the Great Elder, attacking him with its dark purple energy. The old man wonders aloud if it was the people from the Taimbao sacred land who managed to escape. He grows angry, realizing their information was wrong, and this tomb must belong to a great emperor. One of the men explains they stumbled upon a dark room and were violently ejected from it. The old man is worried, knowing that with the loss of so many of his men, the tomb has become far more dangerous. The young man agrees that if this is a great emperor's tomb, it's far beyond what they can handle. Suddenly, the skeleton appears before them, staring directly at the patriarch with its glowing red eyes. The young man is startled, wondering why on earth the terrifying skeleton is singling him out. The skeleton then conjures a vortex of swirling purple energy, attempting to suck the young man inside. The patriarch struggles to resist, but he is steadily pulled by the vortex's immense force toward the skeleton. The other geniuses quickly rally, declaring the place is too dangerous and they must fight together. They all then fly towards the skeleton, attempting to save their comrade from the creature's attack. The skeleton turns to face the new wave of attackers, preparing for the impending confrontation. With a sphere of raw purple energy in its hand, the creature launches a powerful counter-attack against them. The Great Elder is impressed by the creature's raw power and braces himself for the incoming attack. With a silent, malevolent laugh, the skeleton faces its opponents, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Everyone feels the skeleton's overwhelming spiritual pressure and collapses to the ground, completely immobilized. The patriarch decides he has no choice but to use his God's record ability to fight the formidable creature. With a powerful battle cry, he unleashes a colossal fire dragon to shatter the oppressive force. The brilliant golden energy of the dragon breaks the purple pressure, freeing everyone from the skeleton's control. The crowd is amazed, not expecting him to possess such an incredibly strong fighting spirit. The other geniuses are inspired, declaring they can't fall behind and must fight together. With a massive combined attack, they all unleash their energies against the skeleton with everything they've got. The patriarch realizes the skeleton's strategy. It immobilized the strongest first, then subjugated the weaker ones. Suddenly, the ring on the skeleton's finger flashes, and a mysterious new figure appears. A young girl in a hood materializes, casually sitting on the skeleton's shoulder with a playful smile. With a sweet voice, she remarks that the young man is very clever and that she's taken a liking to him. The saintess is indignant, calling the girl a monster who is merely toying with them. The girl then introduces herself properly and welcomes them all to her tomb. The crowd is flabbergasted, finding it impossible to believe that this small child is the master of the tomb. The patriarch realizes that if she refers to them as challengers, then this isn't just a tomb. With his eyes gleaming, he wonders if the entire tomb is a setup, and if she's been expecting them. The saintess formally introduces herself and politely asks the senior to allow them to leave in peace. The girl recognizes her as a child of Yachi and seems surprised to see a new saintess. One of the elders is shocked to realize the girl is the legendary third great sage of old. The patriarch is confused by this, and the saintess gives him a serious, worried look. The young woman explains that the sage and the ancient saintess of Yaoqi were two incredibly close and powerful figures. One of the elder women wonders how she can still be alive when the ancient saintess passed on eons ago. The girl scoffs at the question, retorting, "Why are you still alive if the other one is long gone?" She explains that the so-called path to godhood is, in reality, a path to utter destruction. With a wicked smile, she says she cannot allow her old friend's descendant to walk down that same path. The sage then unleashes a powerful green energy, declaring it's better to end things here and now. Everyone is caught in the wave of energy, completely unable to defend themselves from the girl's attack. The elders realize they are trapped and decide it's better to risk everything in a desperate attempt to escape. Suddenly, one of the disciples begins to laugh hysterically, and the girl wonders what he finds so amusing. The young woman is annoyed, not understanding how his unstable heart allowed him to break free so quickly. The young man turns to face her directly and says, "With all due respect, senior, I believe you are gravely mistaken." With a look of fury, the girl is taken aback by his audacity to claim that she is wrong. The great elder despairs, whispering that this sage is on the same level of power as their empress. The patriarch retorts that anyone who practices the Tao is, by definition, going against nature and defying fate. With a challenging gaze, he asks her why she is still here if, by her own logic, she should have passed on. The girl is irritated by his arrogance, but at the same time, she's deeply impressed by his indomitable will. With a smile, she praises him, saying that with willpower like that, he is akin to a great emperor. The patriarch is left completely bewildered, having no idea what she's talking about. The saintess is impressed, realizing the patriarch's words have genuinely affected the third great sage. The girl then announces that since he has impressed her, she will grant him a special opportunity to improve. With a flash of light from her finger, she attacks him, and the patriarch is unable to dodge in time. The girl tells him not to hold it against her, as not everyone receives a chance like this. She then floats in a vast empty space, surrounded by a purple aura and a cosmic backdrop. The sage is utterly shocked to see the legendary thunder dragon spiritual being within the young man's body. A colossal fire dragon materializes, and the girl can't believe he is a true, bona fide god. Blushing and flustered, the girl stammers that she was just passing through and will be on her way. The dragon attacks her, sending her flying, but the patriarch manages to stop it with a golden shield. The girl is in disbelief. Not only does he possess the divine physique, but he can also restrain her power. For managing to shock the great sage, the system rewards him with the mind-reading skill card. With a grin, the young man celebrates his new ability, which allows him to read people's thoughts. The young woman claims his physique is not compatible with her power and that she must seek another opportunity. The patriarch laughs at her flimsy excuse, and the girl snaps at him to shut up and give her a break. She then turns her attention back to the others, preparing to continue the tome's challenge. The sage explains that she was gravely injured 300 years ago, and this tome contains her final inheritance. The elder from Yachi is stunned by this revelation, and the rest of the group gets excited about the opportunity. The girl then clarifies that the intense pressure from before was merely the first round of her test. She warns that anyone who failed to withstand that pressure has already forfeited their chance. With a malevolent look, she announces that for the losers, there is only one possible outcome. With a single command, the sage launches dozens of purple energy spheres at those who failed the first test. The dark energy strikes them directly, and they are instantly and completely disintegrated. One of the surviving disciples is horrified, remarking that the senior's rules are far too cruel. The girl then announces the continuation of the test, warning that the inheritance can only be claimed by the living. The patriarch is angered by her ruthlessness, thinking the young sage is completely unhinged. She then turns to the group from Yachi, stating that her inheritance is not suitable for them. The elder from Yachi is instantly teleported out of the tome in a swirl of bright, purple energy. The saintess thanks the sage, and the other disciples from Yachi are also sent safely outside. The elder wisely thinks it's for the best not to get involved in such a dangerous and complicated affair. The remaining disciples are envious, wondering who else among them might be close with the powerful sage. The saintess then steps forward, asking to stay, and says she has another friend who can help her. She bows respectfully and asks the senior to allow her friend to remain in the tome as well. The sage is intrigued and asks if this friend is her husband, or perhaps the man she loves. Completely flustered, the saintess clarifies that the young man is the husband of their sex empress. The girl is surprised that someone so young could already have such a powerful wife. The patriarch intervenes, telling the saintess not to worry about him, as he'll be perfectly fine. With a confident smile, he declares that he is actually quite interested in the sage's inheritance. The girl seems pleased by this, noting that if he obtains her inheritance, his physique will improve dramatically. She then announces the second stage of the test, and the giant skeleton rises once more. With a silent battle cry, the skeleton charges, and the sage announces that the test has now begun. The sage explains that there are 9 gates before them, and the golden one leads to safety and departure. She then warns that the purple gate, however, will trap a person in an inescapable, eternal nightmare. With a cryptic smile, the girl tells them to choose their fate and prepare themselves. The disciples are suspicious, wondering why she's being so helpful and sensing there must be a catch. The other geniuses decide to choose the Blythe door, wanting to test if the sage is bluffing. The patriarch senses that something is amiss and decides to use his newly acquired mind-reading card. The system activates the card, and the young man focuses, preparing to read the girl's true thoughts. Through her mind, he hears that to her, life and departure are one and the same. The young man is furious, realizing that no matter which of those doors they choose, the outcome is the same. He then deduces that there must be a hidden, third option that could provide a real way out of the tome. The sage is visibly surprised to see the boy confidently walk towards the purple door of the nightmare. With a smirk, the patriarch says he finds her choices very interesting and steps through the portal. He is immediately hit by the smell of blood and smoke and wonders what awaits him inside. The young man is shocked to find himself standing once again in the ruins of Heavenly Wind City. The ghost of Li Chang glares at him with hateful eyes, demanding that he avenge their fallen comrades. Suddenly, the patriarch feels a searing pain and realizes he's been stabbed from behind. The phantom of Yi Leng attacks him, screaming for him to save him while simultaneously trying to end him. The young man is struck by the villain, and his physical body begins to sustain real injuries. With a single powerful blow, Yi Leng sends him flying, and the patriarch is unable to defend himself. The villain taunts him, asking if he dares to avenge his disciples, and prepares for the final, killing blow. With a wicked grin, the phantom of Yi Leng vows to wipe out his entire sect if he doesn't strike him down. Countless voices echo in his mind as the young man is surrounded by the ghosts of all his past enemies. With his eyes burning red with hatred, he finally surrenders to his inner demon and his overwhelming thirst for revenge. Surrounded by these phantoms, he roars that he will get his revenge and annihilate every last one of them. The young man then unleashes a powerful aura of fire, preparing to fight within the endless nightmare. But then, a moment of clarity strikes him. He remembers that the real Leng is already gone and wonders why he would need to defeat him again. Suddenly, his consciousness starts to waver, and he's overcome by a powerful wave of dizziness. With a gasp, the patriarch jolts awake, panting heavily in his own bed, back in the real world. He sits up, completely disoriented, and wonders if that entire ordeal was just an incredibly vivid dream. The Empress appears at his bedside, asking if he's finally awake after sleeping for so long. She gently questions him about his dream, and he explains he was with many people inside a strange tomb. The young man recounts how he entered the nightmare door and saw the ruins of Heavenly Wind City. She then sits beside him, asking him how he feels after being unconscious for so long. The young man complains that his body aches, and the woman looks at him with a serious and concerned expression. However, he then notices that her acting seems a bit forced, and he begins to suspect something is wrong. With a serious gaze, the young man looks at the woman, trying to figure out what's really going on. Suddenly, the Saintess and the Queen appear, playfully inviting him to come and have some fun with them. The three women begin to surround him, and he wonders how on earth he's supposed to fight all of them. The Empress moves closer, whispering that their game will make everyone very happy. With a snap of her fingers, the Saintess transports him, and the young man finds himself back at the immortal spring. The Saintess explains the spring is infused with a spiritual aura, and she thinks of him every time she bathes here. She then moves closer, suggesting that if they were to cultivate together, they would both reap immense benefits. The three beautiful women surround him, inviting him to break through to the next level alongside them. The Empress approaches, urging him to break through all their barriers together, once and for all. The young man knows that if he fails to resist this test, he will be consumed by his desires and will perish. He resolutely backs away, stating that his real wife would never act this way, and that they are not her. The young man also realizes that the Queen and the Saintess are illusions as well, confirming his suspicions. With a steely gaze, he declares that he sees through their tricks, and it's time to put an end to this farce. The women just laugh, saying they don't believe for a second that he can truly resist them. The false Empress then creates dozens of copies of herself, surrounding him with a swirling purple aura. The clones all try to seduce him, telling him to stop resisting and simply give in to them. With alluring smiles, they ask if he doesn't find them desirable, begging him to just look at them. In response, Ningtian closes his eyes and decides to activate his god's record to fight back. At his command, a brilliant golden energy explodes from his body, instantly vaporizing all the clones. The vortex of golden energy completely consumes the illusions, dispelling them with its immense power. The Patriarch then opens his eyes and declares that, for him, the nightmare is finally over. With a look of profound determination, he states that he is not the simple man they take him for. The young man then steps out of the purple portal, wondering if he is still trapped within the dream. Suddenly, he hears someone call his name and turns to see who it is. The other geniuses who have also escaped are stunned to see that the Patriarch has made it back. The young man tosses a small rock to get their attention, telling them all to halt. He then wonders if they are real, or just another one of the tome's elaborate illusions. Using his mind-reading ability, he hears their thoughts and confirms that they are, in fact, real. The Patriarch then approaches the group, and they all confirm they have returned to the real world. The Holy Sun greets him, and the young man asks him when he managed to get back from the tomb. The man asks him about his own experience in the dream, and if he really escaped through the purple nightmare door. The young man is surprised, asking if they didn't all exit through the golden door of life. The Holy Sun explains that after he entered that door, he was forced to battle countless evil spirits. Ningtian clenches his fists, furious as he realizes the sage played him, tricking him with the nightmare door. The system advises him to remain calm, explaining that what happened was not a result of his own failing. The young man then understands that the sage's plan was to exploit the inner demons of every challenger. The Holy Sun confirms that the Patriarch was the only one to emerge from the purple door, leaving him deep in thought. The others are astounded, as no one else who chose the purple door managed to make it back. The young man explains that the dream world created by the sage was ultimately defeated by his own will, allowing him to return. For shocking everyone, he is awarded the martial arts sword tracing shadow. With his tenfold comprehension, he instantly masters the technique, and his physique grows even stronger. His attribute panel now displays a host of new and powerful abilities he has acquired. The young man then begins to ponder how he can further improve his physique and become even more powerful. Prince Lin Xiao watches with fury, unable to believe the Patriarch has gotten lucky yet again. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, and the group wonders what on earth is happening now. Suddenly, a colossal, ancient tree rises from the ground, and everyone is stunned by the sight of the spiritual weapons adorning it. The tree is laden with countless spiritual weapons, including some incredibly powerful immortal-grade artifacts. One of the men is overcome with greed and immediately flies toward the tree to claim the treasures for himself. But a giant hand made of blue energy descends from above, smashing him into the ground and annihilating him instantly. The crowd is terrified. The man was a powerful cultivator from the Heavenly King realm, yet he was dispatched in a single blow. A woman with long white hair appears, coolly stating that anyone who breaks her rules will perish. The disciples can't believe their eyes. The third sage has somehow aged into an adult in a matter of moments. The woman clarifies that the young girl they saw outside was merely her physical vessel and that she is the true examiner. The patriarch now understands why the two are so similar and prepares himself for the next test. The woman announces that the third test involves the ancient weapon tree standing behind her. She explains they must form teams, and the tree will bestow upon each of them a single weapon. The other cultivators celebrate, realizing that if they are lucky, they could obtain a legendary immortal weapon. The woman then produces an hourglass and adds that only the one who claims the single immortal weapon will survive. The disciples are thrown into despair, as this means 9 of them are about to meet their end. The patriarch realizes the grim truth: the path to godhood is paved by defeating all other contenders. The woman is surprised by his insight and asks if he has noticed anything else. The young man explains that the senior wants to recreate a legendary battle, and the time limit is extremely short. He then concludes there must be something else at play in the lake below, beyond just watching them eliminate each other. The woman laughs, admitting his intelligence makes her like him more and more. With a snap of her fingers, she declares the third stage will begin with him, and teleports him into the arena. The other disciples immediately charge toward the woman, and she watches their approach with a calm, serious expression. The woman faces them down, preparing for the conflict that is about to erupt. The patriarch assesses his opponents, recognizing they are all powerful and that he must be cautious. Prince Lin Xiao sneers that there's always a way out and that Ningtian is destined to perish today. The woman then clearly states the 3 rules of the test, warning them of the severe consequences for breaking them. She explains that once a weapon has been chosen, it cannot be exchanged and it cannot be stolen. With the test about to commence, all the participants brace themselves for the coming battle for survival. Suddenly, a giant monster erupts from the water, launching a surprise attack on one of the disciples. The young man uses his water dragon step to deftly dodge the massive creature's attack. He is surprised, not having expected there to be powerful monsters lurking in the lake. Out of nowhere, the prince launches a sneak attack from behind, but the patriarch manages to evade it just in time. The young man skillfully dodges the prince's follow-up attacks, leaving the prince visibly impressed. The patriarch then recognizes the prince as the same scoundrel who covets other men's wives. The man underestimates him, boasting that even the weakest among their group is on the same level as him. The prince then threatens him, telling him not to worry because he will take good care of his wife after he's gone. With a look of pure, unadulterated rage, the patriarch declares, "You are practically begging to meet your end." The woman is surprised to see that the young man possesses more than just the legendary Thunder Vian. The system then activates the Tao of the sword, and the patriarch prepares to unleash his true power. With a single masterful swing of his sword, he creates a raging whirlwind of fire, attacking all his enemies at once. The others are terrified by his incredible speed, and one of them screams for everyone to circulate their protective aura. With his advanced sword technique, the patriarch unleashes a volley of razor-sharp blades of golden energy. His enemies are struck squarely, their bodies cleanly sliced in half by the devastating attack. The prince is in utter shock. The young man just eliminated 5 powerful cultivators in a single instant. With his eyes glowing red, the patriarch glares at him and warns him not to lose his composure. He then uses the heavenly demon palm, launching a powerful wave of golden energy. The lake monster lunges at him, but the patriarch obliterates it with a single, devastating blow from his palm. The purple energy creature completely dissipates, leaving the prince stunned by the young man's raw power. The other onlookers celebrate, marveling that the patriarch eliminated 6 opponents in the blink of an eye. The young man grows irritated, realizing the prince's interference has delayed him while others have already chosen their weapons. He commands the system to activate the treasure hunt card to locate the immortal weapon. The card is activated, and the system informs him that he has 1 hour to find the designated treasure. One of the men shouts in celebration as he spots the immortal weapon, attempting to claim it for himself. He then flies at top speed toward the sphere of brilliant golden light to seize the immortal weapon. The patriarch immediately notices his intention, and the man wonders how he could have possibly known about the weapon. The disciple assumes the young man must possess some special treasure, hunting artifact given to him by the Empress. Suddenly, the patriarch attacks him, and the man quickly apologizes for his greed and backs away. The young man then flies toward the weapon himself, declaring that he saw it first and therefore it is his. The other man retorts that while he may have seen it first, he was the one to grab it first. The crowd grows annoyed with his shameless attitude, calling him disgraceful and without honor. The patriarch then prepares for battle, facing the man with a cold, serious expression. The young man declares he has no choice but to claim the immortal weapon and charges towards it. The crowd is stunned by his audacity, unable to believe he would actually take the immortal weapon. With a powerful leap, the patriarch soars toward the sphere of golden light and seizes it for himself. He then presents the immortal weapon, and it magically transforms into a beautiful musical instrument. The other man is enraged, accusing the patriarch of tricking him and stealing the weapon that was rightfully his. He calls him shameless, claiming the entire heavenly demon sect has lost face because of his actions. The young man just scoffs, replying that there is no room for shame when one does what is necessary to win. The other cultivators are amazed, remarking that he made an expert cultivator spit blood with just a single sentence. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with the unique title, the Shameless One. The man is consumed by rage and swears that even if he perishes, he will drag the patriarch down with him. Suddenly, a giant red axe plummets from the sky, annihilating the man with a single, brutal blow. The woman then reappears, announcing that the stage is over and, as promised, only one could survive. She praises him for successfully finding the weapon, and the patriarch boldly states that he has no intention of returning it. The woman is angered by his insolence, asking who he thinks he is to speak to her in such a manner. She then regains her composure and tells him to wait there until the others have completed their own tests. The young man wonders what other tricks the sage has up her sleeve with her 3-stage trial. He decides it would be wise to make the weapon recognize him as its master to ensure his own safety. With a single drop of his blood, he forges a contract with the weapon, completely binding it to him. The young man feels the weapon's immense energy flowing through his body and is astounded by its power. He realizes the weapon is directly linked to the user's soul and can inflict devastating spiritual damage. The system announces that his perception of the Tao of music has significantly increased thanks to the new weapon. He then has a startling realization: if the weapon is linked to the soul, then he technically touched the saintess's body. The young man vividly remembers the scene, and the saintess asking him to stop with a soft sound of pleasure. Blushing profusely, he tries to convince himself it was merely a soul connection and not a physical touch. An hour later, only 4 other cultivators remain standing before the patriarch. The survivors are somber, lamenting how few of them managed to pass the sage's brutal test. The woman then reappears, noting that 5 people survived, which is better than she had expected. With a smile, she warns them not to celebrate too early, as the final stage is yet to come. The patriarch thinks to himself that he already anticipated this. The test wasn't going to end so easily. The sage then uses her power, teleporting all of them to a mysterious, grand palace. She declares that if they can pass this last stage, her inheritance and all the treasures will be theirs. The other cultivators are ecstatic at the chance to obtain the legendary inheritance of a great emperor. They all eagerly volunteer to participate in the final test to claim the ultimate prize. The woman then announces that the final stage of the test will now officially begin. She reveals the shocking truth: the final test is for them to simply defeat her in combat to claim the inheritance. The group is stunned by this revelation, and the patriarch wonders if the senior is being serious. The young man points out that it would be impossible for them to team up and defeat her, given their current strength. The sage then clarifies that it will not be a group battle, but a series of one-on-one duels. The others are confused, as they know they are no match for her, even individually. She explains that before she became an empress, she was an undefeated combatant, and she will suppress her power to match theirs. The other cultivators get excited, realizing that if she suppresses her power, they actually have a chance to win. The woman sternly warns them that if they show any hesitation, they will fail and meet their end. With a confident smile, the patriarch retorts that a quick decision doesn't guarantee victory either. One of the men, a sword master, steps forward eagerly, saying he will be the first to challenge the senior. The woman then suppresses her power to the peak of the Heavenly King realm to face him. The young man is shocked by her age, and the system reminds him that he himself has advanced 4 whole realms. Swordmaster charges forward, preparing to strike the woman with his dual swords. He is astounded by her incredible speed and is completely unable to react to the senior's counterattack. She calls him slow and lands a powerful open palm strike right in the middle of his face. The woman follows up with a lightning-fast series of blows, and the man is utterly unable to defend himself. With one final powerful attack, she sends him flying, resulting in a large explosion of blue energy. The man crashes to the ground, completely beaten, unable to move after the swift and brutal onslaught. The others are in shock. She just defeated a master of the same realm with what looked like a single combo. The patriarch realizes she has achieved complete mastery in the Tao of the Palm and is deeply impressed. With a calm smile, the woman asks who among them will be the next to challenge her. The other man is terrified, saying he can't possibly do it, as he will surely perish as well. Patriarch then steps forward, volunteering to fight, and saying he would be honored to face the senior. The woman's face lights up, and she says she has been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The other cultivators are shocked that a palm strike from the Earthly King realm could be so powerful. The crowd watches with bated breath, wondering if the patriarch can possibly handle the senior's immense power. Patriarch declares that even though she is said to be invincible, he will face her all the same. He then activates the sound-breaking art and charges forward, enveloped in a powerful golden aura. The woman is surprised, noting that Yachi's art also possesses a potent spiritual effect. For shocking the sage, he is awarded the supreme deadly sound matrix, which he masters instantly. The woman remarks that she didn't expect he would last long enough to require a second blow to be defeated. The young man laughs and says the unexpected is yet to come, as he unleashes his new ability. The sage is in disbelief. He has somehow learned the very technique she created when she was an empress. Using his instrument, he creates a powerful whirlwind of golden energy and directs it at the woman. He then follows up with a direct spiritual attack, aiming to suppress her spirit and gain the upper hand. The woman cries out in pain, and the patriarch closes the distance with a victorious smile. He then grabs her from behind, declaring he'll finish this while she's momentarily stunned. The woman is startled by his sheer audacity as the young man prepares for his final blow. With a grin, he says he's been wanting to do this for a long time, and then he attacks. The other cultivators cheer him on, exclaiming that the patriarch is truly vigorous and fierce. The young man then throws her to the ground with a powerful move, glaring down at her with a serious expression. With a look of pure hatred, he says her time is up and prepares to end the fight. He then unleashes a rapid-fire series of blows, and the woman is completely unable to defend herself. Patriarch slams her into the ground, causing a massive explosion of blue energy. The others call out in concern, asking if the patriarch is alright after that final clash. The young man clutches his face, complaining about the blow, and saying he thought he was going to be disfigured by that punch. The other cultivators are left speechless, watching as the patriarch is punched right in the face. The woman is surprised because she punched him with all her strength, but his face is still completely intact. He then asks the system if the Shameless title gave him any defense, and the answer is yes. The young man then asks if he won the fight, leaving all the other competitors' jaw dropped at the result. With a wicked smile, the sage begins to laugh, saying the outcome was very good. Just then, the ground starts to shake violently, and one of the men shouts, asking if it's an earthquake. The patriarch is enveloped in a sphere of blue energy, while his companions scream his name. The woman then declares that her legacy has finally found a worthy successor to receive it. With that, a massive explosion of blue energy erupts, illuminating the entire area. The young man appears in a different place and wonders if this is the Emperor's inheritance space. At that moment, the sage appears before him, saying that the boy is quite smart. She then explains that the spheres contain all her inheritance, and that the lucky one who receives it will become powerful. The boy gets excited, asking if he'll be able to fly with the inheritance, but she says it depends on his luck. He then asks if he can reach the immortal Emperor realm, and the woman replies that he cannot. The young man insists, asking about the celestial realm, but the sage's answer is still no. Feeling suspicious, he says that something is wrong, and the woman gets really annoyed with the boy's attitude. The sage tries to calm herself, thinking she shouldn't get irritated by a child's behavior. She then explains that it's better to teach him how to gain power than to just hand it to him for free. The woman says she is the third great sage for having reached the sage level in palm, fist, and music. The patriarch is shocked because he thought the pinnacle of the Tao was the highest level and didn't know a sage existed. The sage laughs at him, saying it's silly to think the Tao is the peak of everything, while he reminds himself to be patient. Then she suddenly gets serious and says she's stopping with the games for now. She explains that for the weak the Tao is the pinnacle, but for the strong there are higher levels, like that of a sage. At this, he understands that comparing opponents in the same realm goes beyond aura and involves the Tao. The young man then asks if his understanding of the Tao can become that of a sage when he reaches the great Emperor realm. She answers yes and offers her Tao of the palm and fist for him to see how much he can understand. He then asks about her Tao of music, catching her off guard with the question. Embarrassed, she says his Tao of music is remarkable, but the young man scoffs, saying it's not that much better than hers. The woman gets irritated, thinking about how truly awful that Brad is with his provocations. Out of patience, she says she's done wasting time and attacks him so he'll learn the hard way. The woman launches a powerful blast of blue and black energy directly at him. His eyes glow with energy as he receives all that power from the sage. With that, a blue and purple energy completely surrounds him, and he feels full of power. The young man stands still with an aura of lightning around him, looking very confident with his newfound power. The sage observes him from a distance, wondering how far the boy can go with his potential. Several images of her surround him, and he acknowledges that with such feats, she is worthy of her title. The system then announces that he has absorbed the Tao of the palm and fist and is already proficient in it. The woman then breaks the silence and asks the young man what the result of the test was. He thanks her but says he isn't qualified, but she reassures him, saying his talent is excellent. Disappointed, he complains that he only reached proficiency, but the sage consoles him, telling him not to be discouraged. The sage is shocked and speechless at what she just heard from the young man before her. She then says it took her 10 years to become proficient, but he managed it in just half an hour. Then she thinks to herself that she has never heard of a genius who reached such a level in so little time. The young man stands there with an air of confidence, and she thinks that if he becomes an emperor, he will reach the realm of the gods. The woman then finds it hard to believe he achieved this feat in half an hour, and he asks why. She then explains that the world is vast and there are regions where even emperors can be defeated. He is surprised and asks if there's another continent in this world besides the one he knows. The woman then asks if he knows what his divine physique is, but he says he doesn't know much. The young man says his divine physique allows him to master advanced laws better than others. The sage then comments on the law of life, and he becomes curious about what that is. She explains that this law controls life and demise, and that he must keep this a secret. He understands that if he doesn't get strong, he could be taken down, and she says he is worthy of being taught. The woman offers him a celestial rank skill that she created herself for him to cultivate. He refuses, saying he already has a divine rank skill that matches his physique. The sage then asks what he would do if her skill cultivated the 3,000 great Taos. She notices that he practices the 3,000 great Taos, and he asks what that has to do with anything. The woman explains that the more paths he walks, the harder it will be to reach the top. He then understands that she mastered the Taos of the fist, palm, and music because of this skill. The sage says his physique is compatible with her skills and will help his comprehension. With a sly look, she asks if it wouldn't shock the world if stronger people appeared. The young man analyzes the new skill and realizes it won't conflict with his main one. The woman reassures him, saying that with his physique, it won't be difficult to practice both skills. With a smile, she then encourages him to practice well to master all the power he has received. She says that when he succeeds, he will escape his current state, and then she disappears before his eyes. The young man sits down to meditate and promises he won't waste the skills the senior gave him. The system then announces that he has absorbed the sage's skills and activates 10 times comprehension. Outside the tomb, the saintess is worried because no one has returned, and she wonders if they are in danger. The great elder prays for the patriarch's safety while another man scoffs at him for worrying. Suddenly, the cultivators who failed the test are violently thrown out of the tomb. The sage then appears floating and announces to the crowd that the trial is over. One of the young women is surprised to see her and stammers as she calls out to the senior, not understanding. With a smile, the woman then announces to everyone that she has found a suitable successor. The other women wonder if it's one of them and ask where the patriarch is. The great elder panics and refuses to believe that their patriarch has passed on. Another man starts to laugh, wondering how a lucky brat like that managed to get so far. The great elder explodes with rage and threatens the sage, saying the Empress will put an end to her. Annoyed, she asks if she ever said he was gone and reveals that he is receiving her inheritance. The people see the other geniuses receiving the inheritance, but the sage says it's not them. A young woman asks if this means the patriarch is alive, and the senior confirms that he is. The great elder bursts with joy, celebrating because he knew his patriarch wouldn't be defeated. One of the elders shouts, asking if the senior won't let them go now that a successor has been found. The woman then says that no one will leave until the boy fully comprehends her inheritance. The man gets angry and asks why, since if the young man takes 10 years, they will all perish there. She then reminds everyone that she is the one who has the final say in that place and no one else. Suddenly, a large beam of blue light shoots up into the sky, and the men wonder what is happening. The sage is shocked, wondering if he has already understood everything in just half an hour of meditation. With that, a massive explosion of blue energy occurs, shattering everything around like glass. The patriarch has his eyes closed inside a crystal structure, concentrating on the power. Then the crystal shatters, and the young man stands there with a powerful aura around him. With his eyes glowing blue, he smiles and thanks the senior for the opportunity. She descends to him and praises him, saying he did very well to comprehend everything in half an hour. A man is shocked to see that he is a 9-star Earth King, as he entered with only 4. A young woman comments that in just a few hours, he managed to advance 5 levels in a row. Another young man says that his cultivation and improvement speed is simply terrifying. The great elder cries with joy, shouting that their patriarch is indeed the best of all. The sage says that since the inheritance has been claimed, she will keep her promise, and everyone can leave alive. The woman then offers a ring to the young man, saying it contains all the treasures of the tomb. He takes the ring and with a red energy in his hand, thanks the senior for the valuable gift. 2 other men comment that the patriarch was very lucky to get both the inheritance and the treasures. 2 enemies worry because he is growing too fast and could interfere with their plans in the future. His enemies think that they cannot allow this child to grow and become a threat. An elder begs the senior to keep her promise and let them leave the place. She says the inheritance has been delivered and her remnant soul will not last much longer. The patriarch thanks the senior for everything she did for them during their time in the tomb. The woman feels uncomfortable with the boy's sudden kindness and finds him strange. The senior asks if they can take her bones back to Yachi so she can be buried with her beloved. A young woman asks if she is referring to the great Saint Yao Zhuan and what happened between them. In a flashback, we see the sage meditating in the immortal spring while someone calls her Little One. A woman with pink hair appears behind the sage while she keeps her eyes closed. The woman then hugs her, saying she came to the immortal spring to cultivate again. She says the sage works so hard and asks why she won't let her relax for a moment. The scene then returns to the spring water as the 2 talk about their plans. The sage then angrily throws her friend into the water and tells her not to cause trouble there. The woman then says that the heavenly Tao is about to open the path to becoming a god. The sage says she needs to work hard to deserve to walk the path and become a god. Her friend becomes determined and says she needs to work hard to deserve that path too. The woman then caresses the sage's face and tells her not to worry about the future. With a smile, she promises to accompany her on the path she is working to follow. Back in the present, the sage says that after that, the path became bloody and they were separated. The patriarch then, with a mischievous smile, asks how Senior Yashuan helped her relax. Annoyed, the woman threatens the young man, saying she will make sure he stays there with her forever. 2 young women then approach and say they will fulfill the great Empress's last wish. The sage then tells him not to waste her inheritance, and he promises to make her famous in the domain. With a smile, her soul begins to slowly dissipate as she watches him leave. She then says she is going to Yao Xuan, and her body dissolves into a bluish light. The patriarch then says that as promised, they will take the senior back to Yachi and calls for the saintess. He thinks that if he doesn't go home after this, his wife will deal with him for taking so long. The great elder and the patriarchs then agree to go back home and leave the saintess there. The elder says that to prevent the inheritance from being stolen, he must return to the sect as quickly as possible. The young man then apologizes to the saintess, saying he will visit her the next time he gets a chance. He then moves closer to her, and the young woman is left speechless by the sudden proximity. The young man watches her for a moment and then turns to leave with the elder. The saintess's face turns red, and she closes her eyes as he walks away from her. The patriarch tells the saintess to stay and protect the tome and leaves with the elder to see what's happening. The two then run out of the tome to investigate the commotion they heard earlier. They find several bodies on the ground and a man riding a black dragon, wondering who they are. The elder laughs and says the enemy has finally shown his face, and he prepares for a fight. The two enemies appear floating, and the elder asks what they are doing there. The men say they don't just want his inheritance but also the patriarch's life. The great elder then becomes enraged and, with a fiery aura, says he'll see if they can manage it. The man says the elder is strong, but his opponent at that moment isn't them. Just then, a third enemy appears floating with a purple aura and a very intimidating look. The elder is shocked to recognize him as the leader of the First Sword sect. The man then says he dares to speak his name and attacks him with purple energy. The elder is hit head-on and thrown far away by the force of the enemy's attack. A huge explosion of purple energy occurs, and the patriarch stands to the side to protect himself. The young man approaches the elder and asks if he's okay, but the old man tells him to run. The enemy then turns to the young man and asks if he is the patriarch of the demonic sect. He then complains about his bad luck for always encountering strong, immortal emperors on his path. The man calls him a worthless cultivator from the Earth King realm and attacks him with his purple energy. The other two enemies celebrate, saying the brat will finally meet his end. The attack goes straight for the patriarch's face and hits him head-on with full force. A large purple explosion occurs, and the young man stands still in the middle of the smoke without moving. The enemy then wonders what happened, as his attack had no effect at all. The patriarch then reveals himself as a 2-star immortal emperor, and the man is shocked. He asks the system if his facial defense isn't too high, and the system confirms it. The young man can't believe he can only be hit in the face and decides to test this theory. The enemy attacks him again with a beam of purple energy to finish him off. The patriarch dodges the attack and complains that he can't just hit him in the face. The two then clash in a shock of purple and blue energies in the middle of the field. The patriarch falls to the ground from the impact of the attack, and his head starts to bleed a little. A young woman runs to him and asks if he's okay while helping him up from the ground. The enemy is shocked that he didn't suffer a serious injury even from his attack. The young man says he's fine, and the system rewards him with a teleportation card for shocking the enemy. The sage then appears and attacks the man, saying he better not dare to harm her hair. He scoffs at her, saying that even though she was an empress in life, she's just a spirit now. The woman calls him a fool and says she'll finish him in a few moves, then attacks him. She then tells the young man to watch carefully, as she will show him her skills one last time. With a powerful blue aura, she says the palm must be strong enough to move mountains. The patriarch watches her every move attentively, so as not to miss any detail of the technique. The enemy feels a strong suppression coming from her and prepares to defend against the attack. He then creates a shield of 10,000 swords to try to block the sage's power. The two powers collide in a massive explosion of blue and purple energy on the battlefield. The man wonders how her power can be so great, even as just a remnant spirit. A large beam of golden light then descends from the heavens, and the patriarch wonders what it is. The sage and the elder look up at the sky as the golden light illuminates the entire area with its power. The enemy recognizes the person in the light and shouts that his leader has finally arrived to help him. The patriarch and the saintess are so shocked to see the great emperor right there in front of them. The man then orders the sage's remnant spirit to disperse and attacks it with a sphere of fire. The woman complains that if she were still alive, she could defeat him, but now she lacks the power. The saintess becomes desperate because they still haven't taken the sage to Yaochi as they promised. The woman then says it's a shame because she won't be able to be buried next to her beloved. The patriarch then uses his teleportation card and appears in front of her to save her from the attack. A huge fire explosion occurs, and the young man manages to protect the sage from the blow. He holds her in his arms, and she thanks him for saving her from that attack. The young man thinks that thankfully the system gave him the teleportation card to use. The righteous emperor wonders how he managed to save someone from under his nose with such a low cultivation. The system then rewards him for shocking the emperor with an emperor summoning card. The young man stands up and prepares to face the powerful enemy before him. He then tells the senior and the saintess to get out of there, as he will handle the situation alone. The emperor scoffs at him, saying that a mere Earth King doesn't have the courage to challenge him. With a wicked smile, the patriarch says that when he runs away, he'll see where his courage comes from. He then asks the system to use the summoning card to bring the Queen Mother of the West. The system confirms that the card has been used and the summoning was completed successfully. The saintess is confused, sensing the aura of two great empresses, one of whom seems familiar. The Queen Mother of the West and the Empress then appear, floating in the air with their powerful auras. The two stare at each other, and the Empress says she was pulled into a void while she was about to take a bath. The righteous Emperor is shocked and wonders what trick the brat used to summon both of them. The Empress looks at the patriarch and notices he's injured on his face, becoming worried. Angrily, she asks who hurt him, and he points to the Emperor, saying he was mistreating him. The righteous Emperor is furious at the brat's audacity for disrespecting him in front of everyone. The Empress scolds him, saying it's inappropriate for an emperor to attack a simple Earth King. He then says that Yachi is neutral and asks if the Queen Mother of the West is choosing a side. The woman advises him to apologize first, but he refuses, saying he is the leader of the alliance. With a furious expression, the righteous Emperor prepares to fight against the two women. The Empress says it doesn't matter who he is, if he hurts her husband, she will finish him. With a red aura, she says he can't scare her sect just with the name of the alliance. He then threatens her, saying that if the three emperors fight, the mountain range will turn to ruins. The woman laughs and says she doesn't care about the consequences and attacks him with her energy. The sage tells the young man to watch the fight carefully, as his wife is a strong opponent. The patriarch thinks that his wife has never used such a strong attack in front of him and that she hides her talent. The Empress attacks with her sword, and the Emperor defends with a barrier of golden energy. The two powers collide in a massive explosion of red and golden light in the sky. The battle continues with the two exchanging powerful blows and destroying everything around them. The Queen Mother of the West watches the fight from a distance with a worried expression about the outcome. She then begins to play her flute, and a purple aura envelopes everyone on the battlefield. With a smile, she says it seems the patriarch's dear wife is really angry. The woman then tells the Empress not to hurt her dear husband with all her power. The Empress attacks her with her red energy to stop her from interfering in the fight. She then tells the Queen to stop being so noisy, as she also has a purpose there. The Empress tells him to protect her, as she won't hold back in the coming fight. She then attacks the righteous Emperor with her sword, and he complains about the strength of her blow. The patriarch watches the fight and thinks that one day he will be as strong as her, or even stronger. The Empress defeats the Emperor, and he falls to the ground from the impact of her attack. He then threatens her, saying she will regret making the righteous alliance her enemy. The young man says his wife is the winner, and that the Emperor is a coward who's afraid to fight. The woman then attacks the Emperor's body, saying he is nothing but a shadow who has overstepped his bounds. The other enemies panic and start to flee so they won't be defeated as well. The Empress asks where they think they're going and pursues them with her red energy. The men scream in pain as they are hit by her attacks and are defeated one by one. The woman then approaches the patriarch, who is kneeling on the ground, recovering from the fight. She asks how he's feeling, and he thanks her, saying he's fine thanks to her. The Queen Mother of the West then appears and tells the two to stop with the public displays of affection. She complains to the patriarch, saying she was about to take a bath when she was dragged there. The Empress asks her to explain herself, and the young man is at a loss for what to say to them. He feels awkward and thinks that he can't tell them he had a summoning card. The woman then says to drop the subject as the patriarch has his own ways. He then hugs her and thanks her for helping him get out of that complicated situation. The Queen Mother of the West comments that he is becoming more and more mysterious and asks what is going on. The sage says she is just a remnant spirit and that her fate was sealed at that moment. The saintess says the sage's wish was to be buried next to Yao Xuan and that they need to take her. The Queen Mother of the West says they are far from Yaoqi and the senior wouldn't survive the journey. The woman says it's alright, as meeting Yao Xuan sooner isn't so bad. With a smile, she looks at the patriarch one last time before her spirit dissipates. He then tells her not to worry, as he will not let her legacy be forgotten. The sage then thanks him, and her spirit disappears completely in front of everyone. The young man tells the Empress that he will become someone who can fight on equal terms with an emperor. The scene then cuts to the celestial spirit domain in Zhengzhou under the light of a full moon. In the hidden chamber of the Righteous Alliance, a man screams in pain, his blood staining the floor. The Righteous Emperor complains that the Empress and Yachi dared to help the demonic sect. A man appears in a portal and asks if he called at the wrong time, since he seems so angry. The Emperor asks when he came out of seclusion, and if he knows that Yachi has gotten close to the sect. The man laughs and tells him not to worry, as he's about to reach the border of the next realm. The Emperor is shocked and asks how he reached the realm of the gods without the right guidance. The man says he is not a true god, but a false god a level stronger than an emperor. He then tells the Emperor to wait because Yaoqi and the demonic sect will crumble at his feet. Half a month later, in the demonic sect, the Empress is tending to the injured patriarch. She says his wounds are almost healed, and he watches her with a loving gaze. The young man says she worries too much about her husband and pulls her closer on the bed. He then hugs her and asks how he should repay all the care she has given him. The patriarch then moves closer to her, and the two get very close on the bed, ready for the moment. He compliments her and asks about the storage ring the sage gave him as a gift. With the ring glowing on his hand, he wonders what treasures are stored inside. The woman then tells him to prepare himself mentally for what he's about to find, making him curious. Suddenly, a huge explosion of golden energy throws them apart on the bed. The ring glows intensely and the patriarch is enveloped by its powerful golden energy. He wonders what is happening and if the ring is empty, completely tricking him. Just then, a large golden treasure chest appears in front of him and he is surprised by the object. The young man then gets up and says the treasures must be inside that large chest. He then opens the chest but is shocked to see there's another, smaller chest inside it. The young man then decides to see what's inside the second chest and opens it carefully. He opens chest after chest, getting more and more annoyed with the senior's prank. The patriarch then says the senior set them up like nesting dolls, one inside the other. He then opens the last and smallest chest to finally see what treasure is stored inside. The sage then appears and calls him greedy, saying the most precious treasure is her inheritance. She then hands him a scroll, saying it's a final act of affection for the younger generation. The young man takes the scroll and, with a wicked smile, wonders what the object is. He then holds the scroll, and a bluish energy with lightning completely envelopes him. Back in the room, he is kneeling on the floor while the Empress watches him from the bed. She asks how it went, and he says there was nothing inside the storage ring he received. The Empress says the sage was the poorest and stingiest Empress that ever existed in the domain. The young man shows her that inside the ring, there was only a single scroll and nothing else. She says she didn't expect the sage to leave something so good behind, and he gets curious. The woman explains that the scroll can nourish his physique and help him reach the middle stage. She says the sect has all the ingredients except for two, which he will have to find elsewhere. He then says not to worry, because he will find the ingredients for her himself. The young man says if he can do that, he will bother her again and holds her by the waist. The woman says she's still not sure about the details of the prescription, and he watches her. He then picks her up in his arms and says the two of them will study the prescription carefully together. She calls him hot-headed, and the two then spend the night together. The next day, we see two lovebirds on a tree branch kissing. The patriarch is walking through the sect's courtyard with a very satisfied expression on his face. He thinks his wife was happy with last night's study session and that they should do it more often. The young man then thinks that he has already mastered the Tao's of music, sword, and palm, but the fist is still missing. A man watches him from a distance with a serious expression, and the patriarch approaches him. He then greets the patriarch, and the young man is surprised to see him standing there. The man then formally greets him, and the patriarch is left speechless by the gesture. He is shocked to see that in just a few months, the patriarch has reached the 9-star realm. The system then rewards him for shocking the elder with the martial arts restoration function. The elder asks which floor he is going to, and the patriarch replies that he is going to the 5th floor. The elder shouts for them to quickly move all the martial arts skills to safety. He then tells the patriarch to forgive him, as he is just trying to be cautious about the situation. The young man then enters the library and starts looking for a skill book that matches him. He finds an intermediate earth rank scroll, and the system warns him that it is incomplete. With a wicked smile, he says he will restore the scroll with his power, and picks it up. The system then announces that the restoration was successful, and he comprehends the full version. With a fiery aura, he prepares to use the new skill, and the system confirms his success. The people outside are startled by the noise and wonder if the repository is being destroyed. A massive fire explosion occurs at the top of the building, and everyone watches the scene frightened. The elder is relieved to see that the patriarch only shook the building without actually destroying it. A large fireball then explodes at the top of the building, scaring everyone again. The elder is shocked and realizes that this is not ordinary fire, but a powerful aura. He then recognizes the aura and wonders how the patriarch learned that incomplete skill. The system rewards him for shocking the elder with the ability to absorb sunlight aura. The young man thinks that the skill requires a combination of domineering Klai and divine flame aura. With the sunlight aura absorption activated, a large beam of light descends from the heavens. The patriarch then begins to absorb the sunlight energy to strengthen his new skill. People wonder if he is ascending to the heavens, as he is cultivating with the sunlight aura. The young man is then enveloped in a golden fairy aura, and his body begins to glow. The women comment that his clothes are on fire, and that his abs are perfect. The elder says that the sun and moon aura is very difficult to absorb and could backfire. The patriarch then uses his golden energy and prepares to show off his full power. The Empress appears with a purple aura, and the elder is surprised to see her there. He greets her and says that with her there, the patriarch in the repository should be safe. A large monster of golden energy appears in the sky, and people wonder what it is. The elder is shocked, and the Empress says that is the body of the Great Tao. She explains that it only appears when the Great Tao evolves to its limits, and the man is surprised. The woman says the patriarch hasn't fully comprehended it yet, but is pursuing it to master it. The system then announces that the Great Tao deduction will accelerate his mastery to the limit. With his eyes glowing gold, he begins to absorb all the power of the energy. His body is enveloped in a golden fairy aura, and he concentrates on the process. The elder cries in despair, wondering what the patriarch is trying to do to the repository. The Empress tells him to calm down, as she will protect the place and the books. She then uses her purple energy to create protective bubbles for all the books in the library. The woman asks the elder to keep the skills safe and to inform the disciples to be careful. She explains that he is in the deduction stage and cannot be interrupted in any way. The patriarch then uses his skill and prepares to show the result of his training. With a powerful punch, he creates a large sphere of golden energy in front of him. Several golden energy clones appear and begin to fight each other with punches and kicks. With one last powerful punch, the energy dissipates, and he successfully completes his training. The elder shouts that several halls have collapsed and that the patriarch is a demon of destruction. The Empress says they can just rebuild and that the young man is developing his martial arts. The disciples then thank the Empress for the enlightenment she provided them. The woman says his fist Dao is extraordinary and that they will be lucky if they can get past it. After a while, the patriarch's training finally comes to an end and he gets ready. With a fairy aura, he says that unparalleled domination is a burning divine flame. He then throws a powerful punch into the air and a large blast of golden energy is released. The young man then says the sweeping flames are fearless and divine, and the training continues. The system then announces that the Dao deduction is complete and his body dissipates. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with an immortal weapon, the meteorite gloves. He then equips the gloves and says they have greatly increased his punching power. The Empress asks how he feels, and he says he's fine but feels he hasn't deduced enough. He then complains that the destruction wasn't his fault, and she says his cultivation is more important. The elders complain that the Empress is spoiling the patriarch too much with her actions. The couple then wonders who could be making so much noise in the sect with the Empress present. A man appears and invites them to participate in the annual Tianbao auction in Shenzhou City. The scene then cuts to the bidding tower of the Heavenly Demon sect on a sunny day. In the meeting room, the Empress apologizes for the passing of the Tianbao Saint's son. The man says it's alright and that the Empress knows what's best for the sect. The patriarch then asks when the Tianbao auction the man mentioned earlier will be. The man says it's the largest auction in the domain, and that all the treasures will be there. The patriarch then asks why they specifically invited him to the auction event. The man says it's because of his fame, and that his admiration for the young man is immeasurable. The young man tells him to stop the flattery and get serious about the reason for the invitation. The man kneels and says he is being honest as the Holy Lord sent him there. He then approaches the young man and says he heard the girls in the city are beautiful and he wants one. The Empress says the auction is known for its treasures and he might find the herbs he needs. With a mischievous smile, he says if his wife thinks so, he must go see for himself. The woman says that although their relationship isn't ideal, they wouldn't attack him in their territory. She then stands up and says she will go with him to ensure nothing bad happens. The Empress approaches him with a serious expression, and the patriarch is left speechless. He stammers her name, and she grabs his arm tightly, scaring him. The woman then kisses him in front of the other man, who is shocked by the sudden scene. The man gets a nosebleed and wonders if he should be watching this. The Empress continues the kiss, and a golden light envelopes them in a romantic moment. She says she planted a formation on his body that will block one attack and inform her of danger. The woman hands him a ring with coins and a mask so he won't have to worry about money. The mask then glows with a golden energy, and she says it will change his appearance and aura. The patriarch puts on the mask, and his appearance changes completely so he won't be recognized. The man then watches them and prepares to accompany them on their trip to the auction. With the mask, he transforms into a completely different man, and no one recognizes him. He then smiles and gets ready to go to the auction with his new secret identity. The man compliments his new look, and the patriarch asks what he thinks of the disguise. He then looks in the mirror and sees that his appearance has completely changed with the mask. The young man then asks his wife if he really needs to wear the mask, as it could tarnish the sect's image. She then questions if he's trying to pick up a pretty girl in Shenzhou City. He then picks her up and spins her in the air, saying it's not what she's thinking at all. The patriarch holds her by the waist, and the two stand very close to each other in the middle of the room. He then asks if she gave him the mask out of jealousy, but she says it's for his safety. The other man laments, as he was hoping to get a woman with his charm, but now he's ugly. The scene then cuts to Shenzhou City with the sun setting on the horizon. They arrive in the city and comment that it only took half a day to get there with the horses. The man tells them not to underestimate the horses, as they are the treasure of the Tianbao Holy Land. People on the street comment that the terrace of the 9 steps of thundering wind is open again. The patriarch asks what the terrace is, and a man calls him an outsider for not knowing. He explains that legend says the terrace contains one of the 3,000 great Daos. The man says that if a person reaches the 8th step, they'll have a chance to dine with the princess. The other man gets excited and asks if they're talking about Princess Yuling, one of Shenzhou's beauties. The man confirms it's her, and everyone gets excited about the chance to meet her. The patriarch's companion calls him to hurry, as there's no time to waste with the princess. The man ties the horses to a post while the patriarch watches him with curiosity. He says where could they find a better plan than with the princess, but the young man disagrees. The crowd then rushes to the terrace, and the man pulls the patriarch along with them. The young man then stands in front of the horses while the crowd runs to the event. A woman watches the scene from afar with a mischievous smile and a mysterious expression. She then comments that the Tianbao Holy Land sent them a 1,000-mile horse. The scene then cuts to the Supreme Divine Kingdom with a rainbow over the city. The city guards are on standby to ensure everyone's safety during the event. The patriarch's companion says there are many soldiers guarding the square and security is tight. He asks if the Supreme Divine Kingdom is that powerful, and the man says yes. The man explains that Shenzhou City is full of interfering sects and officials. He says that even great emperors need to rely on the nation's power to rule. The patriarch then understands that cultivators need to be more cautious in that place. A woman with a veil over her face watches the crowd attentively from atop a building. She says the terrace is open again and hopes everyone will try their best to reach the top. The crowd then recognizes the woman as Princess Yuling and gets excited by her presence. The patriarch then asks why he doesn't just reach the 8th step to meet her. A man says it's not as easy as it seems and that few outsiders can manage it. The princess then wonders which cultivator would like to try the terrace challenge first. A man then steps forward and says his name is Jujiu and that he is willing to try. The women in the crowd scream young Master Juji's name and declare their love for him. The patriarch's companion tells him to take off the mask and show them the truth. The princess then asks the holy son of Xiao to step forward and begin the terrace challenge. He says he has heard of the terrace's fame and will experience its power for himself. With an aura of lightning, he sits on the first step and prepares for the challenge. A man says that although the 9 steps seem simple, the power within them is the divine thunder. The patriarch's companion asks how he knows so much, and he says he has tried before. He says the power of the blue stone increases several times and that he was lucky to have a life-saving item. The man screams in pain as he's struck by the thunder and says that's the only reason he escaped with his life. He then says he never wants to feel that tingling sensation in his body again. The women in the crowd celebrate that young Master Juge has already reached the 7th step. The young man says that with every step he climbs, he feels the pressure increase and that there's something about the terrace. The princess then asks her servant if she thinks Jujiu will manage to reach the top. The man feels the pressure and sweat drips down his face as he struggles to continue. He then gives up and says he doesn't have enough talent to continue and that he has disappointed the princess. She says it doesn't matter and that he's already strong, but it's a shame he couldn't make it. The patriarch then says he found it interesting and wants to try the challenge too. The princess then asks if there are any other cultivators who dare to try the challenge. With a blue aura, the patriarch volunteers to try and says he will succeed. People wonder who that guy is and why he dares to challenge the terrace. The princess then asks who he is, but his companion hurries to introduce him. The man says he is the handsome young Master Ning and his good, long-time friend. The crowd then starts to mock him, saying he's not handsome at all and must not be strong. The princess then greets him, saying it's been a long time since she's seen him and that he looks well. The patriarch's companion feels awkward at the comment, and the patriarch scolds him. She then says that since he is the holy son of Tianbao, he may step forward and try the challenge. With a blue aura, he says he must obtain the divine thunder Dao no matter what. He then steps onto the first step, and a great blue energy completely envelops him. The patriarch is shocked to feel the pressure and wonders what is happening to him. He wonders why he can't move from the moment he stepped onto the step. The crowd then wonders what happened and why he isn't moving to the next one. His companion then shouts angrily that his friend will not stop at the first step. The system then warns him that the terrace has an adverse effect on people with a divine physique. He tells the system to absorb the pressure, and the system warns him that he needs to endure the pain. The system then detects that he is absorbing the comprehension of the divine thunder Dao at 10 times the speed. With a blue aura, the patriarch focuses on enduring the pain and absorbing all the power. The scene then focuses on the blue lightning that surrounds him during the absorption process. A great transformation of wind and thunder occurs, and people wonder what it is. The princess asks what is happening, and her servant says she has never seen anything like it before. The patriarch is then enveloped by a great blue gale and lightning everywhere. He says that luckily he has already been blessed by thunder and has thunder spirit veins. With his eyes glowing gold, he screams in pain as he absorbs all the power. People are frightened by the lightning and say that even the celestial realm would perish from it. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with a miraculous healing pill for consumption. Several golden energy dragons surround him, and he continues to absorb the terrace's power. The young man concentrates and continues the absorption process with determination and strength. He then climbs the steps quickly, leaving everyone surprised by his speed. The system announces that the divine thunder Dao has been comprehended and that he is at the beginner level. People wonder if he will try the 9th step and who he is to have so much power. The system then rewards him for shocking everyone with another thunder comprehension point. He then says he doesn't need to step on the 9th step to avoid having to explain himself later. The young man then turns and prepares to descend the terrace and leave the place. People comment that his cultivation doesn't seem to be enough to reach the 9th step. His companion gets angry and says he won't allow the princess to dine with an ugly man. The man then calls him to leave, and he asks if he's not going to have dinner with the princess. The patriarch says she's not as beautiful as his wife, and that there's no reason to dine with her. People are outraged and say it's ridiculous for him to think his wife is more beautiful. The man then invites a fellow Taoist to dine at his small residence with him. The patriarch then turns and says he's busy and can't accept his invitation. The princess then approaches him and asks when he will be free for a meeting. The patriarch then says it depends, and the princess is intrigued by his answer. She thinks it's interesting to see a man of average appearance reject her like that. The scene then cuts to a man with a purple aura talking with the princess. He asks if anyone stepped on the 9th step of the terrace, and she calms him down, telling him not to worry. The woman says no one reached the top, but one person reached the 8th step of the challenge. The man says he felt a strong reaction from the terrace and that something strange happened. He says the 8th step is nothing special and that he himself has been there before. The princess then asks her servant to help her find the friend of the holy son of Tianbao. The patriarch's companion asks why he rejected the princess, and he calls him a fool. He says that after reaching the 8th step, a princess would be willing to dine with him. The companion then asks if he is saying the princess has ulterior motives. The patriarch then tells him to stop flattering him and find an inn for them to stay at. The man says not to worry as he has already found an inn for them. He then panics as he realizes the horses he tied up outside are gone. Desperate, he yells that some scoundrel stole his horses and that he will find him. The patriarch tells him to stop shouting and get ready for the upcoming auction. The scene then cuts to the night with the full moon illuminating the city's starry sky. The patriarch is meditating in his room with a golden fairy aura around him. He concentrates and continues his training to become stronger and stronger. With golden lightning in his hand, he says the trip was already worth it thanks to the Tao. The patriarch thinks it would be even better if the ingredients he wants were at the auction. The next day, they arrive at the Tianbao Pavilion to participate in the grand event. His companion says that even with other auctions, none compare to Tianbao's. He points to the front row and says that almost all the forces of the celestial domain are there. The man says his goal is to look at the treasures and that he doesn't care where he sits. He then praises the patriarch for his humility and wonders what he would do if he were being hunted. The scene then cuts to the auction hall with several people sitting at the tables. The patriarch comments that he didn't expect to see so many forces gathered in Shenzhou City. His companion says the only ones with great immortals are the Holy Land and the sect. Princess Yuling then enters the hall accompanied by her guards, and everyone watches her. People wonder who would have guessed that the representative of the Divine Kingdom would be the princess. The patriarch then recognizes the princess and says the world is small as they've met again. The scene then focuses on the princess's ear as she listens to the crowd's comments. Her servant says he's at the auction and asks if they shouldn't go greet him. A woman in a red dress then takes the stage, and the crowd buzzes with her presence. She apologizes for the long wait and prepares to start the day's auction. The men in the audience shout that they can wait as long as it takes for her and praise her. The patriarch's companion says she's the best auctioneer in the pavilion, and everyone calls her sister. The patriarch realizes that even the auctioneer is a strong cultivator, and the pavilion's power cannot be underestimated. The woman then says that now that everyone is gathered, the auction can finally begin. With a smile, the auctioneer declares that the Tianbao Pavilion auction is now starting. She then asks everyone to look at the first item to be auctioned today. The patriarch is shocked to see the item, and sweat runs down his face in surprise. The first item is an Earth-ranked martial arts skill, the Divine Thunderwind Palm. People in the audience start bidding frantically to get the item. The patriarch realizes the skill is related to the Thunderwind Tao and becomes interested. He then remembers his wife gave him a ring with coins, but doesn't know how many it has. The young man then enters his storage space to check the amount of money. He is blinded by a golden light and complains that it's too bright to see. The young man then wonders if his wife is so rich to have so much money stored away. He asks the system to help him count the coins, and the system begins the count. The system then informs him that he has approximately 1 billion spirit coins. With a smile, he thanks his wife and says he'll be able to enjoy all that wealth. The competition remains fierce, and the bids for the item keep rising higher and higher. A man offers 1,600,000, and the auctioneer asks if anyone will top the bid. The patriarch's companion says the requirements to practice the skill are very strict. He then asks if the patriarch is shocked by the price and says he can help him if he needs it. The patriarch then bids 1,650,000, surprising everyone. His companion chokes on his drink, shocked by the young man's bid. A man with a red aura then raises the bid to 1,800,000. The patriarch then bids 1,850,000 with a confident smile. The man in red shouts and raises the bid to 2 million spirit coins. The young man with a confident smile raises the bid to 2.5 million coins. The man in red is shocked by the bid and his hand trembles with anger on his cup. He then gives up the contest and says the Thunderwind Palm is all the patriarch's. The auctioneer then says if there's no higher bid, the gentleman wins, and the bidding ends. His companion asks if the patriarch is really that rich and comments on the auction. The young man says it's only the first half and that the best things are saved for the end. The princess then approaches their table, and the patriarch is speechless to see her there. She invites him to have dinner with her that night, and he is surprised by the invitation. The people in the audience are shocked by the princess's invitation, and the patriarch refuses. He is then left speechless, and the princess stares at him with a serious and annoyed expression. The young man then says he's busy, and the princess gets annoyed at being rejected again. She then asks when young Master Ning Shuai will be free for a meeting. She thinks he did well on the terrace and that she needs to win him over to get where she wants. The patriarch then says that when she's not free he will be, and she gets irritated. The princess is surrounded by a fiery aura, and the patriarch watches her with a disdainful expression. People wonder who that guy is to ignore the princess and reject her twice. The system then rewards him for shocking everyone with a duplicate boost card. The patriarch then wonders what a duplicate boost card is, and the system explains. He thinks that if he uses the card the right way, it could have an unexpected effect on the situation. The princess has a fiery aura, and the patriarch watches her with a mocking smile. She says he's good with jokes, and that she won't bother him with her invitations anymore. His companion complains that it's a waste to refuse the princess twice. A man approaches them and says his master has invited the patriarch for a chat. The patriarch's companion gets annoyed with the invitation, and the man glares at him with disdain. They then follow the man to meet his master in a private room at the auction. The auctioneer then pulls his companion's ear and asks if his master knows he's out. She says he's getting bolder and bolder, and he complains that it hurts a lot. The woman says he's just there to have fun, and the patriarch watches her with curiosity. She then introduces him to her younger brother and says he wanted to see the auction. The woman says the place is his to use, and that this is room number 1 of the auction. With a smile, she tells him not to overdo it, and the patriarch watches her suspiciously. They then wonder what's so special about the second-floor room and why it's so peaceful. His companion says that in the second half of the auction, they will have several distinguished guests. The auctioneer returns to the stage, and the crowd wonders who the distinguished guests are. The patriarch and his companion are shocked to feel the presence of someone powerful. People bow under the pressure and wonder if there is a great emperor at the auction. The woman tells them not to be nervous as the emperors also came to auction treasures. His companion panics and asks what they should do with so many emperors there. The patriarch then says there isn't a great emperor in their room, and his companion is confused. He thinks that with the 4 emperors there, the next item must be excellent to compete for. The auctioneer then announces the first item of magical medicine of the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass. The great emperor from the 4th room bids 30 million, and no one dares to rebel. The patriarch then bids 100 million, and his companion is shocked by the amount. The auctioneer is surprised by the bid and says he raised the price by 70 million at once. The young man then takes the card and says he needs to actively let them feel his aura to copy it. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with a telepathic communication card. In the 4th room, a man says the auction refuses to give information about the buyer. The emperor gets angry and slams the table, saying who dares to take his item. A huge fire explosion occurs, and the patriarch prepares for the emperor's retaliation. He then asks the system to use the duplicate boost card to protect himself. The system confirms the activation and successfully duplicates the aura of the great emperor Yahello. With a fiery aura in his hands, he prepares to face the emperor who challenged him. The emperor then realizes he is a great emperor and is shocked by the discovery. Angrily, he says that since the patriarch wants the item, he can have it and gives up. The young man then celebrates that he got the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass for his wife. He then hears a voice in his mind and wonders whose mysterious voice it is. The patriarch asks the system to use the telepathic communication card to find out. He then hears the Queen Mother of the West calling him and asks if he is the patriarch. The Queen Mother of the West asks if what the patriarch is saying about her is true. The patriarch is shocked by the proposal, and his companion comments on the queen. With his eyes glowing red, he tells the Queen Mother of the West to just wait for him. She then gives up and says she'll give him the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass anyway. His companion asks what's wrong, and he says the herb is his now. The young man then apologizes to his wife for having wasted hundreds of millions of coins. His companion says he didn't think the patriarch was so rich with all that money. Suddenly, the temperature drops and he asks the patriarch if he felt the cold too. The patriarch's eyes glow blue, and he prepares for the next item in the auction. A coffin with a purple aura is brought to the stage, and people wonder what it is. The coffin continues to emanate a purple energy, and the auctioneer approaches to present it. She says the item is called the Coffin of the Shameful Spirit, and that it took 1,000 feet to unearth it. The woman explains that they speculate it's a relic from an ancient path to a god's ascension. She then announces that the bidding starts at 200 million spirit coins. A man with a purple aura then bids 200 million to start the contest. The patriarch's companion says it seems the Holy Land doesn't understand the coffin's true power. The young man thinks that if he can take the coffin to his wife, it might help her in her cultivation. With a determined look, he then bids 300 million spirit coins. The auctioneer wonders if that is the friend of the Holy Son of Tianbao and is surprised. The princess watches him from afar and thinks he's not afraid to get into trouble. His companion asks if the patriarch needs to be so flashy at the auction. He says he knows the patriarch wants to reach the realm of the gods, but only true divinity works. The Queen Mother of the West says she needs the item, but doesn't want him to get involved in disputes. He thinks she has helped him several times, and that what she said doesn't seem like a lie. The young man then says he will listen to her and will no longer compete for the auction item. She praises him for his obedience and says she will give him a reward for his attitude. The saintess says the patriarch promised not to fight, and that they should get the coffin anyway. She hopes the evil coffin can solve her Holy Land's problems once and for all. The scene then cuts to the city at night with the full moon shining in the starry sky. The patriarch and his companion are in their inn room, talking about the auction. The young man is analyzing the items he got at the auction, the divine palm and the ice grass. He thinks the harvest was good, but the only thing missing is the thunder heart fruit. The patriarch says he has no clues about the fruit and that this is a big problem for him. He then decides he will look for it calmly later and practice the divine palm first. The system then detects that he is absorbing the divine palm and activates 10 times comprehension. Suddenly he hears a knock on the door and wonders who it could be at this hour. He gets up and, with lightning around his body, asks who is outside. The Queen Mother of the West and the Saintess enter the room, and he asks why they are there. The two tell him to take off the mark before talking to them, as it is very ugly. The Saintess agrees and says it's very unpleasant to look at his face with that mark. The patriarch feels awkward at their comments and tries to hide his embarrassment. He then takes off the mask and with a smile says he prefers to show his true face. The two women compliment him and say been a long time since they've seen him with that look. He then asks what the Queen Mother of the West is doing there, and she approaches him. The woman hugs him and says of course she's there to see him while his wife is away. She holds him tightly and says she's forcing him to do what he normally can't. The Saintess is shocked and embarrassed by the scene and covers her face with her hands. The Queen Mother of the West whispers in his ear, and the patriarch blushes from the proximity. She laughs and says she was just teasing him and didn't expect him to be so naive. He then shouts in anger and says that when he gets stronger, he's going to slap her. The woman challenges him and asks if he dares to try it right now. With a confident smile, he says yes and grabs her by the waist forcefully. He then pulls her onto his lap and moves closer to her with a determined expression. The young man then attacks her, and she screams in surprise at the young man's audacity. The woman is shocked and asks if he really dared to do that to her. For shocking both of them, the system rewards him with 300 aura cultivation points. With a mischievous smile, he says that as a man, he couldn't refuse the queen's request. She then glares at him with a serious expression and says he hit her hard. The patriarch then moves closer to her and holds her by the waist with a seductive look. The Queen Mother of the West says he needs to be responsible for his actions that night. She asks what responsibility he has, and he suggests letting her hit him in return. With a mischievous smile, he holds her, and the two end up in a compromising position. The Saintess then asks them to stop playing around, as they need to get straight to the point. The Queen Mother of the West calls him a boring man, and the patriarch sits down to talk. He then asks why they came to see him, and the Saintess prepares to explain. The two say they came for one thing, the roots of the 9 Phoenix ice grass. The young man is shocked and thinks that what he needs are the leaves, so he can give them the roots. With a smile, he says they can have the roots and creates a sphere of blue energy. The sphere dissipates, and the roots appear floating in front of the two women. They thank the patriarch, and the Queen Mother of the West carefully takes the roots. He then complains that she made him spend hundreds of millions and asks if she will compensate him. The woman says she has no coins but has 2 beauties and asks what he thinks of that. The patriarch blushes and is left speechless by the Queen Mother of the West's proposal. She then approaches and whispers in his ear with a seductive expression. The woman offers him a breath of fresh air, and he asks what kind of compensation that is. She says there's no other way, as he doesn't want coins, and this is the only form. He then asks if she has ever heard of the Thunder Heart fruit, and she is surprised. The woman says she knows a thing or two about the fruit, and he asks where it is. She explains that it is in the royal forbidden area of the Divine Kingdom, and they cannot enter there. The young man then thinks about the royal forbidden area and remembers the Moon Mirror Pavilion. He then has an idea and realizes there's a perfect candidate to help him with the mission. The young man thanks the Queen Mother of the West, and she says she is happy to help him. The scene then cuts to the patriarch's room with the doors slowly closing. He thinks about how he will convince the princess to take him to the royal forbidden area. The young man wonders if he should seduce her but gives up, as it would be difficult with that face. He then goes to the door of the princess's room and calls her for a talk. The princess appears at the window, and the patriarch faces her with a serious and determined expression. She asks him to come in, and the two stand face to face in her room. The princess and the patriarch are shocked by each other's attitude in the middle of the room. She then thinks that he invited her in, and that her efforts have finally moved him. The young man then invites her to sit, and the two prepare to discuss the matter. She says she came because she hopes he will accompany her to the royal forbidden area for a talk. He then says that since she's asking again, it must be something important, and he agrees to go with her. The patriarch thinks that he is happy to help others, and that he is always kind and generous. The princess sits at the table, and the patriarch watches her with a curious expression. He then thinks that if he looks at her more often, he might end up finding her beautiful. The princess then invites him to go with her to the Moon Mirror Pavilion, and he agrees. The scene then cuts to the city at night with the full moon illuminating the starry sky. A woman approaches a horse and says she finds it very cute and beautiful. She then says a distinguished guest is coming, and that this horse was hard to find. The woman says if he wants to blame someone, he should blame the distinguished guest who arrived. The scene then focuses on the shadow of a strange and scary creature on the wall. The patriarch's companion finds them together and is shocked by the scene he sees. With his eyes on fire, he asks what the two of them are doing alone in the middle of the night. The patriarch says the princess had something to ask, but the man doesn't believe him. He then slaps his companion's face and scolds him for his attitude. The patriarch tells him to stop the nonsense, and the man agrees fearfully. The princess then tells them to go, and the two follow her out of the room. The patriarch's companion then grabs his arm, and the two look at each other with suspicion. He then asks if he can go along, and the two stand motionless in the hallway. The princess says it's all right and that the holy son of Tianbao can also go with them. The three then walk to the pavilion, and the man comments on the place's good smell. She says her younger sister prepared an excellent banquet for them and invites them in. The woman says her older sister brought distinguished guests, and the patriarch watches her. The younger sister is shocked and wonders why they're there at that moment. The princess asks what's wrong, and the sister says it's nothing to cover it up. She then introduces her younger sister, Yukon, and says she is the guest she spoke of. The two greet each other, and the patriarch and his companion watch the scene in silence. The patriarch's companion is delighted with the food and says he's never seen anything so good. The princess then says the banquet was prepared especially for them and invites them to eat. The patriarch's companion eats the horse meat and is amazed by the taste. Suddenly, he realizes something, and his chopsticks fall to the ground in shock. He then freezes and wonders if that is really horse meat. The princess asks what's wrong with the holy son of Tianbao, and her sister explains. She then runs towards the man and angrily calls him a horse thief. The woman asks where the horse meat came from, and he is at a loss for words. He becomes furious and calls her a horse thief, saying his horses disappeared in the city. The woman says the horses were tied up on the roadside and that they weren't his. The two then glare at each other angrily and start arguing over the ownership of the horses. He blushes and is speechless before the woman, and she watches him with disdain. The princess calls her a coward and says she went too far with the argument. The patriarch then approaches and says she doesn't seem guilty of stealing the horse. He then grabs her by the wrist and throws her to the ground forcefully to teach her a lesson. The young man then attacks her, and she screams in pain from the blow he gave her. He calls her an ugly man and asks how she dares to touch her like that. The woman screams in pain, and the patriarch glares at her with a serious and annoyed expression. She then cries and says she won't be able to get married after this. The princess says she did something wrong and should apologize to the holy son of Tianbao. The woman then apologizes for stealing the horse, and he is left speechless. The patriarch then asks the princess what he can do for her now that the confusion is over. The princess asks him to help her become an empress, and he is surprised. His companion is frightened and asks if she is planning a rebellion in the kingdom. She says that's not it and that what she wants is the right to inherit the kingdom's throne. The woman says her ambitions go beyond cultivation and that she wants to become the empress. He then asks what she needs him to do, and she begins to explain the plan. She says she urgently needs something that is in a forbidden area of the divine kingdom. The patriarch then wonders why she is looking for someone who can reach the 9th step. She grabs him by the wrist and asks him to accompany her to the secret realm that will open in 2 days. The princess says he can make any request he wants, and he thinks of the heart fruit. The scene then focuses on the princess's eyes as she stares at him with a serious expression. He then takes her by the hand, and the two stand very close to each other in the middle of the room. She tells him not to think of something impossible, but he ignores her and continues to hold her. The young man asks what thing, and his companion thinks she might have thought of something shady. He then says the reward is simple, and that he only wants a thunder heart fruit. The patriarch is surprised and wonders what happened to make her react that way. The system then rewards him for shocking the princess with 100 aura cultivation points. The princess says he is asking for too much and that the fruit is very rare and hard to get. She explains that the fruit tree only produces a few dozen every 1,000 years and is very precious. With a smile, she says that since it's his request, she will try her best to get it. The patriarch then asks if she can't add a celestial rank skill and 10 billion coins. The princess says if he wants something impossible, she can't help, and the patriarch feels awkward. She then asks who his wife is and what she looks like, leaving the young man thoughtful. With a dramatic flair, he says his wife is the Empress of the demonic sect, and the princess is shocked. The woman then laughs and says if the Empress is his wife, then the sect's patriarch is her husband. He then holds her and asks why she can say that, but he can't do the same with her. She says the patriarch is a legendary idol, adored by thousands of girls throughout the domain. His companion then agrees, saying the patriarch is as handsome as he is, and the princess gets annoyed. The princess then hands him a token for the forbidden area and says she will wait for him at the pavilion. The young man then looks at the token and thinks about how he will use this opportunity to his advantage. Elsewhere, his companion and the princess's sister happily eat the horse meat. The man says that tomorrow he will bring all his horses to the woman's shop for her to cook. The patriarch watches the two making a mess and has a drop of sweat on his forehead. He then drags his friend out of the restaurant, while the two women bid them farewell. Back in the room, his companion is sound asleep, and the patriarch watches him in silence. He then decides to take the chance to practice and improve before going to the secret realm. Suddenly, a large beam of golden light shoots up into the sky, illuminating the entire city. The light illuminates the entire area, and people wonder what is happening there. A man appears in the middle of the light and recognizes the divine moon phenomenon as a legend. The man is the eldest prince, and he says that if he gets the treasure, no one else will compete for the throne. The scene then shows the sky with a bright light and prepares for the next commotion. The next day, the patriarch arrives at the palace but is stopped by 2 guards at the entrance. He then shows the token the princess gave him, and the guards apologize for the offense. With an air of superiority, the young man then walks past the guards and enters the royal palace. The young man arrives in a huge hall and wonders why so many people are gathered there. The princess and her sister were waiting for him, and the younger one calls him a bad guy with a smile. People in the hall comment that he looks ordinary to be the princess's guest. The woman explains that today the secret realm will open, and all the successors are there. Suddenly, a man on horseback enters the hall, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. The horse nearly tramples some people who move away in fear of what might happen. The rider and his companion complain that the man couldn't dodge the horse. The princess explains that they are the eldest prince and his sister from the same mother. She says the prince is 1 step away from reaching the celestial realm and is very powerful. The woman says he is one of her biggest opponents and that they need to confront him. A strong pressure hits everyone in the hall, pushing them back forcefully. The younger sister can't withstand the pressure, and the princess says it's her uncle, an emperor. The young woman asks why he isn't reacting to the pressure, and the young man pretends to be in shock. He thinks that with so many masters around, he doesn't need to react to everything all the time. A man with a golden aura then appears in the hall, and everyone watches him attentively. He then asks if everyone has arrived so he can open the secret realm. With an orange crystal in his hand, he prepares to open the passage to the realm. The emperor uses the crystal, and a large orange stone appears in the middle of the hall for everyone to see. The patriarch thinks the crystal stone has a lot of aura and is very precious for its size. Then the crystal shoots a beam of golden light that opens a large portal in the middle of the hall. With that, the portal opens completely with a bright light, and everyone prepares to enter. The young man watches attentively and realizes that the secret realm is finally opening. The emperor then says that everyone must enter the portal to the secret realm right now. He warns that the realm lasts for 2 days and that after that, everyone will be sent back. The eldest prince scoffs at the others, saying that a bunch of nobodies want to get stronger. With an air of superiority, the prince and his sister then enter the portal first. The princess's sister comments that the prince is arrogant and suggests stealing his horse. The young woman then says she can't do that because she is a disciple of the Misty Sect. The patriarch is confused as he has never heard of this so-called Misty Sect before. The princess explains that the sect is not from the celestial spirit domain but from another place. She then says it's better for them to go now, as they can't waste any more time there. He wonders why she joined such a distant sect, being a princess from there. The young man decides he will find out about it later and prepares to enter the portal. With a firm step, he then crosses the golden portal into the secret realm. The patriarch arrives on the other side and wonders if this is the secret realm. Suddenly, he is thrown into the air and begins to fall while the others float. Just then, the young man falls right into a lake and water splashes everywhere. The patriarch falls face first onto the ground, and the princess's sister says it would be a shame if he were gone. The princess crouches down and says she'll wait for the realm to end and burn some paper wives for him. He then suddenly gets up and says he lost his balance, scaring the 2 young women with the scene. The young man says it's a good thing his face hit the ground first, or he would have been in pieces. The princess asks if he's okay, wondering how he didn't get hurt falling from 1,000 meters. The system rewards him for shocking the princess, and now he can tame level 4 beasts. The young man then says he's fine and compliments the secret realm for having such a rich and pure aura. Suddenly, he sees a statue and wonders what that little stone dragon man is. Just then, the 3 of them come across a giant, very intimidating statue of a demon warrior. The princess explains that he is the demon general that the kingdom's ancestor took down long ago. He asks the system about demons and discovers that his knowledge of the world is incomplete. The 2 wonder if he is really from the deep celestial world for not knowing about demons. He then makes up an excuse, saying he focuses only on his cultivation and not on worldly matters. The princess explains that after a great war, the world was divided among humans, demons, and beasts. She then continues, saying that the celestial sky domain, for example, is controlled by beasts. The woman then explains that demon generals are as strong as humans from the realm of the gods. Her sister complains that in her domain, they have to go on missions to exterminate beasts. The patriarch then becomes curious and asks the princess so-called Dark Revolt was. She says she doesn't know for sure, as it's an ancient record from millions of years ago, and no one knows. The princess then points forward and says that what she's looking for is just past the statue. The 3 arrive at a cliff with a waterfall of purple lightning continuously falling in the area. The princess says they can only go this far, and the young man asks what he should do now. She then explains that he needs to pass through the minefield and get the item in the sphere of light. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt strikes near them, and the 3 are startled by the power of the electric discharge. He thinks that even someone from the celestial realm would struggle to get through that field of lightning. Her sister worries and asks if they really need to do that, as it would be terrible. The princess says that even if he fails, she will give him the Thunder Heart fruit as promised. With a determined look, he says he doesn't like to owe favors, and that he will fulfill his part of the deal. The princess blushes at the young man's confident attitude and watches him with admiration. Suddenly, the prince and his sister appear, mocking them and asking who wants to get the treasure. He then taunts her, asking if the young man is her lover, and if she isn't afraid he'll be gone there. Angered by the provocation, the young man quickly advances toward the two siblings. The prince and his sister are shocked by the young man's speed and can't react in time. He then grabs the prince's sister and says that spreading a rumor is easy, but refuting it is not. With a scared look, the young woman is speechless as he asks if she got the message. The young man then throws her forcefully toward her brother, who catches her to prevent her from falling. Furious, the prince says the young man dared to do that in front of him and that he's tired of living. With a blue aura, he launches a powerful energy attack toward the protagonist. The young man stands still, watching the attack approach while the prince glares at him from a distance. At the last second, he dodges the blow, and the prince wonders how he managed it from so close. He stands there calmly while the young women are shocked that he moved under the prince's command. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with the Thunder Tribulation music, which absorbs the Thunder Tao. With a smile, he thinks he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise and prepares for what's next. The prince's sister is furious with her bruised face and tells her brother to finish him immediately. The prince thinks the young man is not simple and decides to let him explore the cliff to find the treasure. He then proposes that if her man passes through the cliff alone, they will let the matter drop. The patriarch accepts the deal as he doesn't want to offend the kingdom and cause trouble for his wife. The prince laughs maliciously, thinking the cliff's power is more than enough to finish him. Then the young man walks toward the lightning cliff with a blue aura around him. He continues to advance calmly through the lightning, preparing for the great challenge. His sister comments that he is calm, but the prince says the center of the field has a powerful shock. The young man then asks the system if there really is a divine thunder rhythm left by the ancestor. The system confirms it, and the patriarch then summons a Gyukin to use his new musical skill. The young women wonder if he is interested in playing music and comment that he is not simple. With a golden aura, he then prepares to play the instrument and use the Thunder Tribulation. Just then, a great wave of golden energy spreads through the area with the power of the music. Then the lightning bolts begin to gather and form the image of a large blue energy dragon. The princess is shocked to see that he activated the thunder rhythm left by the ancestor. The prince comments that it's not easy to control the thunder dragon with the Tao of music and is impressed. The patriarch then stands face to face with the lightning dragon while everyone watches the scene. Suddenly, another man appears and comments that even the holy son of Xiaoyao is interested. With a smile, he says the thunder dragon is so strong that it must be linked to the legendary treasure. The prince then gets a dark expression and says if the treasure appears, he won't be gentle. The lightning dragon then advances toward the patriarch to attack him with all its power. The young man says the lightning is attracted by the sound of his Gyukin and that he will catch it all at once. He then concentrates and with his fingers glowing gold, he prepares for the attack. With the power of music, several golden dragons appear and attack the lightning dragon. The golden dragons wrap around the blue dragon and begin to absorb all its energy. The woman wonders why the lightning is diminishing, and the other man says he is refining the dragon. The princess realizes he wants to absorb the thunder rhythm and remembers the 9-step terrace. The patriarch then continues to play his Gyukin with a golden aura around him. Just then, the lightning dragon is completely enveloped by a large golden energy phoenix. The young man then concentrates and absorbs all the power of the thunder dragon at once. The system congratulates him for absorbing the rhythm and rewards him with a Celestial Realm experience card. With a smile, he thinks the reward wasn't bad at all and prepares for the next step. He then looks at the sphere of light and realizes that must be what the princess wants so badly. With a great leap, he advances, riding a golden dragon toward the purple sphere of light. The patriarch then lands safely and the sphere of light begins to emanate a powerful energy. He approaches the sphere, but it repels him with a discharge of purple energy to push him away. With a confident smile, he tells the sphere to bring it on and prepares to grab it at once. The young man takes the book and realizes the princess wanted to cultivate the divine thunder doll like him. He then throws the book to the princess and says he got what she wanted from the cliff. With the book in hand, the young man runs back to join the two young women in the forest. The princess shouts for him to be careful, but suddenly a golden light emerges from the ground. The other man wonders if the legendary treasure is finally being revealed there. The patriarch then turns and is shocked by the large sphere of golden energy behind him. Just then, the energy sphere expands and a voice says that tens of thousands of years have passed. The voice says that finally, someone has managed to awaken his soul that remains in the secret realm. Everyone then kneels and greets the supreme ancestor who has appeared before them. The ancestor then glares at him and asks why he doesn't greet him and bow like the others. The patriarch and the others are shocked to see the ancestor speaking to the young man that way. The princess wonders what kind of god he is to have managed to awaken the ancestor's soul. The prince thinks he must have some connection to the divine moon treasure to have done that. The ancestor calls him a brat and scolds him for being so arrogant in his presence. Suddenly, the old man stops, and with his eyes glowing, he notices something on the young man's body. With an air of superiority, the young man says the emperor's energy is in his body. The ancestor realizes that the country's power is getting stronger and stronger with each passing day. He then says that since the patriarch awakened him, he will no longer investigate the matter. The young man then wonders when he awakened him and is confused by the situation. The ancestor explains the legend of the divine moon, which said that the souls of the departed would awaken. The prince thinks that the treasure from the legend is something his direct ancestors really left behind. The old man says he has a rare talent and that he has a secret book for him as a reward. The young man laughs and says the old man's script is a bit old-fashioned, making him feel awkward. He continues to mock the ancestor, who gets annoyed with the young man's attitude. The old man then summons a book and says it's a combat manual for the Supreme Chaos Cloud technique. The patriarch asks if he is trying to trick him with a mid-grade combat manual. The ancestor then says he is placing the technique in his hands and the future of the celestial domain. With a confident smile, he takes the book and promises to protect the domain with the technique. The prince and his sister shout that he is not a descendant and does not deserve to inherit the book. The ancestor then takes the book back, and the young man thanks him for getting what he wanted. The old man calls him a thief and asks if he dares to lie to an ancestor like him. He then says he can't take back what he gave and that the book is his now. The system then announces that he has absorbed the martial art and activates 10 times comprehension. With a golden aura, he prepares to use the new skill, and the system confirms his success. The ancestor says everything is predestined by fate and that their meeting was not by chance. With that, the ancestor's soul begins to slowly dissipate as he watches him leave. The patriarch then prepares to leave, and the prince glares at him with a furious expression. He then shouts for the young man to return the Chaos Cloud fist that he stole from the ancestor. The princess's sister worries because the prince is strong and the young man is no match for him. The princess says the Chaos Cloud fist is the ancestor's final blow and that he won't let it go easily. The young man says only a fool would spit out what he's eaten, and if he doesn't leave, he won't be merciful. The princess then tells him to return the book, because if he doesn't, she won't be able to protect him. With a smile, he tells her not to worry, because the prince can't do anything to him. With a red aura, the prince calls him arrogant and prepares to attack him with everything he has. The two young women worry because with his energy, his power is greater than the princess's. The prince then advances, shouting for the young man to go and accept his fate in that place. With a determined look, the young man asks the system to use the God Realm card. The system confirms its use and says he has gained the God Realm physique for 2 days. A great wave of golden energy spreads through the area, and the patriarch transforms. With his eyes glowing gold, he prepares to face the prince on equal terms. The two then exchange powerful blows in a massive explosion of red and golden energy. The battle continues with the two facing off in the air and destroying everything around them with their powers. With a powerful punch, he hits the prince's head on and sends him flying with the force of the attack. With one last blow, he defeats the prince and sends him away from the place once and for all. The young man then slaps the prince, sending him crashing to the ground with the impact of the blow. A huge energy explosion occurs and the prince is thrown against a mountain. Shocked, he wonders how an Earth King managed to reach the God Realm so quickly. For shocking the crowd, the system rewards him with another 100 aura cultivation points. He then looks at his hand and is impressed by the power of the Chaos Cloud Fist. With a mischievous smile, he thinks that if the fist is so strong, maybe he can copy the secret realm. Back in the hall, people wonder who will stand out and think it will be the prince. Suddenly, the portal opens again, and everyone is confused about what is happening. The emperor wonders what is going on and why the portal is opening ahead of schedule. With an intense glow, the patriarch then exits the portal with a golden aura around him. He walks out of the portal, and everyone wonders who this imposing man is. The prince comes out right after with an angry expression, and the emperor is shocked by the scene. Several beams of golden light shoot out of the portal and hit the people in the hall. People are thrown away and wonder what is happening with the portal. They shout to get away and not to fight against the manifesting divine palace. Everyone screams in pain as they are hit by the rays, and the hall descends into complete chaos. The patriarch then watches the scene with the princess and her sister by his side, not understanding. The emperor approaches and asks what happened to them and why they came out injured. The prince then stands up and with a hateful expression, prepares to speak to his father. He then points to the young man and accuses him of lying to the ancestor's soul and stealing the fist. The emperor is shocked and wonders if he is talking about the Supreme Chaos Cloud Fist. The prince says he also took all the treasures from the realm, leaving it completely empty. He says the young man cleaned out all the junk from the realm and even gave the others a facial massage. The emperor becomes furious and threatens him, telling him not to move and to hide in a coffin. With a golden aura, the patriarch scoffs at him and asks if he thinks he's stupid. The young man then prepares to flee, and several guards advance to try and capture him. A guard asks the emperor what they should do, and he orders everyone to pursue him. The princess's sister worries, but the older one says she will do her best to protect him. With a strong step, the patriarch then starts running and jumping across the city rooftops. People on the street wonder who he is and why so many guards are chasing him. With a golden aura, he continues to flee while the guards follow him closely. He then wonders why the number of people chasing him keeps increasing. Suddenly, his companion appears and throws an apple for the patriarchs to catch. The young man catches the apple, and the man tells him not to worry, as it will help him. His friend says the apple will increase his strength, and the young man eats it in one bite. He then thanks his friend and continues his escape with the guards still on his tail. The guards call him arrogant for still having time to eat an apple in the middle of a chase. Suddenly, one of the guards is hit by an apple core and falls to the ground from the impact. With a mocking smile, he taunts them, telling them to come and get him if they can catch up. 2 hours later, the guards are still chasing him without being able to catch him. He then hides and says they didn't have to try so hard to catch him. The young man asks the system how much time he has left with the card and finds out there's only an hour left. The guards finally find him and surround him, preparing for the final attack. Furious, one of the men attacks him, saying he will shut him up once and for all. With a dark look, he tells everyone to get out and prepares to finish them. With a massive energy explosion, he throws all the guards away and defeats them. With a sinister look, he tells everyone to get out and prepares to finish them off for good. Then, he uses the palm technique and a golden aura covers his body, ready for the attack. He then mixes the Tao of wind and thunder and unleashes a giant wave of golden energy. His opponent is shocked and thrown back by the force of the golden attack. As the enemy is sent flying by the blow, an old man appears, yelling at him not to dare. This old man Liyushi accuses the protagonist of stealing treasures and prepares a blue attack. With a serious look, the old man says he protects the orders of the Celestial Pavilion and won't let it slide. At that moment, the guy grabs the protagonist's partner who had called him ugly. Interfering, our hero says he's not afraid of an old man from the Heavenly King realm. With a small smile, he creates a golden energy sphere in his hand, all set for combat. He then launches an attack with a giant golden energy hand against the enemy. Frightened, the old man is in shock, breaking into a cold sweat because he recognizes the attack as ancestral energy. Even the prince's partner is stunned and wonders how he mastered the chaos technique. For this feat, the system rewards him for shocking everyone with a Berserk Battle Spirit card. Activating the card, the protagonist says that everything impossible becomes possible for him. This card simply doubles his fighting ability for 1 hour and then becomes useless. His attack clashes head-on with the enemy's blue energy, causing a huge explosion. Without stopping, the golden energy wave continues to advance, overpowering the enemy's power. Several golden explosions hit the ground, causing massive destruction. The prince's partner admits that his energy is impressive and that it shocked the user. That man with the golden aura calls him for a talk in the forbidden area of the royal palace. Then, the prince's partner says his uncle is a divine emperor, and that he won't escape. But the powerful man tells him to shut up, saying the young man is a guest of the kingdom. Having a golden aura, the protagonist refuses to go with him and prepares for the worst. However, the system warns that his trial card has expired, and he becomes worried about the situation. Suddenly, the man appears with a red aura and says it's time to get out of there. Desperate, the young man panics upon realizing the card's effect wore off at that very moment. Instantly, a powerful beam of red energy is mercilessly launched in his direction. Surprised by the attack, the man wonders which great emperor decided to show up. The prince's partner is also in shock, as an emperor and a sovereign have appeared. Suddenly, a woman with cat ears appears floating with a pink and purple aura. With his jaw dropped, the man recognizes her as the master of Jade Lake. Confused, the protagonist then asks why she is there, and she replies that she wouldn't leave without him. Observing the two, the man notes that she is strong and wonders who the young man is to have her on his side. He then greets her respectfully and asks about her relationship with the young man. With a cold look, the woman replies that it's none of his business at all. Backing down, the man says he doesn't want any misunderstandings, but she warns that being curious isn't good. She says all he needs to know is that she is helping his divine kingdom in her own way. Utterly confused, the man is left wondering what she is trying to do with all this. She holds him and warns that if he harms the young man, not even the kingdom will protect him, and he asks her not to take advantage. Suddenly, someone shouts, asking why she is intimidating the younger generation. Then the protagonist hides behind the cat-like woman, and she faces him with a serious look. People on the street shout that the ruler of their kingdom has finally arrived. With an imposing red aura, the man appears and tells her to restrain herself. The newcomer says that Jade Lake has no male disciples, and this has nothing to do with her. The woman replies that he may not be her disciple, but today she is determined to protect him. The people are stunned, wondering who he is to have an emperor protecting him. The princess and her sister comment that he seems extraordinary and wonder who he is. Accusing her of provocation, the ruler says she wants to start a war with his kingdom. Furious, the man asks what she means by this affront in his city. She says that behind him, there is also an empress who is very protective of what is hers. The ruler then wonders if it could be more, and a woman with a blue aura appears in his mind. She asks if she's right, and he says he just wanted to come quietly, but reality won't allow it. With a golden aura in his eyes, the young man laments that he can't be at peace. Shocked, the prince's partner says that the young man is indeed very handsome. The women in the crowd fall for him and say they have to marry him, no matter what. He then reveals that he is the legendary patriarch of the heavenly demon sect, leaving everyone in shock. The women are surprised to find out that the legendary patriarch is so good-looking. For shocking the crowd, the system rewards him and promotes him to Imperial Mentor. The ruler says he can't complicate things further and decides to let the matter go. That man says the opportunities of the secret realm will be a welcome gift for him. With a serious look, the protagonist says he won't investigate the matter further and leaves it at that. The cat, like woman, says he has learned enough and that he should return the item to them. With the book glowing in his hand, the young man says it's fine and he will return the book. The ruler then thanks him, takes the book back, and steps away from the protagonist. Holding the book, he says its contents are extraordinary and that he will study it carefully. Suddenly, the ruler's eyes turn red with anger, and he wonders what that is. With a furious red aura, he asks what the young man did and what the book's content is. Awkwardly, the protagonist wonders if he has the ability to mess with relics. With his arms crossed, he says he has nothing to do with it and knows nothing. The man then says he has already mastered the primordial palm and asks how he explains the book. He says it was already like that when he got it and proposes a bet with the ruler. The young man proposes that if his disciples don't learn in 3 days, he will return everything. With a serious look, the ruler asks if he is serious about that bet. The young man then says that if they fail, he himself will teach one of them to learn the technique. For this, the man asks for 100 billion coins and 3,000 crystal stones as a tuition fee. The crowd erupts in anger and says he might as well make an absurd demand. The ruler says they are at war and he cannot spend the national treasury on that. The young man then lowers the price to 50 billion and 5,000 crystal stones as an offer. With a bead of sweat and a forced smile, he asks if the offer isn't sincere enough. With a smirk, the man says, as expected of a legendary patriarch of the sect. With a red aura, he says he accepts the bet and prepares for what's to come. The young man says to wait 3 days to see the result, and that he hopes he won't go back on his word. Indignant, the prince's partner says he is setting them up and refuses to believe it would work. With that, the young man and the cat, like woman, fly away from the enemies. The woman asks if he will really return all the treasures if they achieve the feat. The young man explains that the primordial palm is derived from the wordless celestial book. Suddenly, the princess and her sister appear and call him by the fake name he was using. The cat, like woman, then asks if he has fallen for a few more girls in his wife's absence. Embarrassed, the princess is flustered by the comment, and the other woman is surprised by the scene. He then says that if she keeps talking nonsense, he will teach her a proper lesson right there. The young man then says he is a decent person and asks her to leave, and she says she'll be waiting for him. The princess then says she didn't expect him to have such a close relationship with the queen. The other woman says she didn't expect his ugliness to be a disguise and that he is handsome. The young man says that when traveling, one must always keep a low profile. The woman hands over a box and says inside is the Thunder Heart fruit she promised. She explains that the fruit contains lightning energy and must be kept in a wooden box. Taking the box, the protagonist says it's alright, not to worry. Suddenly, the box begins to emanate a golden energy and shake violently. The fruit then comes out of the box with a golden aura, and the young man is surprised by the scene. With a smirk, he says that it's just a trace of unimportant lightning energy. A small golden energy dragon materializes and he holds it in his hands. The dragon then roars with a golden aura and lightning around it with immense power. The woman asks what adorable creature that is, and he says it's the path of divine thunder. The women are shocked to hear the name of the technique and that he speaks of it so casually. With a lightning aura in his hand, he says that now that he has the fruit, he only needs one more ingredient. The protagonist then says goodbye to the women, saying that if there's nothing else, he will leave. The princess then asks if he really stepped on the 9th level of the 9 steps of the wind. With a smirk, he says that whether he did it or not is no longer important. The woman then says she will wait for him in the Supreme Kingdom for a banquet, and he says goodbye. The young man then says that if fate allows, they will meet again in the future. He then returns to the Emu Inn, where he is staying to rest from the journey. Upon opening his room door, the protagonist is surprised by an unexpected presence. He is shocked to see the cat, like woman, sitting on his bed with a seductive expression. She then asks what he thinks about them playing something a little different from last time. The woman then strikes a provocative pose, and the young man is left speechless by the scene. She gets closer and asks why he blackmailed the Divine Kingdom in such a way. The protagonist then holds her and is left speechless by the cat, like woman's proximity. With a mischievous smile, he faces her, and the two get very close to each other. He grabs her and says the last lesson wasn't enough for her, and the woman shouts for him to let her go. With a slap, he throws her to the ground, and she is surprised by the young man's action. She cries out in surprise as she is thrown to the ground by the force of the slap he gave her. The woman then attacks him with a purple energy sphere, and he defends himself from the blow. Worried, the protagonist wonders if she got angry for being slapped twice. The woman then thinks that she got slapped twice by that brat, and is feeling strange. The young man then covers his face and says she can ask directly if she wants to know. He then explains that 5 billion isn't much for him, and that she is as rich as his wife. The young man then says that the 5,000 crystal stones are a different story. A large golden crystal stone appears, and he says they are rare and valuable. She then asks why he needs so many stones and what he is planning. The protagonist says the demon sect could form an alliance with the Yachi sanctuary. The woman then wonders what this teleportation pillar he mentioned would be. He explains that small teleportation pillars are more practical for shorter distances. With a smirk, he says that if they build the pillar, mutual help will be more convenient. Thoughtful, the cat-like woman analyzes the proposal the young man made to her. An image of a dagger appears, and she thinks that if there is betrayal, the pillar could be a problem. She says the sanctuary has always remained hidden from the world, avoiding worldly matters. With a serious look, she says it is still an invitation from the founder and she cannot refuse. He then says it's alright and that if it doesn't work out, he won't insist on the matter. The woman then says she will consult everyone in the sect and then give him an answer. The young man then slaps her, and she is surprised by the force of his blow. She cries out in surprise and pain as she is hit by the slap the protagonist gave her. The woman is thrown to the side by the slap, but he catches her so she doesn't fall. The young man wonders if she got angry for being slapped twice and becomes worried. She then thinks that she got slapped twice by that brat and that she is feeling strange. The protagonist then covers his face and tells her to ask directly if she wants to know. He then says she doesn't need to test him and asks why she blackmailed him for so much money. The young man then explains that the 5,000 crystal stones are a different story. A large golden crystal stone appears, and he says they are rare and valuable. She then asks why he needs so many stones and what he is planning. Throwing her against the wall, the protagonist says the discussion is over and she needs to leave. With a bead of sweat, he tells her to go away and that he needs to cultivate and has no time for her. He then throws her out of the inn, and she is surprised by the young man's attitude. The woman then compliments the young man and says he did a good job with what he wanted. With a pink aura, she says that one day she will make him kneel before her and then leaves. 3 days later, in the Divine Kingdom, the ruler laments that no one could comprehend the book. The prince's partner says he can't find the method to comprehend the book. The protagonist then arrives and asks how it went and if anyone in the kingdom managed to comprehend it. Approaching, the young man says the founder won and that he must fulfill his part of the deal. The ruler then hands over a ring and says that what he asked for is inside for him to take. With a gesture, he points to the princess and says she will be the one chosen to learn. The crowd is in shock, and he says he will then choose the lunar princess for the test. The prince's partner then accuses the princess of being in cahoots with the protagonist. That man feels awkward and wonders who knows what really happened between the two. The protagonist says she is an excellent candidate and that not choosing her would be a waste. With a smirk, he asks if he should choose the prince, who always attacks him. He then asks if the princess is ready for the training, and she confirms with a yes. The young man then activates her talent and tells her to begin the training at that moment. Tapping her forehead, the system announces that the talent has been initiated and the training is in progress. The princess then begins to float with a golden aura, and the protagonist observes the scene. He then says she will comprehend the supreme palm in no time and that he is leaving. The ruler stops him and asks how someone can master a technique so quickly. The protagonist says that if she can't, it's because she isn't qualified to learn. Calling him arrogant, the ruler tells his partner to shut up at once. The princess's eyes glow with a golden light, and she prepares for the training. With a golden aura, she cries out in pain and concentration as she absorbs all the power. A great supreme energy envelopes her, and she continues the learning process. The young man then says goodbye and says he is leaving and has nothing more to do there. The prince's partner asks if his father will really let him leave like that. The princess's eyes glow with a golden and pink light, and she completes the training. With a white aura, the princess finishes her training and descends to the ground. The ruler then asks how she is and if the training worked out for her. She then says she has fully mastered the highest form of the Hunyuan Supreme Palm. Shocked, the ruler can't believe she achieved the highest form. The prince's partner then says she progressed from beginner to master in a short time. That man then thinks that now that she has mastered the Supreme Palm, his position will be impacted. The ruler then asks if she is sure of what she is saying about the technique. She then creates a golden energy sphere in her hand and says that words are useless. With that, she launches a powerful golden energy attack to show off her new ability. The energy wave spreads through the hall and hits the other disciples in the place. The ruler then says that, as expected, it is the highest form of the Supreme Palm. With a smile, he celebrates that his kingdom has finally produced an unparalleled genius. The princess then says it has nothing to do with her and that she is not an unparalleled genius. She then approaches the protagonist and says that all of it is the work of the sect's ancestor. The young woman explains that the ancestor created thousands of methods to comprehend the palm. The prince's partner then says she is worthy of the sect's ancestor's reputation. The ruler asks if what she said is true, and she says she knows what her father means. With a serious look, the man says that as long as someone from the kingdom inherits the teachings, it's fine. He then decrees that no one is authorized to provoke the demon sect from that moment on. The prince's partner asks if that isn't unnecessary, and his father calls him short-sighted. The ruler then thinks that the legendary ancestor is far more formidable than he thought. That's when the protagonist realizes he got too carried away and forgot the most important thing. He then thinks he should have taken advantage of their shock to maybe earn some rewards. A man approaches and calls him ancestor, saying he finally found him. Pulling him along, the man says that Sister Tianqi is looking for him in a hurry. In front of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the guards greet the ancestor with respect. The young man then says that this is an impressive display and praises the place. A red-haired woman says she has heard of his legendary reputation and praises him. With a smile, she says it is an honor for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to receive him. She then hugs him and says she didn't expect the mysterious emperor from the auction to be him. Surprised, the woman wonders how he is so composed to resist her fragrance. She then says that with the strength of the king realm, he deceived several emperors and deserves respect. The woman hands over a ring and says it is the spirit currency he paid at the auction. With a flaming golden ring, she says she hopes he will consider a partnership with them. The protagonist then tells her to talk more about the proposal she has for him. The woman then says the pavilion is willing to provide resources at a 30% discount. She says the demon sect needs pills, weapons, and other cultivation materials. The young man then wonders why the pavilion is being so generous with them. Getting closer, she says there are no conditions and that she admires the ancestor and the sect. The protagonist then says he will deliberate on the matter upon his return before making a decision. With a smirk, he tells him to leave, and she asks if he doesn't want her to escort him. The young man then says he doesn't need it, and that he doesn't like to be indebted to anyone. Outside the pavilion, the woman observes the movement and smokes her pipe. A man asks if she really needs to be so accommodating to the ancestor, and she scolds him. With a smirk, she says that as a merchant, one must understand commercial exchanges. In the Tiling region, the Empress asks the Great Elder about the Orthodox Alliance. The woman says she heard that an unparalleled genius emerged among them, and they became arrogant. With a serious look, she says to show no mercy to the people of the Alliance. The Elder says that the Divine Kingdom was thrown into chaos by someone named Ning Shu. The Empress then hugs the protagonist and wonders how he is after so long. She then looks at the sky and says it's been a while since they've seen each other and that she misses him. With her eyes shining, she thinks that her patriarch has finally returned to her and the sect. The protagonist then appears mounted on a large fire phoenix and says he has returned. He then jumps off the phoenix and prepares for the reunion with his beloved wife there. The young man then asks if she missed him, and she replies, "Not much." He then hugs her from behind, and the two reunite in the courtyard of the demon sect. The protagonist then embraces the Empress and says he missed her very much. The Great Elder asks if he gained anything on his travels, and he says yes. The young man then shows the storage rings he obtained on his adventures. With that, a huge pile of treasures appears, and the Great Elder is impressed. Impressed, the Empress asks if he has been robbing people to get so many treasures. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him and increases the range of his faith cultivation. The protagonist then tells his wife that he will tell her everything slowly. After a while, the Great Elder is shocked to learn that he won a bet with the Sovereign. The protagonist then says he should be thanking him for giving him an excellent hair. With a serious look, the young man says it's getting late and the Elder should go rest. The protagonist then hugs her and says that separation makes the heart grow fonder and they shouldn't wait. He then throws the treasures to the Elder and tells him to store them and that they will divide them tomorrow. The young man then picks her up and carries her to the room to spend the night together. With a smile, he throws her on the bed, and she says there are many people watching and it's embarrassing. The protagonist then asks if she is thinking of something improper, and she denies it. He then says he won't tease her anymore, and that he has something to discuss with her. The young man explains that the Tianbao Pavilion wants to collaborate with the demon sect. She says that if they can collaborate with the pavilion, the remaining funds can be used for other purposes. The protagonist then says that Jade Lake has always maintained neutrality, and she agrees. With a smile, he says that the Queen Mother of the West will not oppose his proposal. He then celebrates and says that his wife is very wise for agreeing to the plan. The Empress then pinches his cheek and asks if he is happy to be able to meet the fox spirits. With a serious look, he then prepares to enjoy the night with his beloved wife. The Empress gets into a seductive position and watches him with a piercing gaze. He then asks if she is jealous, and she says it's ridiculous and that she wouldn't be jealous. The young man then asks if they should move on to deeper topics now. He then kisses her, and the two surrender to the moment of passion in the room. The Empress moans with pleasure, and he continues the kiss with more intensity. With a smile, she asks what he thinks, and the two stare at each other with passionate looks. They then spend the night together and enjoy the moment alone in the room. The cat-like woman tries to seal a demon with a coffin, and a golden energy envelops her. A blue demon appears and says he is a true demon and that she cannot suppress him. She then says she doesn't believe he can escape the coffin's seal and attacks him. The demon then says he will eventually return and bathe Jade Lake in red. The coffin is then swallowed by a large vortex of blue energy and disappears. A woman says the lake suppressed the demon for 10,000 years, but could never destroy it. The cat-like woman says it doesn't matter, and that the coffin is an emperor's treasure and he won't cause trouble. She then asks what they think of the suggestion to ally with the demon sect. With a blue aura, she summons all the disciples to the main hall to discuss the matter. In the moonlight life, the disciples are training and absorbing the energy of faith with the protagonist. The women then complain that their bodies ache a lot from the intense training. With a blue and furious aura, the protagonist gets irritated by the disciples' complaints. He then shouts for everyone to behave and that if they don't train properly, he will strike them all. The women then fall for him and say he is manly and charming and ask him to strike them. With a bead of sweat, he thinks that his wife won't let him back in bed unless he trains. With a smirk, he then gets an idea and prepares to put his plan into action. A golden ring appears, and he picks it up with a determined look. He then says that there are various martial arts techniques and treasure artifacts for them. The disciples then wonder if they are dreaming and thank the great master for his generosity. For shocking the disciples, the system rewards him with the talent of divine craftsmanship for forging weapons. A man then asks how he can train the iron fist, and he approaches to help. The protagonist then touches the man's hand, and the system activates the talent of teaching and enlightenment. With a golden ray of light, he asks if the man understands now, and he is surprised. With his fist glowing golden, he says the iron fist was simple and thanks the master. The other disciples then ask him to teach them too, and he asks everyone to calm down. Half an hour later, the disciples are training their new skills with fire and blue auras. With a fire aura, the protagonist asks if everyone has completed their training. The disciples then thank the great master for his guidance and bow in respect. The system then announces that he has absorbed the energy of faith and that his power is ready. The young man then looks to the side and sees his wife approaching to talk to him. She then asks if he wants her to take him home already, and he is surprised by the question. The Empress then says for them to talk about it later and takes him to the medicine hall. Riding a large golden dragon, the protagonist flies to the medicine hall. He then arrives at the medicine hall of the demon sect and prepares to enter. Surprised, the elder is to see the couple arriving and greets them with respect. The Empress asks how the pill refining is going, and the elder says he is ashamed. With a headache, he says the pill requires many rare materials and that he cannot make a mistake. The protagonist then says that if they fail, all the precious materials will be wasted. The elder says that in the entire celestial domain, only one person is capable of refining the pill. The young man then asks who this person is, and the Empress says it is the Pill Emperor. With a smirk, she says he is her rival in love, and the protagonist is shocked. He then says that having a few rivals in love is not completely normal, and she denies it. The young man then says his wife is as beautiful as a goddess, and it's normal to have rivals. With a serious look, he asks who this Lin Feng is, and she begins to explain. The elder says he is the leader of the spiritual medicine sect, and that everyone calls him Emperor. The protagonist then thinks that he can't let his wife beg another man to help her. She then tells him not to overthink it and that they will just ask him to refine the pill. He then hugs her and asks what would happen if Lin Feng refused the deal with them. With a smirk and a golden aura, she says that if he refuses, they will beat him up. The young man then asks if the spiritual medicine sect is rich, and she says not very. With a mischievous smile, he says that for an alchemist, money is external and ingredients are treasures. The Empress then asks what he is planning to do, and he says it's nothing. With a golden aura, he says that tomorrow they will leave for the spiritual medicine sect. The elder then asks if this means the spiritual medicine sect is doomed. The protagonist asks if his wife is really going with him to meet the Pill Emperor. She then says that since only he can refine the pill, he wouldn't reject her if she went personally. The young man then tells the great elder to welcome anyone who comes from Yaoqi. He then hugs her and says he is sorry to bother her, and she asks him to hold her tighter. A man then throws a golden energy spear towards the medicine sect. At the medicine sect of the Western continent, the disciples complain that patrolling is boring. One of them then says that everyone who comes to the sect are old men, and no one would dare to be promiscuous. The couple then appears on top of a statue and wonders what that huge statue is. The young man then comments that he didn't think Lin Feng was so narcissistic. The guards then ask who they are and how they dare to step on their lord's statue. With a golden aura, the Empress calls for Lin Feng and tells him to come out. A large wave of golden energy spreads through the place, and everyone gets scared. The guards are thrown far away by the force of the energy the Empress released. A man then appears laughing and prepares for what's to come in front of the sect. Arriving, the man greets the Empress, saying it's been a long time since he last saw her. Annoyed, the protagonist asks who gave him permission to call her that. The man asks who he is and if he is worthy of speaking to him in that manner. With a furious look, the young man says that the Empress and he are friends and it's none of his business. The Empress then says he is her husband and he can express his dissatisfaction with him. She then hugs him and says he can say whatever he wants to the man in front of him. With blue lightning around him, the man shouts in shock upon discovering the Empress got married. He refuses to believe it and says there must be more to it and that the young man used some trick. The young man then apologizes for the disrespect and says the patriarch is very handsome. The protagonist then says he is just a little more handsome than him and nothing more. With a smirk, the man says he is good at jokes and that he should stop playing. The young man then says the Pill Emperor is right and that he is indeed very weak. He then hugs the Empress and says he has cultivated for a long time and his shoulders are sore. With a touch, he asks his dear wife to massage his shoulders for him. The couple gets into a romantic position, and he says the best thing is to be massaged by her. That man becomes furious seeing the woman he loves being so obedient in front of him. The young man then says it took him a long time to advance to the peak of the Earth King realm. The Empress says that the Pill Emperor took 10 years to reach that stage. The man then wonders if she married him because of his talents and gives up arguing. He then wonders why the Empress and the Patriarch came to his medicine sect. The woman then says she came to ask him to refine a pill for her, and the man is surprised. He asks what kind of pill she wants him to refine and if she has the ingredients. The protagonist then throws a box and says the ingredients are all in there. Taking the box, the man says that based on the ingredients, it doesn't seem difficult to refine. With a fire aura, the young man tells him to wait, as there are still 2 more ingredients. Shocked, the man is to see the ice grass and the thunder heart fruit there. For shocking the emperor, the system rewards him with beginner-level alchemy proficiency. With a smirk, he says that as expected the pill emperor, he knows his stuff. The man then apologizes and says he cannot refine that pill, leaving everyone in shock. The Empress then says she hopes he is not making excuses to get out of it. He then explains that the ingredients are very precious and the pill will be, at the very least, immortal. The protagonist then sighs and prepares for what's to come at the medicine sect. With a fire aura, he says that since the emperor is so complicated, he will do it himself. The man then tells him to stop lying and that if he can refine it, why did he come there? Surprised, the Empress wonders when he cultivated alchemy and became so good. The young man then tells his dear wife not to worry and that he will succeed. That man says he doesn't feel any alchemy proficiency in him and asks how he will refine it. The protagonist then tells him not to worry and that he knows his own limits. The man then shows a 3-legged golden crow furnace and says he can use it. With a green aura, he says the furnace is one of his treasures and that it can refine an immortal pill. The young man then thanks the Pill Emperor for his help with the refining furnace. He then asks the system to use the alchemy experience card and the system confirms. With a golden aura, the protagonist obtains 1 hour of saint-level alchemy proficiency. The young man then begins the refining process with a large wave of golden energy. He throws the ingredients into the furnace and begins refining with his new skill. Shocked, the man wonders if that is the sacred fire of alchemy and if he is a saint. The man explains that every alchemist has the ability to light the fire of alchemy. He says that the alchemy fire the protagonist is using is one of the strongest there is. With a fire aura in his hands, he says he uses the explosive fire's yang and removes 3 parts. With his eyes glowing, he says the flames are flickering and it's time to withdraw. The protagonist then separates the fire and blue energies and prepares for the next step. With blue lightning and golden fire, he throws the energies into the furnace for refining. The man then says that the exceptional ability to balance yin and yang is incredible. A large storm of blue lightning forms in the sky, and everyone gets scared. The man wonders what kind of high-grade immortal pill the Patriarch has refined. A large blue lightning bolt descends from the heavens towards the refining furnace. Desperate, the man says that if the lightning hits the furnace, it will explode and the pill will be destroyed. A blue lightning bolt then hits the flaming furnace and causes a huge energy explosion. With a fire aura, the protagonist tells the pill to condense and finish the process. The furnace is then enveloped by blue lightning and a large wave of energy spreads. A huge explosion of golden light occurs and everyone is thrown far away. The man then wonders if the furnace exploded and if the refinement failed. The dust settles and a bright light begins to emanate from the golden furnace. A rainbow-colored beam of light comes out of the furnace and a pill appears. A pill with 6 colors appears and the man is shocked to see this sacred light. He then wonders what immortal pill that is and if it is complete or not. With a blue aura, he says the pill is not yet complete and that he will not stop. He says that with this last step, the divine pill of the heavenly pattern will be complete. A golden pill with blue lightning appears and he prepares for the final step. Suddenly, a giant red energy hand appears and says the pill belongs to them. The Empress then appears and asks what rat dares to launch a sneak attack and steal the pill. 2 giant stone and fire men appear and ask the Empress to give them the pill. Frightened, the man says that if he is disturbed, the refinement will fail and he will perish. With a fire aura, the Empress says that whoever dares to hurt him, she will finish them. A large beam of golden energy is launched towards the stone men. The woman appears floating, and the 2 men prepare for the confrontation. With a furious look, she says they are 8-star immortal emperors and asks who they are. The man wonders if they are experts from beyond the domain, as he doesn't recognize them. The Empress says that outsiders to the domain dare to be so presumptuous and prepares to fight. She then attacks the 2 men with a large wave of golden energy and throws them far away. A huge explosion of golden light occurs, and the protagonist continues the refinement. With a blue aura, he says it is the most crucial moment of the pill's refinement. The Empress then unsheathes her sword and says that once unsheathed, blood will be shed. She then says that today she offers the blood of the immortal emperors to her sword. One of the men says that if they fight 1-on-1, they might not be a match for her. The 2 men then attack together and say it's a shame it's 2 against 1. With a fire aura, the Empress says that 2 ants dare to be arrogant in front of her. One of the men cries out in pain as he is hit by her golden energy swords. The other man says the woman is very powerful and wonders what they should do. The furnace continues the refining process with a fire aura and blue lightning. With a blue aura, the protagonist says he is imbuing the divine pill of the heavenly pattern. A large rainbow-colored beam of light comes out of the furnace, and a man shouts in success. Impressed, the man says the pill surpasses anything he has ever seen in his life. The Empress then asks if he is alright, and he says yes and that the pill has been refined. With a smirk, he says he is fine and that now that the pill is refined, he is happy. The protagonist then hugs her and says he will never let her be intimidated again. One of the men then says that a mere cultivator of the Earth King realm dares to be so arrogant. With a red aura, he says the strong medicinal fragrance has healed his wounds. Laughing, the man says that now that they are healed, her husband's effort was a waste. He then tells his brother that they should absorb the fragrance and not waste it. The young man then tells his wife not to be angry and to prepare for a good show. The men are then hit by blue lightning and wonder why they are being attacked. The two are thrown far away by the lightning and are left wondering what happened. With a mischievous smile, he says he is not a fool to let his wife's attacks be in vain. He explains that he knew the fragrance could heal their wounds and that they would absorb it. With a blue ring on his finger, he says he added some extra ingredients for them. A blue sphere is added to the pill, and a medicinal fragrance spreads through the air. The men then cry out in pain as they are enveloped by a powerful blue energy. Two large beams of blue energy hit the ground and cause a huge explosion. Fallen on the ground, the men ask what he put inside the pill to cause that. With a mischievous smile, he says he intentionally added a tonic pill for them. One of the men says the fragrance was already enough to heal their wounds, but the tonic had the opposite effect. The other man then says he feels like there is fire burning inside his body. The protagonist then says it's their fault for being so greedy and absorbing the fragrance. One of the men then wonders how a mere Earth King dares to poison them in such a way. With a furious look, he charges forward and shouts that he will finish the young man once and for all. The Empress then stops him with her hand and says he is presumptuous for trying to attack him. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him with a realm swapping card to use. One of the men then says that person is the Empress's weakness and that they should attack. The other man says he understands that he will alleviate the danger of the explosion and capture the young man. The Empress then uses her golden energy and prepares for the confrontation with the enemies. A man with a purple aura appears and prepares to attack the Empress. The protagonist is thrown back by the force of the attack, and the Empress protects him. With a large white energy attack, they are thrown far away, and the Empress holds him. That man with the purple aura says he has heard of the Empress's fame and is impressed. The Pill Emperor appears and asks what senior rat dares to hurt his beloved. The man then attacks the Pill Emperor with a purple aura and asks who he thinks he is. With a purple energy beam, he throws the man far away and defeats him with one blow. The protagonist asks if his wife is alright, and she tells him to run, as the enemy is strong. He then tells her to leave the rest to him, and that he will take care of the situation himself. With his eyes glowing blue and purple, he asks the system to use the realm swapping card. The system then asks him to select a target and begins to transfer the information. The cat-like woman then wonders what is happening and is confused by the situation. With a serious look, she calls for the patriarch without understanding what is going on. She then asks how they do that and where he is, and he says there is no time to explain. With a purple and blue aura, the woman begins to be enveloped by the swapping energy. She then cries out in pain and surprise as she feels the power swap happening in her body. The woman then wonders if this is the swap the Great Master was talking about. That man says that when he takes care of her husband, she should marry him and that he will treat her well. With a blue aura, the protagonist asks how he dares to covet what is his. The man is shocked by the young man's speed and can't react in time. With a furious look, he charges forward and shouts for the scoundrel to perish once and for all. A large beam of blue energy hits the man and throws him far away with the force of the blow. With a cold look, he says that as for the other two, there is no need for them to live either. The two men get a red aura and prepare for the confrontation with him. The protagonist then uses the suzerain's flame fist and the divine palm of wind and thunder. He then uses the supreme primordial palm, and a large blue energy hand attacks the men. Shocked, the men wonder how he knows so many fighting techniques. One of the men then uses the celestial demon palm, and a large wave of purple energy hits them. They cry out in pain as they are hit by the blow and are thrown far away by the force. The Pill Emperor is shocked to see that he dispatched two emperors instantly. That man then cries out for his brothers and charges forward with a purple aura to avenge them. With a furious look, he says the protagonist dares to take out his brothers and that he will finish him. The young man then says that anyone who hurts his wife will perish and activates the Tao of the sword. With a fire aura and the sword in his hand, he prepares for the confrontation with the enemy. The protagonist then charges forward with his fire sword and attacks the man with a purple aura. The man says he thinks the mere intention of the sword is enough to challenge him. With a furious look, the man wonders what the young man means by that. The protagonist then asks the system to activate all his Taos at once. With a blue and purple aura, he prepares to use all his power against the enemy. For surprising the Emperor, the system rewards him and doubles the damage of his martial arts. Scared, the man asks who he is to have so much power. With a cold look, the young man says that those who are about to depart don't need to know so much. He then attacks the man with all his auras and causes a huge energy explosion. Desperate, the man says the young man is too strong and that he needs to get out of there. With a fire explosion, the man is hit and defeated by the protagonist's shadow step. With a furious look, he says he is trying to flee and asks the system to activate the power of faith. The system then implants the power of faith at 0.1% of total capacity. A large beam of golden energy is launched, and he activates the power with all his might. The man then cries out in pain as he is hit squarely by the golden energy beam. With a purple aura, he says he will remember this and prepares to flee the scene. The man then transforms into a large purple energy sphere and flees. The protagonist then wonders why 3 emperors came just to steal his pills. The Empress then coughs, and he approaches worriedly and asks what's wrong with her. She says her palm was poisoned and that she was careless during the battle with them. The young man then cries out for his wife and holds her so she doesn't fall to the ground. That man says the black aura is like vengeful spirits and that she has been afflicted with poison. He then says he has the antidote and that she will recover in half an hour after taking it. With a purple aura on her body, the protagonist gives the antidote to his wife to take. The Pill Emperor then approaches and asks what that is and what is happening. With a look of admiration, he kneels and asks the protagonist to accept him as a disciple. The man says that although he is the Emperor of Medicine, he has never been able to comprehend the Tao of Alchemy. The protagonist then says he is already very strong and he can't teach him to be better. The Emperor then tells him not to spare his pride and that he will continue to strive. With the Empress in his arms, he tells him to do as he pleases and that he will take her back. A large fire explosion occurs and the protagonist flees with his wife. With the Empress in his arms, he then rushes to the sacred pool of the demon sect. He then lays her down by the edge of the pool, and she remains unconscious with the purple aura on her body. The system then warns that the swapping card has expired and its effects have been nullified. The cat-like woman then says her power is back and asks what happened to him. The Empress then starts to gasp, and he realizes the poison is still in her body. With a worried look, he wonders why she hasn't woken up after half an hour. The system then explains that she has the physique of the sacred sun, which reacted with the poison. The protagonist then remembers that last time, his wife also treated her wounds there. With the Empress in his arms, he tells her to hold on a little longer and that he will heal her. He then enters the water and places her in the sacred pool for the treatment to begin. The young man then asks the system if that will be enough to heal her. With a green aura, the woman begins to be healed by the water of the sacred pool. The Empress then floats in the water as the green energy envelopes and heals her. The protagonist then says the pill was not easy to obtain and that with it, he can advance. The system warns that he has consumed the power of faith and that it has been upgraded to 10,000. The young man then remembers the enemy who escaped and that he doesn't know who the 3 emperors are. He then asks the system what exactly the physique of the sacred sun that his wife has is. The system then says the host must find that out on his own and gives no further details. With his eyes closed, he concentrates and waits for his beloved wife to wake up. The Empress then coughs and slowly begins to awaken after the treatment in the pool. He then says his wife has finally woken up and holds her carefully in his arms. The Empress asks if he has been by her side the whole time, and he hugs her tenderly. With a smirk, he tells her to take off her dress and suddenly picks her up. She then says she just woke up and that her body hasn't fully recovered yet. He then says he just wants to check if she has any external injuries, and she is surprised. With a mischievous smile, he asks what she thought he was going to do, and she says nothing. The protagonist then hugs her and says that if she needs help alleviating the discomfort, he will help her. She then throws him into the water and tells him not to talk nonsense, and that she doesn't need help. In the Righteous Alliance, a man asks what exactly the false path of God the other mentioned is. The Emperor says the most important thing is to deal with the Queen and the Empress first. That man is surprised and wonders if Yachi could be in collusion with the demons. The Emperor says not exactly, but that he discovered Yachi is suppressing a demon. With a smirk, he says not to worry and that his masters are already on their way. Suddenly, a wounded man appears with a purple aura, and the Emperor is shocked. The man wonders why Shen Shu is so injured and what happened to him. The wounded man then kneels and says the other 2 perished in battle. With a furious look, he says that Brat took out his 2nd and 3rd brothers. Shocked, the Emperor refuses to believe the young man has such ability. The man says he not only reached sainthood in the Tao of Alchemy, but also mastered 5 Taos. The Emperor then wonders if he was hiding his strength all along to deceive them. The Emperor says to postpone the plan against Yachi until Shen Shu fully recovers. With a purple aura, he says it seems they will have to use the palace's last resort. Early in the morning, on the Moonlight Cliff, the protagonist is training with his disciples. The system then announces that he is absorbing the energy of faith and that his stock is increasing. The young man then thinks that what happened a short time ago must have caused a stir. He says that's good, as at least they won't dare to act recklessly against him. With the pill in his hand, he thinks that when his wife recovers, he will have her to protect him. The Empress then appears and asks how he is feeling now that he has recovered. He says he is much better and that he wants to use the pill to advance to the Holy Emperor realm. The woman says that noon is the best time for blood and Kai to surge and that they should begin. With a smile, she tells him not to worry and that protecting him is no problem at all. The women then say they are lucky to witness the ancestors' advancement. The protagonist then tells his wife that he is starting the advancement process. With the pill in his mouth, he prepares to absorb all the power and level up. The system then detects a powerful spiritual energy and prepares for the advancement. The system announces that the host is advancing to the Holy Emperor realm. A large storm of blue lightning forms in the sky, and everyone gets scared. The disciples then wonder why the sky suddenly darkened in the middle of the day. The Empress says she didn't expect her husband's advancement to trigger such an anomaly. Panicking, the disciples say the lightning is coming straight for them. A man then wonders if they weren't hit by the lightning and is surprised. With a green aura, the disciples celebrate that the ancestor saved them from the lightning. The protagonist then says this is great and that it will be easier to hide his true strength. For shocking the disciples, the system gives him the aura of chaos to conceal his presence. With blue lightning and fire around, he says it's the perfect time to advance his divine body. A large dragon of fire and lightning appears, and everyone is shocked by the sight. The protagonist then absorbs the dragon's power and combines it with the pill he took. The system then announces that he has fully absorbed the pill and advanced to the intermediate stage. With golden lightning around him, he says he will try out his new furious thunder power. He then punches the air, and a large wave of golden energy spreads through the place. A small golden energy dragon appears, and he prepares for the next step. Surprised, the Empress wonders what kind of powerful technique that is. With a fire aura, he says he is awakening his spiritual veins to the next level. Several blue energy dragons appear and attack one of the disciples in training. The women then say the ancestor is amazing and that he is their god forever. The Empress wonders if he is awakening more veins and is surprised by the scene. With a fire aura, she wonders to which realm he has advanced with all that power. The woman's eyes glow with a golden light, and she watches the training. She then wonders how this is possible, and says she can't see through his strength. With her eyes glowing golden, she says if she can't, no one else can, and that he is mysterious. A beam of blue light descends from the heavens and hits the forest with great power. The disciples then say it's been a day and a night, and the ancestor still hasn't finished. With a fire aura and blue lightning, the protagonist says 1,000 dragons converge on him. He then thanks his wife for protecting him for a whole day and night. The young man then says he has opened thousands of new spiritual veins and advanced his body. The cat-like woman appears and says the ancestor's advancements are always grand. She then grabs him and asks why the Queen Mother of the West is there and tells her to let him go. The Empress then asks if the power her husband displayed was transferred by her. The cat-like woman says he doesn't want to talk about it and that the Empress shouldn't ask. With a serious look, she says it's alright as the matter involves his personal issues. The cat-like woman then tells her to see for herself what the young man has been up to lately. She is then surprised to see what the protagonist is doing with his power. Furious, the Empress asks how she dares to do that to her husband. With a slap, she throws the cat-like woman away and scolds her for her attitude. The Empress then hugs him and says her husband is not someone she can just touch. The woman then wonders why she can't see through his cultivation now. For shocking the queen, the system rewards him with a 3-minute aura suppression card. The protagonist then complains that another aura suppression card is too short for him. The cat-like woman then says that even if the master doesn't want to share, he still has to help her. The Empress then asks what she means by that and holds him tighter. He then shouts that you can play with food, but not with his words. The cat-like woman then asks what he thinks, and he faces her with a serious look. With a fire aura, the Empress says that is slander and nonsense and throws him away. The cat-like woman then attacks the Empress with purple energy, and the two face off. A large wave of purple and fire energy collides and causes a huge explosion. The disciples then wonder if the Queen and the Empress are fighting over the master. The energy explosion hits the protagonist, and he falls to the ground from the force of the impact. The young man then thinks that if he lets them continue, the sect will be reduced to rubble. He then asks the system to use the 3-minute aura suppression card. The system then activates the card, and the protagonist shouts for the two of them to stop. The two women then wonder what is happening and are confused by the situation. With a fire aura, he shouts for the two of them to stop fighting and calm down. The protagonist then attacks the Empress and throws her away with the force of the blow. Surprised, she asks what he is doing, and he says she needs a spanking. The Empress is paralyzed and wonders why her body won't move. He then holds her and throws her to the ground with a slap to teach her a lesson. The cat-like woman then says her husband is very good at just spanking. With a fire aura, he prepares to attack the cat-like woman and end the fight. The cat-like woman then prepares for the confrontation with the protagonist and faces him. He attacks her with a fire aura and says she is still talking and that she is the main troublemaker. Shocked, the disciples are to see that the master struck the Empress and the Queen. With a smirk, he says that is justice and that they shouldn't have resorted to violence. He then thinks that the aura suppression cards are very useful for him to get away with things. The system then warns that the aura suppression card has expired, and he is attacked by both of them. The protagonist is then left lying on the ground, and the two women stare at him with furious looks. He then shouts for help, and the two hold him so he doesn't escape punishment. The young man says there are things that cannot be spoken openly, and that he has no ill intentions. The cat-like woman then tells them to talk about the teleportation pillar he mentioned. She asks if the Jade Lake side agreed to build it, and he confirms that they did. The Empress then tells him to get the materials for the pillar, and he agrees with a smile. Several gold blocks appear, and he prepares to build the teleportation pillar. The cat, like woman, says the pillar needs to be stable and that only a master architect can build it. She then asks if he can build a pillar and if he is some kind of super talented king. For shocking the queen, the system rewards him and unlocks an additional function for the pillar. The protagonist says this is incredible and that they will be able to teleport between the two places. He then activates his innate divine craftsmanship ability and begins the pillar's construction. With a fire aura, he tells everyone to step back and that he will start smashing the blocks. The young man then begins to hammer the gold blocks with his fire power. The Empress and the cat, like woman, wonder what kind of chaotic forging technique that is. He then continues to hammer the blocks and shape the teleportation pillar. He then uses his ability and with a beam of golden energy, he shapes the gold blocks. With a smile, he says it's ready, and the women are impressed by the size of the pillar. Several golden crystal pillars appear, and he asks if that is enough. The protagonist then says he is not finished yet, and that they need to engrave runes on the pillar. With a fire aura, he says the method for carving the runes has been comprehended and is ready. With a smirk, he says it's actually quite simple, and that he will begin the process. The young man then jumps up and prepares to engrave the runes on the golden crystal pillars. With golden lightning in his hands, he activates the celestial power and uses the wrathful thunder to engrave. Shocked, the cat, like woman, wonders how the ancestor can control lightning at will. For shocking the queen, the system increases the speed of rune engraving. He then attacks the pillar with a beam of golden energy and begins to engrave the runes. A huge explosion of golden light occurs, and the pillar is successfully completed. The protagonist then steps on the ground and prepares for the next step of the construction. He then says the teleportation pillar to the demon sect is built and ready. The cat, like woman, says a single pillar is useless and that he needs to go to Jade Lake. He hands a thought stone to his wife and tells her to use it to summon him. The protagonist then says goodbye to the women and prepares to go to Jade Lake. With golden lightning, he teleports and disappears in a flash of light. Surprised, the Empress says not even an hour has passed and the pillar is already complete. The women then surround the protagonist and say he is the best and that they love him very much. The system then detects a massive energy of faith and begins to absorb it rapidly. The protagonist then tells his wife that he has finished building the teleportation pillar. She then says that pillars usually require 900 origin stones to activate. The young man then says that with his little adjustment, he saved 600 origin stones. He then says that to activate the pillar, they need crystal energy and spiritual power. With a purple aura, the cat, like woman, launches a beam of energy to activate the pillar. A large wave of purple and golden energy collides and the pillar is successfully activated. A large golden crystal appears and the teleportation pillar is activated. A woman then says the teleportation pillar was a success and congratulates him. The cat, like woman, then says she will go with him to Jade Lake, and he is surprised. She asks if he isn't going to cause trouble, and he says absolutely not. The young man then says it's alright and that he will trust her this time, and the two depart. They then enter the golden teleportation portal and disappear in a flash of light. The woman then tells him to return safely and that she will wait for him at the sect. On the other side of the portal, the protagonist says it's very dark and he can't see anything. He says he's not kidding and that he's only afraid of the dark, and she calls him Emperor. With a smirk, she hugs him and tells him to continue the path together. The young man says that once the pillar is secure, the journey will be in the blink of an eye. They then look at the starry sky and wonder where they are and if it's the same sky. The cat, like woman, says she doesn't know either and that some places can only be explored by the divine kingdom. The cat, like woman, says that if he wants to protect himself, he needs to become stronger to do so. With a serious look, she then faces him, and he is left speechless by her proximity. With a smile, he says not to worry and that he understands what she means. Suddenly, the place begins to shake, and the two wonder what is happening there. A large demon with red eyes appears, and the two are shocked by the sight. The protagonist then wonders what that is, and if it's a demon god that has appeared. She then explains that a demon god is equivalent to a human from the divine kingdom, or even stronger. The demon then wonders why a human cultivator is there in that place. The cat, like woman, then says they have been discovered and that they need to flee quickly. The demon attacks them, and she tells him to go quickly, as they are no match for the enemy. The young man says that even if he can't beat him, he can at least hold on for a while. With a worried look, he then calls for the Queen Mother of the West in his thoughts. He then apologizes and kisses her suddenly, leaving the cat, like woman, surprised. With the kiss, he says his cultivation is hidden and that ordinary people can't see it. The protagonist says his cultivation is hidden by encrypted information and he can fool him. He then kisses her again and says he is tired and that one of them will perish there. For intimidating the queen, the system rewards him with an intimidation card to use. Suspicious, the demon wonders if they are high-level human experts. He then attacks the two with a large wave of purple energy, and they are thrown far away. With a purple aura, the demon says he is sorry for intruding and scaring the two of them. The demon says he is from the Bixu realm and dares to conflict with a deity. With a smirk, he introduces himself as the leader of the Seer clan of the Duowoe tribe. The protagonist then prepares to use the intimidation card he won. With a fire aura, he says his name is divine and that a demon like him has no right to ask. A large golden energy being appears and the demon is impressed by the power. The demon then says he is indeed a powerful human expert and that he was disrespectful. He then says he came to retrieve something lost from the Hamba tribe and doesn't want trouble. The young man then tells him to leave and that there is no way something like that could get lost in the domain. The demon says he didn't expect such a powerful presence and that he won't cause trouble. With a purple aura, he apologizes and says he will leave that place immediately. The protagonist then sighs in relief and says it's a good thing the guy was timid and they tricked him. The cat-like woman then says it was an illusion technique and that he only used an illusion. She then pulls his hair and complains that he is treating her like a fool with his lies. With a bright aura, the cat-like woman says she is very tired and that she won't pressure him. She then says the demon god was looking for something, but she doesn't know what it is. The cat-like woman then says it's true and that if it had landed in the domain, it would have been chaos. The protagonist then tells her not to mess with him and that if his wife finds out, she will take him out. The woman approaches him with a sphere of light in her hand and he moves away from her. He then asks her to look quickly at the sphere and she gets closer to see. The cat-like woman says that is a void vortex and that they appear in teleportation spaces. The protagonist then wonders if he can comprehend the power of the void vortex. The cat-like woman says the vortexes are dangerous and that he could get trapped inside. He then moves forward and says he has confidence in himself to explore the vortex. With his hand outstretched, he touches the vortex and begins to absorb its energy. Worried, the cat-like woman shouts for the great master, afraid of what might happen to him. With golden lightning around him, he says he is fine and that he used wind and thunder to escape. The system then detects that he is absorbing the energy of the void domain and comprehension begins. With a fire and blue aura, the system announces that he has achieved beginner's insight into the domain. The young man says he was just testing and that he didn't expect it to respond to his power. With his eyes glowing blue, he then prepares to enter the vortex for good. With a blue aura, he is sucked into the vortex and disappears from sight. The cat-like woman then shouts for the great master and watches him being taken by the vortex. She then worries and says that if he comprehends the void domain, she doesn't know what he will do. A man asks if there's no problem with the transmission pillar, and she says no. The protagonist then wonders what that is, and a large blue sphere of light appears. With a blue aura, he then says hello and prepares for what's to come in the vortex. He is then thrown back by the force of the energy and cries out in surprise from the impact. Several blue energy spheres appear and throw him from side to side. A woman then calls him Patriarch and asks what he is doing in there. The cat-like woman appears and asks if he has seen the Patriarch before, and he is surprised. With a shout, he tells the cat-like woman to move and pushes her away from the danger. Surprised by the protagonist's action, the woman stares at him with a confused look. He then holds her, and the two are thrown back by the force of the vortex's energy. The young man then holds her, and the two get very close to each other in the midst of the chaos. He says the power of the void is more troublesome than he imagined, and that it requires effort. With an annoyed look, she asks if he isn't going to remove his hand from there, and he gets embarrassed. He then apologizes and says it was an accident, and that he didn't do it on purpose. The cat-like woman says an apology is not enough and that he should apologize with actions. She then gets closer and asks why they don't go somewhere else to discuss this. Suddenly, the Empress appears with a pair of scissors, and the protagonist is frightened by the scene. He then says he needs to go home in a hurry and that they can discuss it another day. With a serious look, he tells the queen not to speak carelessly about the demon god. She then says she is leaving, and the young man asks her to wait a moment. The cat-like woman wonders if she is so unattractive in that young man's eyes. For shocking the queen, the system rewards him with a shadow clone skill card. The protagonist wonders when he shocked her, and the system says it was when he touched her. With a smirk, he says it's alright and that the sensation was pleasant after all. The great elder says it's been a long time since the patriarch left and wonders if something happened. A large golden crystal appears and the teleportation pillar is activated at the sect. With a fire and golden aura, the protagonist returns to the demon sect. With a smile, the Empress says the patriarch is back and welcomes him warmly. He then says he is home and approaches his beloved wife after the long journey. The protagonist asks how the transmission pillar is, and she says it's perfect. With a seductive look, he says he has something to tell her and gets closer to her. Suddenly, the elders appear and he gets embarrassed for being caught in the act. He then picks her up and says that separation makes the heart grow fonder and takes her to the room. The men then say, as expected of the patriarch, he is a man of great masculinity. In bed, the Empress asks what he is going to do in broad daylight with her there. He then says it's an official matter and asks her to wait and take a bath first. With a smile, he throws her on the bed and says that home is still more comfortable. The young man then asks if he can't rest a little, and she tells him not to waste time. He then explains that he encountered a demon god while checking the pillar's stability. Worried, the Empress asks if he is alright and where he got hurt. She says the celestial spirit domain is small, but it's the only one inhabited entirely by humans. With a serious look, she wonders if someone opened the passage on purpose for the demon. The woman then explains that not even the demon gods and other beings are in the 9 domains. The protagonist then wonders where they are if they are not in the 9 known realms. She says it said they are all in the divine kingdom, but no one has managed to get there. He then says it's all right and that after her advancement, he will take her to the divine kingdom. The Empress then asks why the demon god appeared and how he escaped from it. He says it seems a treasure from a certain race fell into the celestial spirit domain. The Empress says that if the demon god knew it was tricked, it would be very angry. The young man says he just needs the elders to pay more attention to what the race refers to as treasures. He then asks his wife if she knows what he found in the transmission array. With a blue aura, he says he has comprehended the path of the void, and she is shocked. Surprised, the Empress asks how many Daos he has mastered so far. She then calls him a total freak and wonders who else could comprehend so many Daos. He then holds her and prepares for what's to come in bed with his wife. The protagonist asks who she is calling a freak and throws her on the bed hard. With a look of pain, he says she heard him and that he just wanted to give a message. She calls him shameless, and he laughs as the two prepare for the night. The young man then wakes up in bed and stretches after a long night's sleep. A woman enters the room and asks if the patriarch has woken up from his sleep. He then wonders if it's morning already and where his wife is at that moment. The woman says the Empress is presiding over a council and that he should go immediately. With a smile, she offers to freshen him up a bit, and he is surprised by the offer. He then holds her hand and stops her from continuing with what she was about to do. The protagonist then says he doesn't need it, and that he needs to find his wife urgently. The woman then thinks she was lucky to touch the patriarch's firm and well-toned chest. The scene cuts to the roof of a building with leaves falling slowly. A man says that envoys from all factions have sent invitations to the demon sect. The protagonist then asks why they should forge ties with them now. He says the sect has always been a thorn in the side of the factions and that they just want a favor. Agreeing, the Empress says that in that case, they should refuse their requests. She then asks if he still remembers Lin Xiao, and he becomes curious. The young man says yes and that he is the third prince who perished and asks what's up. The Empress says the ruler has always viewed the sect with hostility and that they should attack. She then says she wants him to go to the royal court and stabilize the hearts of the people. With a smirk, he asks if being emperor sounds great with 3,000 beauties. With her eyes glowing red, she asks if it's true, and he says his body is only hers. The protagonist then asks if she will go with him, and she says the Great Elder will accompany him. He then wonders where the Great Elder is and says he hasn't seen him around. Suddenly, the place begins to shake, and the couple wonders what is happening there. The young man says he is attempting an advancement to the Divine Emperor realm. Several men appear and prepare for what's to come at the demon sect. One of them says the spiritual energy is dense and that it seems the sect will have another expert. A large beam of blue energy descends from the heavens, and the Empress observes the scene. The protagonist says it's a shame, and the Empress asks why he says that. He says that although the Elder's aura is venerable, he has not yet entered the Emperor realm. With a worried look, she says it seems the Great Elder will fail again. With a fire aura, he tells the Empress to relax as he has a way to help. He then asks if the amount of spiritual energy is enough for the Elder to advance. Shocked, the Great Elder asks how the Patriarch has so much spiritual energy. The protagonist says it's not much and that it would barely cover the range of 3 demon sects. The men are shocked and shout that 3 demon sects is a lot. For shocking the disciples, the system rewards him with the comprehension of the Emperor realm. The young man then wonders what the comprehension of the Emperor realm is and calls it useless. The Empress says the spiritual energy is enough for the Great Elder to advance. The protagonist then says it's a right and that he will help the Great Elder in the process. A large wave of fire and blue energy is launched to help the Elder. The energy then concentrates on one point, and the Elder begins to absorb all the power. With a blue aura, he concentrates and absorbs the energy for his advancement. He wonders if it's because he hasn't reached the highest level of cultivation, and the energy diminishes. Suddenly, a strong spiritual energy emerges, and the Elder is surprised by the help. A large beam of blue energy descends from the heavens, and the Elder successfully absorbs it. With a joyful laugh, he celebrates that he has finally managed to level up. The Great Elder then says he finally did it, and that he is very happy with the advancement. The disciples celebrate that the sect now has a new emperor, level cultivator. With a look of gratitude, he thanks the Patriarch for his help in the level advancement. The protagonist then congratulates him on the successful advancement and helps him up. The Great Elder then says he didn't expect not to be able to see the ancestor's strength. The Empress says he can recover for a few days and then prepare to leave. With a smile, she says that if he wants to take disciples, he can choose from those who practice. He then thinks that the Dongxing Kingdom has a large population and that he can use them to his advantage. With a smirk, he says he can rest assured and that he won't disgrace her orders. 3 days later, a man tells the Emperor that the people are suffering and there is resentment. The Emperor says if they are dissatisfied, just finish them, as they are nothing. With a furious look, he says he can't not take revenge on those who caused his son's end. With his eyes red with anger, he asks the servant to call the eldest prince. Lin Kang then arrives and greets his father, the Emperor, with respect and formality. The Emperor says he thinks it's time for him to retire and that he will pass the throne to him. The prince then says that if his father leaves the throne, how will he manage the kingdom? The Emperor then calls him a coward and says his brother wouldn't be like that if he were there. With a furious look, he says that to deal with the sect, he can only count on the alliance. He then says that tomorrow at noon, in the royal square, he will announce his decision to everyone. With a furious look, the prince agrees with his father's decision and prepares for what's to come. The people on the street comment that the emperor is going to abdicate and pass the throne to the prince. The emperor then takes off his crown and prepares to pass it to his eldest son. With the crown on his son's head, he says that from that day on, he will be the emperor. With the crown on his head, the prince is surprised and speechless by his father's decision. The people then say that this is too hasty and that it's a slap in the face to the prince. The emperor says he has other matters to attend to and that he can take care of himself. With a purple aura, he flies away and leaves his son alone at the ceremony. The prince then sighs and says that this is probably the most rushed succession ceremony. Suddenly, a large fire explosion occurs and several men are thrown far away. One of the men then asks what is happening and is scared by the explosion. The former emperor falls to the ground and wonders who dares to launch a sneak attack against him. That man wonders where the emperor is going and recognizes the voice that attacked him. The protagonist then appears with the great elder, and the man recognizes the legendary ancestor. With a black aura, the man asks who is there and dares to launch a sneak attack. The young man then says he can certainly take a fall and looks at him with disdain. Frightened, the man wonders what the demon sect is up to for the disaster star to appear. The protagonist asks what brings him to the Dongsing nation, and he says it's nothing much. With a fire aura, he says he just thinks it's time for Dongsing to have a new ruler. The man then gets scared and asks what the patriarch means by that. Suddenly, a man comes running and says the elite troops were attacked by an army. The soldiers then retreat in fear of the mysterious army that appeared out of nowhere. The people wonder if this is a rebellion and if a war is happening. With a cold and determined look, the protagonist prepares for what's to come. A man then says the armor the patriarch forged for them is incredible and powerful. Surprised, the prince asks if that is the patriarch's army and is shocked by the sight. The protagonist then says they are disciples of the demon sect and also his disciples. With swords in hand, the men then shout that they are the Thunder Armor Legion. The former emperor then says that even being the patriarch, attacking the Dongsing nation is going too far. With a smirk, he says the man speaks with such righteousness that he should applaud. The young man then tells him not to waste his breath, and that he secretly conspired with the alliance. Shocked, the man wonders how he found out about his secret plans. He then says he has no intention of waging war, and that is the Lin clan that stirred up the conflict. With a purple aura, the man says he wants to exterminate the Lin clan and that he can dream on. With a large wave of purple energy, he attacks the protagonist with everything he has. The protagonist then prepares for the attack with a smirk on his face. With a fire aura, he then uses the wind and thunder of 1,000 dragons to attack. Scared, the man says that if that lightning hits him, he will be reduced to ashes. With blood in his mouth, he then uses the blood shadow flash to defend himself from the attack. A red energy sphere then appears in his hand and he uses it to protect himself. He then attacks with a large beam of red energy to try to stop the young man's blow. Dodging the attack, the man laughs, saying that even as the emperor, he still dodged. The protagonist then wonders if the man is crazy and that it's not strange for him to dodge. With a surprised look, he wonders if the man really said Emperor of the Nine Tribulations. He then says the man thinks he won't regret not fighting now and faces him. With a smirk, he says he didn't expect him to have some skills. The man says he admits the patriarch's strength is formidable, but that it's not enough. The protagonist then says he doesn't believe he can dodge all of his attacks. Two men then fly with fire and purple auras and prepare for the confrontation. The protagonist then uses the supreme primordial palm, and a large golden energy hand appears. The man then uses the blood shadow flash and a red energy sphere appears. A huge fire explosion then occurs, and the great elder says he could have defeated him. That man is then thrown back by the force of the explosion and gasps for breath. He then says that only one chosen by fate can challenge an Emperor of the Nine Tribulations. The protagonist then says the man's body is completely drained of blood essence. The man then says that in the worst-case scenario, he will perish, but that the legendary patriarch is different. With a smirk, he says it's a bit humiliating, but what can he say? He then uses the void step, and a large fire vortex appears to attack the man. Shocked, the man wonders how he can step through the void. With a huge explosion of golden light, a sword pierces through the man's back. The protagonist then hugs him, and the two are enveloped in a large amount of blood. With a cold look, he says that in fact his real cultivation is only at the Holy Emperor level. He then attacks him with his sword and asks why he doesn't prove it for himself. The young man then prepares for the final blow against the injured man. With a look of shock, the man asks if he really only has that level of cultivation. With a smirk, he says the man is right and that he is too weak. With his fire sword, he then throws the man far away with the force of the blow. A large dust explosion then occurs, and the man falls to the ground, defeated. With blood in his mouth, he wonders what great master of the demon sect that is. The protagonist then approaches and says it was a clever scheme on his part. With a cold look, he says he didn't plot against him and that he is just too foolish. The prince then wonders if his father has perished and is shocked by the scene. With sweat on his face, he wonders how the ruler fell so easily in battle. The great elder asks what they should do now, and the young man says to exterminate the family. One of the disciples then asks if it isn't a bit cruel to exterminate all of them. With a serious look, he says their mercy will become the blade that finishes them. The disciple then says he was too merciful and that he should have been tougher. The protagonist then tells them to remember that they are neither saints nor villains. The people then comment that the emperor has perished and it doesn't matter who rules as long as they can live. With a smirk, he says he didn't expect the common people to be so understanding. A man with a fan then says he has heard the patriarch's name and that he is extraordinary. The protagonist then asks who he is and introduces himself to the mysterious man. The great elder then says that person's cultivation is beyond his comprehension. The man introduces himself as Chen Jijiang, a wandering bard from the Tiangzuan continent. The young man then wonders why those people don't harbor much hostility towards them. The protagonist then asks if he is from the sacred land of Tianbao or the pavilion. The man says he feels the patriarch's deeds are suitable to be adapted into a work. He then says goodbye and says may they meet again, the legendary patriarch of the demon sect. The young man then asks him to wait a moment and the man stops walking. The great elder asks if they should follow him and he says to forget it for now. The protagonist tells him to get some capable individuals and take over the family's business. Suddenly, a man comes running and says they discovered a beast in the underground prison. With a serious look, he says it's a beast and asks the man to take him to see it. A man says it's difficult to discern his true strength but that he is below the emperor. The woman says that receiving such praise from the pavilion master is impressive. The man says he dares but that he wouldn't act recklessly against the sect's empress. The woman tells him not to be overly modest as he is a respected emperor. The man says if this patriarch is suitable, he might consider him for the technique. With a smirk, he says let's see if it's destined to happen or not. A large blue energy sword is then embedded in the ground and the two observe the scene. The woman says they can't be too hasty as the empress is very powerful. She then asks Old Two if he found out who the two foreign emperors were. The woman then tells him to continue the investigation and to be careful not to alert the snake. In an underground prison, a fire beast is trapped in a cage and the guards watch over it. The protagonist and the great elder then arrive at the location and wonder what that is. The system says that is a fourth-order demon beast and suggests capturing it. The protagonist then moves forward and prepares for the confrontation with the fire beast. With a smirk, he says it has a strong temper and asks them to open the cage. The great elder says the beast has an unknown origin and that opening the cage is reckless. A guard then opens the cage and the fire beast prepares to attack the protagonist. The cage then opens and the fire beast comes face to face with the young man. With a great roar, the beast then charges forward and prepares to attack the protagonist. With a smirk, he then prepares to use his music ability. With a fire zither, he says that is the divine zither of absolute immortality. He then begins to play the instrument and a large wave of golden energy spreads. Several musical notes then appear and the fire beast is confused by the sound. The beast is then enveloped by the music and is paralyzed by the protagonist's ability. With his fingers on fire, he continues to play the zither and control the fire beast. The beast is then hit by a large wave of fire energy and falls to the ground. Impressed, the great elder says he subdued the ferocious beast in a single move. The beast then falls to the ground defeated, and the protagonist approaches it with the zither. He then asks why Lin Bei wanted to capture it, and it glares at him with a fierce look. The beast then roars, and the protagonist finds out he wanted to gift it to the master. With a smile, he asks if it would like to go with him to the demon sect. The great elder is impressed and says the ancestor is amazing for communicating with beasts. Our friend grabs a shiny gourd, getting ready to use the new artifact. With that, the gourd simply sucks the fire creature inside a piece of cake. He then tells the elder to choose a new ruler and says he's heading back to the sect. The great elder agrees and our friend vanishes in the blink of an eye, returning home. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the Empress was working peacefully in her study. Suddenly, she feels a familiar energy and stops what she's doing at once. Just then, the patriarch appears from behind, hugs her, and says he's finally back. He compliments her on her journey through the void, and she's delighted by the comment. He jokes that if he could, he'd go to Jade Lake, but she replies that she would only go to his side. With a somewhat suspicious look, the Empress wonders what really happened on his trip. She then grabs him by the collar of his shirt and stares at him with a very serious expression. The woman shoves him onto the chair and tells him not to mess with her. Blushing and embarrassed, the lady tells the patriarch to be quiet at once. She then places her hand on his chest, and the two look at each other for a moment. The Empress asks about the so-called Emperor of the 9 tribulations he met. The young man is startled, and she asks him to tell her everything about his journey. He begins to explain about a mysterious bard he encountered in the kingdom. The patriarch concludes that the man must be an emperor from outside their domain. The Empress comments that he didn't seem to have bad intentions, and the young man agrees. The woman turns away, deep in thought, and our friend just watches his beloved. The patriarch holds the Empress with a seductive gaze, and she questions what he's doing. He lays her down on the desk, saying she inspired him to open up new battlefields. Flushed and embarrassed, she calls him a scoundrel for doing that in her office. The young man leans close to her ear and whispers that this is perfect for the moment. The next day, he gets dressed while the Empress tells him to get out of her room. He teases her, calling her a heartless woman, but she threatens to throw him out. With a determined look, he feels a strange energy in his body. Suddenly, his spiritual energy spirals out of control, and he wonders what's going on. The system congratulates him on advancing to the 6-star Holy Emperor realm. Surprised, the Empress asks how he leveled up right after what they did. For shocking the woman, he earns the Fist of Enlightenment and thinks the skill's name is terrible. She pulls his ear and asks if he learned some dual cultivation technique, but he denies everything. He hugs her and says he knows how to control himself, and the Empress calls him a chatterbox. The young man then gets closer and says he needs to ask his beloved for a favor. With a mischievous smile, he asks if he can punch her to test his new ability. Furious, the woman kicks him far away and tells him to go take a hike. Outside, the disciples celebrate the teleportation pillar the Patriarch built. One of the guys then sees the Patriarch flying and gets spooked, calling out for the ancestor. Our friend crashes hard onto the ground and complains that his wife's punch was way too strong. The Great Elder approaches, worried, and asks if the Patriarch is alright. The Patriarch then tells the Great Elder to hurry up and let him land a punch. With his fist glowing with golden energy, he gets ready to hit the surprised old man. The Elder goes flying from the force of the punch, and the young man apologizes for his boldness. He hits the ground with a thud, and the surrounding disciples are amazed by the scene. The disciples are terrified, wondering if the Great Elder is a goner. The system shows his comprehension of the fist, and he celebrates that the skill actually works. Our friend then tells the old man to stop pretending, as he didn't even use his full strength. The Elder gets up, coughing, and says that even the heavens are conspiring with his performance. The old man approaches and asks if his understanding of the Tao has changed, and the young man is confused. With a green aura, the Elder closes his eyes and feels a great change in his power. The other disciples also glow green and wonder what that punch meant. Suddenly, the Great Elder's eyes shine with a strong green energy, and he's amazed. He realizes his swordsmanship, stagnant for years, has just greatly improved. The Patriarch confirms it and explains that it's the Fist of Comprehension, which he created himself. The other disciples are shocked to learn that getting punched improves one's comprehension. He gets a reward and announces that the skill only works on 4,999 people. The disciples then rush over and beg to be punched, and one of them even confesses he thought he was ugly. Very calmly, the young man tells everyone to form a line, one at a time, to get hit. He then starts punching the disciples in line, sending them flying one by one. The disciples who got punched celebrate that their Taos have advanced, and that the punch was incredible. The sun sets on the horizon as the day of intense training comes to an end at the sect. The Patriarch complains that hand is sore and that there's only one punch left to complete. He then asks who else wants a turn, but the disciples run away, scared of him. Suddenly, a large golden teleportation portal opens in the sky above the sect. From it, the Queen and the Saint emerge with a very imposing presence. With a sly grin, our friend says that the last spot has finally arrived. He then runs towards the Queen Mother of the West, shouting her name along the way. The woman thinks he's happy to see her and must have been thinking about her a lot. But the young man says it's urgent and asks her to let him punch her real quick. She holds him and thinks he takes every chance he gets to try and charm her. The Patriarch explains that with a single punch, her understanding of the Tao could improve. The Queen is intrigued and asks with a smile where he wants to land the blow. Embarrassed, the young man says from behind is fine and that he won't use much force. He then prepares for the attack with a large golden aura around his clenched fist. With that, our friend moves forward and says, here he comes to punch the Queen. The woman then turns with a smirk, getting ready to receive the blow. The Patriarch accidentally lands a punch right in the middle of her chest. Shocked and embarrassed, she says she's going to report him for hitting her on purpose. Worried, he asks how she feels and if her comprehension has improved at all. The woman then thinks for a moment and says she didn't feel any improvement from the punch. The Patriarch becomes thoughtful, and she explains that her comprehension is already at the Emperor's peak. Annoyed, the young man asks why she let him punch her then. The Queen approaches and says she wanted the ancestor to discipline her a little. The disciples are envious, and one of them says the Patriarch is a first-class pervert. The Saint then comes forward and asks the young man to test the ability on her as well. With a smile, he says of course he will, and that he'll be very gentle with her. With a flaming fist, he gets ready and apologizes for the offense that is to come. The woman then moans in delight as she feels the power of the punch the Patriarch gave her. Her legs tremble, and she becomes flushed and embarrassed by the sensation of the blow. She then hugs him and thanks him, because her stagnant Tao has finally advanced a level. The system announces the end of the mission, and the young man gains the Eye of Perception ability. With his new power, he realizes he now basically has X-ray vision. Suddenly, the Empress appears with a fiery aura and asks what he's doing. He tries to explain, saying he was just helping the Saint and didn't see anything inappropriate. The Empress asks what he saw, and he says he saw nothing, forgetting about his new eye. The two women arrive, and the Queen comments that she didn't expect the Patriarch to be so submissive. He defends himself by saying that respecting his wife is a quality of a good husband. The Queen calls him over to talk and says she'll grant him a bit of dignity. Our friend gets a headache and asks if she wasn't the one who invited the Queen over for a fight. The two then decide to take the young man with them, and the Queen says that's fine by her. The two women then take the Patriarch by the arms and lead him inside the palace. The disciples are envious and say that the patriarch is truly their role model. The three of them then enter the hall and prepare to discuss recent events. The Empress explains she called the Queen to discuss strategies regarding the demon god's lost item. Our friend is surprised and asks if his wife has finally found the item. She says she sent people to investigate and that the Palace of Great Compassion sent news. The Queen asks if it's the palace in Bizot, and the Empress confirms that it is. She then reveals that the item is in the land of Divine Fall, and that clouds have been seen there. The Queen becomes worried, as it would be fine if it were anywhere else. The Patriarch then asks what the problem is with the land of Divine Fall. The woman explains that millions of years ago, two beings from the Divine Realm fought in Bizot. He doesn't find the story that special and asks if there's an issue with the place. The Queen says yes and that ever since then, the place has exhibited a strange phenomenon. The Empress realizes that because of this, they cannot enter the land of Divine Fall. She then apologizes to the young man and says she won't be able to accompany and protect him. He comforts her by saying that if she feels bad, she could comfort him completely at night. The Queen interrupts them, reminding them that she's still there and they're not alone. The Empress then tells him to stop talking nonsense and behave in front of the Queen. Suddenly his shirt rips and his muscular physique is on full display. He then holds her and tells her to sit properly, and the Empress asks what he is doing. He says it's inappropriate to have both of them within broad daylight, playing innocent. The Empress then pulls his cheeks, and he says he was wrong and wasn't thinking anything. The woman says that, for safety, she will place a protective formation on him for the mission. The Queen agrees and says this will protect him and allow them to detect him. Half an hour later, with the formation on his back, he asks if she's done, and she confirms. She helps him get dressed, and he calls her husband in a cute, whiny voice. The Empress says his safety is more important and that he can call her if he needs anything. He hugs her and says he has no way to repay her except with his own body, but she refuses. The Queen is disgusted by the scene and covers her eyes so she doesn't have to look at them. Suddenly, the Great Elder arrives and announces that he has returned from his mission. The Empress comments that he was very efficient in his tasks, and the Patriarch holds her. He then whispers that his wife should wait for him at home and that he'll be back soon. The young man thanks the Elder for his work and asks him to accompany him one more time. He complains that he just got back and hasn't even sat down yet, but the Patriarch insists. The Queen says the place is dangerous and asks if she's okay with him going alone. The Empress says she trusts him and that his very existence is already a miracle. The scene then cuts to the Palace of Great Compassion in the northern state. The Palace Lord Yubei enters the hall with a very serious expression on his face. He laments that his daughter is trapped in the land of Divine Fall, and that he can do nothing. One of his men says they've already asked for help, and hope the legendary Patriarch will appear. Suddenly, an old man with a purple aura appears and says the legendary Patriarch is a joke. A man then congratulates him on his breakthrough and says it's a reason to celebrate. The old man says it's nothing special, and that he's just a one-tribulation emperor. The Palace Lord asks if he knows that his daughter is trapped in the land of Divine Fall. The old man says they want the Patriarchs to solve it, but he doesn't have that ability. He continues, saying it's more likely all just smoke and mirrors to deceive everyone. One of the men says it's true and that even if he's a genius, he's not a great emperor. Suddenly, a mysterious voice says that he seems pretty confident in his theory. The two of them then turn around, surprised and don't understand where the mysterious voice came from. The Patriarchs and the Great Elder then appear, and everyone is shocked by their presence. The Palace Lord and his men then bow and pay their respects to the Patriarch. The young man then asks if they said he wasn't a great nine-tribulation emperor. The two men are stunned and don't know what to say to the young man's question. Our friend thinks that to avoid complications, perhaps he should confirm his identity as an emperor. He then approaches the suspicious old man and asks how about he lets him land a punch. The old man becomes wary and wonders if he's trying to set a trap for him. The young man asks if he didn't say before that he wasn't a powerful emperor. The old man stammers and says he was just expressing some doubts he had. He then suggests that he himself should punch the Patriarch to test his strength. With a disdainful look, our friend asks if he thinks he's qualified for that. The old man says he just wanted to experience the Patriarch's style and offers 100,000 acres as an apology. Our friend finds the offer interesting and thinks it's not bad for a punch. With a sly smile, he says he can only hit him in the face as he fears the Empress. The Patriarch explains that the rest of his body is tough and asks if he wants to be ruined. The men praise the young man and say he's a true gentleman for being so considerate. The old man then gets ready with a glowing purple fist to land the punch on the Patriarch. He apologizes for the offense and lunges forward to attack the young man with all his power. The punch lands squarely on the Patriarch's face, but he doesn't even budge from the impact. The old man is shocked and wonders if he's really that tough. From the force of the impact, the man is thrown backward and falls hard to the ground. He lands on his head and is knocked unconscious in the middle of the palace's main hall. The Palace Lord is shocked and says the legendary Patriarch lives up to his reputation. He asks if the old man is okay, and our friend says it was nothing and that he just ricocheted. The Patriarch then tells the Lord to take him to the land of Divine Fall, and he agrees. The scene cuts to the land of Divine Fall, and the Patriarch reminds himself not to forget the medicinal fields. He then asks the system to activate his eye of perception to investigate the place. His eyes glow with golden energy as he begins to analyze the area with his new power. The young man then sees a pillar of purple light and wonders if it's the aura of the demon god's relics. The Lord asks if he's discovered anything, and the young man says he's worried about his daughter. He then tells them not to worry and that he'll investigate what's happening first. He then uses his void step and advances into the land of divine fall. With a blue aura, he flies through the area, and the men comment that he truly is a great emperor. The young man says things around there are not ordinary and that he must proceed with caution. He then asks the system to use his shadow clone card and creates a copy of himself. With a mischievous grin, he thinks he wants to see who will be able to tell if he was the one who solved everything. Our friend then leaves his clone in charge of looking after Yi Bei and the others, and the clone agrees. The original patriarch then admires his clone's good looks and gets ready for the next step. He then decides to change his identity before entering so he won't be recognized. With a trail of golden light, he flies into the place and prepares for the investigation. The clone then returns to the group, and they are overjoyed to see the patriarch is already back. The palace lord asks if he's found a solution, and he tells them to wait for the wind and mist to disperse. The men are confused, and one of them asks if they should really just trust him and wait around. The palace lord breaks into a sweat and agrees that the young man is right. He then wonders if the anomalies of the place will really disappear on their own. Suddenly, a green sphere envelopes a group of people and a purple energy attacks them. One of the men asks what those things are, and the woman introduces herself as Yi Bei's daughter. She says she doesn't know and that everyone must remain alert for what's to come. The young woman then realizes the things are coming again and prepares for the attack. She warns everyone to be careful and use spiritual energy to cover their ears. The woman shouts that they're coming, and the green sphere braces for the new assault. Suddenly, a strange purple creature appears, and one of the men gets scared. The creature then enters the man's ear, and he starts screaming in pain. The woman tells them to use the great compassion technique to block the black mist. The green sphere then expands, and the purple mist begins to attack the group. One of the men asks if they're done for, and the woman says they've been there for a week. She comforts her friend and says she'll get them out, but her cultivation is suppressed. With a determined look, the woman wonders if they are fated to meet their end there. Suddenly, she tells everyone to be quiet as she felt someone approaching. The patriarch then appears and complains that he's already annoyed with this place and the pressure. The group is shocked to see the young man approaching and doesn't understand who he is. He realizes the demonic energy is similar to that of the demon god he encountered. The young man then complains that the space is sealed and he doesn't know how much further he has to walk. One of the women asks if he was sent by the palace lord to rescue them. He then approaches the group and asks who they are and what they're doing there. The woman introduces herself as Yi Bei's daughter and asks who the mysterious cultivator is. Our friend thinks that she's Yi Bei's daughter and that he can't reveal his identity. He then refuses to say who he is, and the woman complains that they already introduced themselves. With a smile, he says she only asked who he was, not that he would answer. The woman then invites him to travel with them, but her companion disagrees with the idea. He refuses the invitation, and the man says he's asking to be done for. The young man moves on alone, and the green sphere continues to protect itself from the purple attacks. One of the women warns that the monsters are coming again and prepares for the attack. The patriarch asks why they're so nervous with a monarch realm expert among them. He then activates his eye of perception and asks the system what those things are. The system explains they are demons formed from demonic sounds, and he becomes curious. With a smile, he says he'll use his Tao of music to deal with them then. The group is confused, and one of them asks if he's trying to throw himself off a cliff. The young man then takes out his instrument and prepares to use his musical ability. With his agile fingers, he starts playing the instrument with a great golden energy. A huge wave of golden sound energy spreads out and dissipates all the black mist. The women are shocked, and one of them says their hope has finally arrived. For shocking everyone, he gets a pressure nullification card to use on the mission. With a smile, he thinks that now, without the pressure holding him back, no one can stop him. The group then follows him, and the woman asks the senior to wait for them. The patriarch asks why he should take them with him, and the woman is left speechless. They beg him not to leave them behind and say that he is clearly stronger. The woman promises to reward him generously if he helps them get out of that place. He thinks that she's the palace master's daughter and decides to help them on their mission. The group then offers to face the threat alongside him, but the young man refuses. He then tells them to shut up and threatens to finish them if they follow him again. The men wonder why he's being so petty, since they're from the same palace. The woman then decides to follow the senior's advice, and one of the men asks why. She explains that the place is not the same anymore, and that it's better to listen to the senior. The patriarch then advances alone, and the woman says she just hopes he keeps his promise. With a yellow aura, he flies through the area and prepares for what's to come. He notices that the closer he gets to the central area, the stronger the pressure becomes. With a yellow and purple aura, he continues to advance through the mysterious place. The young man then takes out his instrument and prepares to use his musical skills. With a great golden aura, he begins to play the instrument to investigate the area. Suddenly, he notices there's something inside the black pillar and becomes curious. The Patriarch then asks the system to activate his eye of perception to see what it is. A large tower of purple energy appears inside the pillar, and he is surprised. He then wonders what that is and is shocked by the discovery he just made. Our friend complains that the closer he gets, the stronger the pressure becomes. He then reaches out his hand and takes the purple energy tower for himself. With the tower in his hand, he prepares to use the artifact he just found. The tower then begins to emanate a great purple energy, and he feels its power. A great pressure throws him backward, and he almost drops the tower on the ground. He manages to hold on and says that was a close call. He almost couldn't handle it. Suddenly, two red demons appear and say that the tower does not belong to him. He recognizes the demon race and wonders what they are doing there. The demons wonder how a mere human could not know their origins. The young man realizes the demon god also sent people to look for treasures. With a smile, he says so that thing is called the Buddha Demon Tower and thanks them. One of the demons gets angry and calls him a human ant, asking how he dares to touch the tower. Our friend wonders how they dare to speak to him that way and gets annoyed. One of the demons introduces himself as a commander of the demon race and boasts about his power. The Patriarch then asks with a smile if they haven't noticed anything strange about the place. The demons are confused and don't understand what the young man means by that. The young man stands still as the two demons prepare for a confrontation with him. With a smile, he explains that this place is filled with an oppressive, divine-level pressure. He then says that with their cultivation they can barely even stand there. One of the demons says that even if he's stronger here, he can still finish him. With a fiery aura, the demon calls him a human ant and asks how he dares. The Patriarch then prepares for the confrontation with the demon who attacked him. With a powerful kick, he hits the demon square on and sends it flying with the force. He retorts that he hates being called a human ant and continues the attack. The demon is shocked and wonders how a mere human can be so strong. For shocking the demon, the system increases his strength by 20 times for the time being. The demons then wonder how he's not affected by the oppressive pressure of the place. With a smile, he asks who said it didn't affect him, and the demons are confused. The young man then advances with a great fairy aura and prepares for the fight. He explains that he has just gotten used to the pressure of this place and faces his enemies. One of the demons is shocked and wonders how someone could get used to something like that. The two then decide that this guy must be done for and prepare to attack. One of the demons lunges with his spear and uses the demon dragon's sting ability. He then launches a powerful attack with his spear to try to finish the Patriarch. The young man then draws his shining golden sword and prepares for a counter-attack. With a smile, he says the situation is getting interesting and activates his Tao of the sword. He then stops the demon's attack with his sword, and the enemy is surprised. The demon is shocked and wonders how on earth the young man is so strong. The Patriarch taunts him, asking if getting distracted is how the demon race fights. The demon is confused by the question and doesn't understand what he means. The young man then charges and attacks him with his sword and a great fiery aura. He dodges the demon's attack and prepares for the next move in the fight. The demon says he has no idea how terrible demonic energy is and attacks him. The other demon then tells him to use the demonic curse technique to finish him. With a great red fairy energy, he advances and shouts for the human ant to meet his end. Our friend then prepares for the confrontation with the demons and their fire energy. The demons then use demonic corrosion and say they won't even leave a body behind. The Patriarch says the demon race is naive for falling for an afterimage trick. He then moves forward and prepares for the confrontation with the demons who attacked him. The demons then activate their true demonic form and prepare for the attack. With a great red fairy aura, they grow in size and power to fight. They say his luck has run out and that now they'll tear his body into a million pieces. Our friend notices that the demonic form is similar to the true form of the Great Tao. The demons are surprised that he's unaffected by their energy and wonder about his level. For shocking the two, he gets the Demon Extermination card and a Wind Gale. With a smile, he then asks to activate the Demon Extermination card he received. The young man then flies with a great golden energy and prepares for the showdown. The demons use their thirsty demon shield to protect themselves from his attack. The shield is then completely shattered, and one of the demons is shocked by the scene. The Patriarch then advances with a great wave of golden energy to attack the demons. With his eyes glowing gold, he shouts for the demons to meet their end. The two are then hit head-on by the golden energy and scream in pain from the blow. The young man then floats as the black and red energy dissipates into the air. The demons transform into small creatures and wonder how he has such an ability. One of the creatures then tries to flee and prepares to escape from the Patriarch. But our friend catches it in his hand and asks if it really thought it was going to get away. With the creature in his hand, he prepares for the next step of his plan. He then asks what exactly the demon tower they keep mentioning is. The creature thinks that as long as it keeps its mouth shut, he won't finish it off. The Patriarch then says that's fine and prepares to finish the creature once and for all. With a yellow fire energy, he then disintegrates the creature with ease. The Buddha Demon Tower then appears floating in his hand with a golden aura. He then wonders if he can enter the tower with his divine consciousness. The system warns him not to rush and that it's better to take his 2 wives with him. The young man gets annoyed and asks since when he has 2 wives, and the system explains. He then decides to take the advice and deal with the demonic energy first. The patriarch uses the demon-exterminating windstorm and creates a fiery tornado. The group is surprised and wonders why the black mists are disappearing. The woman then notices the young man flying and wonders if this has something to do with him. The group then celebrates that the black mist is finally gone and that they can leave. The clone asks how long it will take, and the man says the wind will arrive soon. The palace lord is confused and asks the ancestor what he meant by that. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind begins and the lord is shocked by the scene. The wind blows with great force, and the clone sits down to wait for the original to return. The original patriarch then meditates and a golden energy clone appears above him. The demonic energy finally dissipates and the men watch the scene, relieved. The palace lord looks serious and wonders what on earth is happening there. The clone explains that the strange phenomenon will be carried away by the wind, and the lord is surprised. He then sees his daughter and the others flying and calls her name, worried. The lord hugs her and says she has finally returned safely to him. He then says he's going to take her to meet someone important to thank them for their help. The woman then asks if they haven't met before, and he says probably not. The lord asks how she could have seen him before, and the woman says he is the ancestor. For shocking everyone, the system rewards him, and the people praise his beauty and power. The system then shows that his faith energy is almost complete, and he is satisfied. The lord asks what he thinks of the girl, and the patriarch is confused by the question. The woman blushes with embarrassment and asks what her father is saying. The young man says he's not interested in her, and the palace lord agrees with his decision. The woman then asks if it's true that she can get bonuses if she shouts his name. The patriarch says she can try if she wants, and the woman prepares for the test. She then shouts that the ancestor is incredible, and that he is the eternal god of all. With a surprised expression, she blushes and doesn't understand what happened. The woman then cries out in pleasure and is enveloped in a large blue aura of energy. She wonders if she has advanced and realizes the ability really works. The other disciples then start shouting that the ancestor is incredible and eternal. Our friend then asks everyone to calm down and not make so much noise anymore. The system then announces that the faith energy is complete and he advances a level. The system congratulates him and announces that his strength is now at 7 stars in the immortal emperor realm. With a smile, he says the trip was worth it because besides the treasures he leveled up. He then tells the palace master that he has solved the problem and needs to leave. The palace lord asks him to wait a moment and is surprised by the young man's hurry. The old man then approaches and asks the ancestor not to leave yet and to wait a bit. Our friend asks how the spirit herb fields he had promised are doing. The old man hands over a ring with a purple aura and says the fields are sealed inside. With a punch, he tosses the ring to the patriarch and says he can finally start planning. The women comment that he lives up to his name and that he helped them solve a huge problem. One of them says that if her future husband were as amazing as him, she would be happy. The scene then cuts to the sex herb fields and the men celebrate the ancestor's arrival. The young man then steps onto the ground and wonders if this is really their herb field. One of the men explains that they don't focus on herb cultivation and have only developed a small field. With a headache, he wonders where he's going to plant his 100,000 acres of spirit herbs. The men are shocked by the number and say they don't have anywhere near that amount of land available. One of them suggests blowing up the mountain to create more space, but the other disagrees. With a smile, he says it's a small matter and that he'll take care of it himself. With a large blue aura, he then prepares to use his skills to create more space. He then delivers a powerful punch to the ground, and a huge explosion of blue energy occurs. With that, he uses his Tao of the Void and creates an enormous hole in the ground for the new herb field. With a large hole in the ground, he makes room for the sect's new herb field. The men are shocked and wonder if the mountain disappeared in the blink of an eye. For shocking everyone, he gains the innate ability of 10,000 acres of fertile land. He then asks the system to use his new ability, and a golden ring appears. With that, a great explosion of golden light occurs, and several plants begin to grow. The small seedlings then sprout from the ground with a golden aura around them. The men are shocked and wonder if the 100,000-acre field has already been planted. With a smile, he says now all they have to do is wait peacefully for the herbs to mature. Suddenly, the two women appear and ask if things went well in the land of Divine Fall. He then hugs her and asks if his wife was worried about him during the trip. The queen says yes, and that she didn't even come to see them first after returning. He explains himself, saying he rushed to arrange the 100,000 acres of herb fields. The Empress is shocked by the number and asks where he got such a large field. With a smile, he says it was obviously a gift from the Palace of Great Compassion. Suddenly, he remembers something important, and the two women ask what it was. He then hugs both of them and says they'll talk about it when they get back. The queen offers to help him with whatever he needs, and the patriarch becomes thoughtful. He then asks his wife to use her spiritual energy to seal the entire room. The two women then float, and a purple energy barrier forms around them. With a smile, he says he's going to show them a real treasure, and takes out the Buddha Demon Tower. The women then notice the intense demonic energy emanating from the tower. The Empress says that must be the lost relic of the demon race, the Buddha Demon Tower. Our friend says the tower's aura is very powerful, and that he needs both of them to enter with him. The women are surprised by the request and wonder if they should really enter the tower. The patriarch tells them to go, and the two women follow him into the artifact. The hands of the two women join with his, and they prepare to enter the tower. The tower then glows with a purple and golden energy, and the trio is sucked inside. With a great purple energy, they are pulled into the Buddha demon tower. The queen says that, as expected of something left by the demon race, the aura is terrifying. The Empress explains that the pressure is very strong, and that she is using her energy to protect them. The three then fly to the center of the tower and are surrounded by purple and red energy. The young man then notices the demonic sounds and prepares for what's to come. He says they are just mere demonic sounds and that there's no need to worry. The queen then takes out her flute and begins to play with a great purple aura of energy. Her music creates a wave of sound energy that protects them from the demonic sounds. With the music, the trio is protected inside a bubble of blue and golden energy. The young man recognizes the demonic sounds and prepares for the next step of the plan. He then tells the Empress not to intervene and that the queen alone is more than enough. The queen tells him to watch and continues to play her flute with a large purple aura. The three then continue to advance towards the center of the tower, protected by her music. He says that, as expected of a great Empress, her control over the Tao of music is impressive. With a smile, the queen invites him to visit the sacred land of Yachi for her to play for him. The Empress then pulls him by the hand and says that jokes have their limits and he should behave. He says he wasn't joking, and the queen approaches, saying something is coming closer. The patriarch then turns and asks what it is, and the Empress glares at him seriously. The queen tells him not to be afraid and that she will protect him with her life, but he doesn't understand. Suddenly, several purple energy creatures surround the trio, and they prepare to fight. The Empress says it's a demonic grudge, and he wonders what that is. The queen explains that it's the fusion of a demon's resentment with its immense energy. A large red demon appears and says it didn't expect to find humans in the tower. With a malicious smile, he says it looks like he'll be having a feast that night. The patriarch thinks that the system warned him that facing this alone would be risky. The demon praises her and says she's not bad at all, recognizing her level. With a smile, he says she must taste incredible and prepares to attack. The patriarch gets angry and says only he can taste his wife and no one else. The demon challenges him and tells the human ant to meet his end once and for all. The Empress then says he's too noisy and prepares for the confrontation. With a great golden energy, she moves forward and gets ready to attack the demon. With a powerful attack, the demon tries to finish the trio, but they protect themselves. Shocked, the demon realizes that the woman playing the flute is also an Empress. The queen wonders why he provoked the young man, and if he doesn't know the woman beside him is a skinship fanatic. With a fiery aura, the Empress wonders what kind of secrets are hidden in the tower. The demon then begs for mercy and says he only came there to get a free meal. The patriarch wonders if there's a sealed demon, and the queen questions the nature of the tower. The young man then asks how many levels the tower has, and the demon says he knows nothing. With a fiery aura, the Empress then threatens the demon and tells him to meet his end. Desperate, he says he'll take them there and that she doesn't need to finish him. The demon then guides them to a place where a large red demon is chained up. He explains that this is where the true demon is sealed, and that he doesn't know how to break the seal. With a sphere of golden energy, the Empress asks what use he is then. She then launches a powerful beam of golden energy and disintegrates the demon with ease. The energy then dissipates, and the trio prepares for what is to come. They then arrive at a large purple barrier and wonder how they're going to break it. The queen says she'll try, and the young man warns her to be careful about what might be behind it. With a smile, the Empress says not to worry, because that moment will never come. She then creates a sphere of golden energy on her finger and prepares for the attack. The Empress touches the barrier with her finger, and a great golden energy spreads out. With a huge explosion of fiery and golden energy, she tries to break the barrier. The queen tells them to get ready, because if she gets pulled in, they'll have to grab her. The woman then notices the strong resistance from the barrier and continues the attack. With a great fiery aura, the Empress shouts that she doesn't believe it and tells the barrier to open. She then focuses her energy on a single point and tries to break the barrier with everything she's got. But the attack has no effect, and the Empress is confused by the barrier's resistance. The woman is then sucked into the red energy and disappears from sight. The patriarch asks how she is, and the Empress says that not even her power can break the barrier. He then says at least now they know the tower hides some secret. The young man suggests they leave for now, and the two women agree with the decision. The scene then cuts to a dark room with a mysterious red symbol on the wall. The symbol glows with a red energy and the camera slowly zooms in on it. The patriarch says that since the barrier can't be broken, they need to investigate from the outside. The queen says there might be a way to find out more about the mysterious tower. The young man asks what the way would be, and the queen approaches him with a smile. She then pinches his cheeks and says he'll owe her a favor when the time comes. The woman then flies off with a large purple aura, and the young man wonders what she's up to. The Empress glares at him with a serious look and asks what he's doing with his hand. He hugs her and says that now that the sex matters are resolved, she should take care of him. Suddenly, one of the men enters and greets the Empress, but the two are in an awkward position. He then asks what it is, and the man says there's a problem with the herb field. The Empress says they're calling for him, and the patriarch agrees to go see what happened. He then holds her and says her husband will be back soon and asks her to wait for him. In the sex herb field, a fire beast roars and the men prepare to fight. One of them runs up and says the herbs are growing fast, but the beast is hard to control. With a smile, the young man realizes the herbs have matured and received an enhancement. The fire beast then roars and prepares to attack the herbs in the field. With a great fairy aura, it begins to absorb the herbs to increase its power. The men are desperate, and the patriarch tells them to wait and check again. He thinks the system said the mature herbs could have special effects and decides to test it. The fire beast roars in confusion and doesn't understand what's happening to it. Suddenly, it bloats and lets out a huge flatulence that stinks up the whole place. One of the men is shocked and asks the ancestor what's happening to the beast. The beast then falls quiet, and the patriarch and the other men watch the scene. The men complain about the strange smell and realize the gas is poisonous and weakens them. The patriarch then asks the system what's happening and how to reverse the situation. The system explains that the beast gained a new ability and that the herbs also improve absorption. He then tells everyone to relax and that the herbs can neutralize the beast's toxic gases. The men then get excited, and even the beast asks the ancestor for some of the herbs. The scene then cuts to the Righteous Alliance, where an old man talks about his plans for revenge. The old man says that now that the other one is almost recovered, it's time to move forward with the plan. With a furious look, the other man says he will never forgive the one who injured him. They then discuss using a forbidden summoning method to awaken someone in Yachi. The old man says not to worry, as the method has at least a 90% chance of success. He then tells the sect and the patriarch to prepare for their total annihilation. At the sect, the men thank the ancestor for giving them the medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a small fairy with a purple aura flies towards the patriarch. He holds her and says she's well informed to know he has immortal herbs. The fairy then cries and asks the ancestor for help, saying Yachi is under attack. The scene then cuts to the sacred land of Yachi and a chained red coffin. The queen says she knows he hasn't passed on and that the coffin can't finish him. The coffin then begins to glow with a strong red energy and tremble violently. The woman says it seems he's not interested in the supreme treasure of the demon race. The coffin is then enveloped in a great red and purple energy and breaks free. A mysterious voice asks how she knows about the Buddha Demon Tower, and the queen is surprised. The woman says the tower is extraordinary and that the creature has never answered them before. A voice asks why it should tell her, and the queen is silent for a moment. She then says he's also interested and that it's a treasure that can help him escape. The voice laughs and says she's very clever and begins to explain about the tower. He reveals that the tower has 12 floors and is used to suppress the thirsty demons. The queen is shocked and realizes the demon race is truly terrifying. The voice then advises her to throw the tower away if it's in her hands to protect herself. The woman then gets angry and says it's not up to him to decide what she's going to do. With a red aura, the mysterious voice attacks the queen, but she protects herself with her energy. An old man then appears and says he is there to free the sealed demon. He uses the demon summoning art, and the queen is surprised that he knows the technique. A great explosion of red energy occurs, and the queen prepares for what's to come. She then realizes this is not good and tries to protect herself from the old enemy summoning. A large purple demon is then freed and laughs, saying it's finally free after centuries. The old man says he freed it and that it must now obey him, and the demon asks what he wants. He then orders the demon to destroy the sacred land of Yachi and finish the woman. The demon says finishing her is easy, but he needs to recover first. With a malicious smile, he says he'll use the old man's flesh and blood to restore his body. He then attacks him and begins to devour him to regain his strength after being freed. The queen is shocked and realizes the true demon has finally been unleashed. With a purple aura, she says she will never let him escape Yachi and prepares to fight. The demon attacks her and throws her to the ground with the force of his newly recovered power. He praises her, saying she's formidable, but with her strength, she's not qualified to face him. The woman then says that even if she has to give her life, she won't let him leave Yachi. The demon then says that in that case, he will sacrifice her flesh and blood. With a purple energy trident, he lunges to attack the queen with everything he has. The woman then protects herself with a golden energy shield to defend against the attack. The demon then strikes the shield with his trident, and a huge explosion of energy occurs. The demon is furious and wonders who on earth could have blocked his blow. Suddenly, the Empress and the Patriarch appear with a large fire beast beside them. The queen warns them to be careful as he is a true name demon and very powerful. She explains that among the demon race, anyone with a true name should not be underestimated. The Empress says that if he's a named demon, they can't let him leave alive. With a great fiery aura, she then advances and prepares for the showdown with the demon. The demon complains that he barely dealt with one woman, and now another Empress shows up. The Empress says she has set up a barrier to cut off his demonic energy. The Patriarch then calls the fire beast and says it's now its turn to take action. He then shouts for his wife to hold her nose, because he's going to feed the demon some flatulence. The demon is confused and doesn't understand what the young man means by that. The Patriarch then orders the fire beast to release the flatulence, and it prepares for the attack. The demon is then hit squarely by the green smoke and is surprised by the smell. He complains about the stench and doesn't understand what the heck is happening to him. The young man explains that the Lion King's flatulence has a special ability against demonic energy. The demon gets angry at the trick and prepares to attack the patriarch with everything he has. He uses demonic reincarnation and creates a purple energy skull for the attack. The demon is confused and wonders why he can't control the energy inside his body. He then asks what the young man mixed into the demonic energy to make him like this. With a smile, the patriarch says he calls it righteous toxic flatulence and that it's perfect against him. The patriarch laughs and asks if they should record that the first demon in history to eat flatulence was this one. The demon then coughs and looks disgusted after being hit. With a furious look, he says he's lived for centuries and has never seen someone so shameless. He then challenges the young man to a battle and says one of them must meet their end. With a smile, the patriarch says he couldn't even beat him and that he can feed him more flatulence. The demon then charges with a large purple aura and says the wretch will pay. The Empress and the Queen then use their dows and prepare for the confrontation with the demon. The two attacks collide with a great explosion of energy, and the demon screams in pain. He screams in pain from the impact of the combined blow from the two powerful women. The demon realizes the two are very difficult to deal with and that he needs to conserve his strength. He then uses the demon exterminating egg transformation and turns into a purple egg. The Empress and the Queen look at each other and agree to attack the egg with all they have. The two then launch their combined attacks, and the egg explodes from the force of the blow. The creature then returns to its small form and prepares for its next move. The young man calls it a cockroach and says it's impossible to finish off in one go. The demon tells him to keep dreaming and that he won't be done for that easily. He then uses his demonic flames and prepares to attack the patriarch with everything. With a great purple energy, he advances and says the kid has ruined his plans too many times. The two women realize he's targeting their husband and prepare to protect him. The Queen then uses her celestial melody swap and prepares for the next move. The Queen then uses her ability and switches places with the patriarch to protect him from the attack. He then shouts her name and holds her in his arms, worried about what happened. The woman then spits out a red liquid, and the patriarch holds her so she doesn't fall. The demon laughs and says she was hit by his black demonic flame and won't be okay. The Empress demands he hand over the antidote, but he says there's no cure for the black flame. With a great fiery aura, the woman advances and shouts that the demon's days are numbered. She then glares at him with a serious look and prepares for the confrontation with the creature. The demon laughs and says that not even the Emperor of Yachi could finish him, and that she can't. The patriarch then breaks into a sweat and wonders what he's going to do now. The Queen hugs him and asks if he's saying he can help her suppress the demon. He says it doesn't matter and that they should suppress the demon first and talk later. The Empress then tells her husband to take care of the Queen and that she'll deal with the scoundrel. The demon calls her a coward and asks if she really thinks she can suppress him. The patriarch then takes out the Buddha demon tower and says maybe she can't, but this can. The demon is shocked and wonders if that's the real Buddha demon tower. He thinks that he didn't expect the tower to be in the hands of that human kid. The creature then charges and shouts for the human ant to hand over the tower. The patriarch is enveloped in a great red energy, and the demon says he's asking to be done for. The demon is then shocked and wonders how the tower could recognize a mere human. With a malicious smile, he laughs and prepares for the showdown with the demonic creature. With his red eyes glowing, he uses the tower's power to suppress the demon. The creature is then sucked into the tower and tries to resist with all its might. With a desperate look, it shouts that it can't be and is pulled inside the tower. The others shout for the ancestor and the Queen as the red tower continues to spin. The tower then closes and the purple and red energy slowly dissipates into the air. The women are shocked and wonder if that is the true power of the ancestor. The patriarch is then enveloped in a great red and purple energy and gets ready. He then becomes thoughtful and wonders how he's going to resolve the Queen's situation. For shocking everyone, he gains the detoxification technique reward and is surprised. He thinks the technique is a lifesaver and is happy with the new ability he gained. The young man approaches the Empress and says that not even his spiritual energy can purge the flame. He then says to take her back to her room and that he'll take care of the rest of the problem. The other women say not to worry and that they won't bother him anymore. The scene then cuts to the room where the Empress and the patriarch are taking care of the Queen. The Empress says her body is slowly burning until nothing but ashes will be left. The young man explains that she couldn't resist because she was overwhelmed with feelings for him. He remembers when the Queen was hit and how she sacrificed herself for him. With a determined look, he says he understands and prepares for what he has to do. The patriarch then asks the system to comprehend the detoxification technique. He then realizes that detoxification consists of external cleansing and internal consumption. He then asks his wife to help him find 3 herbs to suppress the black flame. The Queen, lying on the bed, thinks that since ancient times, the debt of beauty is the hardest to repay. He then approaches and begins to take care of her with great affection to help her recover. In the pill refining room, he prepares to create the antidote for the Queen. With a great fairy aura, he tells her not to worry and that he won't let anything happen. The Empress then arrives with the herbs and says that fortunately, they are not rare in Yachi. He begins the treatment, and the Empress says she will take care of the demonic energy around them. The pill then begins to form with a great fire energy, and he realizes it's working. He then gives the pill to the queen and waits for it to take effect to heal her. The woman then moans and is enveloped in a large purple and white aura of energy. With a smile, he says that as expected, it worked and now it's time for the external cleansing. He realizes the cleansing requires the use of spiritual energy and that her dress won't survive. The system warns him that if he hesitates, the pill will be wasted and that he needs to save her. He asks the queen for forgiveness and prepares for what he has to do to save her. With his hands aflame, he begins to use his spiritual energy to heal the woman. With an embarrassed face, he feels awkward about the situation he's gotten himself into. The woman is enveloped in a great fire energy, and he realizes that even a saint would have a hard time. He then focuses and tells himself not to let his thoughts wander at such a critical moment. He touches her hand and feels that it's very hot and continues the treatment. The woman then moans at his touch, and he continues to use his energy to heal her. He says the black flame is still burning and that the most urgent task is to lower her temperature. With a smile, he realizes the treatment is working and continues to use his energy. Sometime later, a burning incense shows that time has passed and the treatment is over. The queen then sleeps peacefully in bed, covered by a purple sheet, and looks better. He complains that purging the demonic flame completely drained 2 of his spiritual Cs. The young man notices that her face is still red and wonders if the flame wasn't expelled. The woman then opens her eyes and looks at him with a serene and relieved expression. He then realizes she's no longer hot and that maybe she hasn't recovered yet. The patriarch then decides not to disturb her rest and that he'll look for his wife first. Suddenly, the queen grabs his hand and stops him from leaving the room at that moment. He then turns around and asks if she's awake, and the woman confirms with a moan. The queen says she should be thanking him and asks why she would blame him for saving her. The young man is surprised and asks if she knew she was awake earlier. She explains that even with her consciousness hazy, she wasn't completely unconscious. Embarrassed, he says he'll leave first and that she should focus on recovering. The queen then calls out to him and asks him not to go, and the young man doesn't know what to do. He says she's still weak and shouldn't move too much so she doesn't get hurt. The woman then hugs him and asks if the ancestor likes her, and he is surprised. Without waiting for an answer, she kisses him passionately, and the patriarch is shocked by her action. The two then kiss, and the scene ends with a romantic atmosphere in the queen's room. He panics and realizes he got carried away by the moment and is now in deep trouble. The young man then imagines the queen will be his second wife, and that having multiple wives isn't strange. He realizes this idea is basically a shortcut to his end and decides to tell the truth. Our friend then asks for forgiveness, saying he made the same mistake all men make. The Empress says then he shouldn't be a man anymore and threatens him with a blow. The patriarch starts to cry and wonders what on earth he should do now to get out of this. Suddenly, the Empress enters and asks how the queen is after the treatment. He is terrified and doesn't know what to say to his wife who just arrived. The queen then pretends to still be asleep to help the patriarch get out of trouble. With a regretful face, he apologizes to the Empress for what happened. The woman tells him not to think too much about it, as polygamy isn't that uncommon in their world. The young man blushes, surprised by his wife's response, and doesn't know what to say. She threatens him, saying she won't spare him if he looks for another sister again. The Empress then turns away and the patriarch is relieved by the outcome of the situation. He then hugs her and says he knows she has her pride and that she gave in for his sake. With a blushing and embarrassed look, she nods in agreement and accepts the hug. The scene then cuts to the Righteous Alliance, where an old man receives shocking news. He learns that Shengsu has passed on and that Yaoqi was thrown into chaos by the attack. The old man wonders if the queen is really powerful enough to defeat Shenshu and the demon. Another man says it's all the fault of the demonic sect couple and that he's going to settle the score. The old man asks if he's coming out of seclusion, and the other man stares with a serious look. With a smile, he says yes and that in a month, he'll be ready for the attack. The two then look at each other, and one of them says the day he advances will be the end of the sect. The queen asks if her husband has been bullying her, and if she should teach him a lesson. The young man is surprised and asks since when the two of them became so close. The queen then grabs him and says he was using sound transmission to talk. With a mischievous smile, she says the ancestor has finally discovered her secret. The Empress says that since he's been dishonest, they've decided to team up to control him. He then lies down and tells them to come at him at once and let him feel the joy of multiple wives. The two then stare at him and are blushing and embarrassed by the young man's attitude. The queen says he won't be enjoying the joy of multiple wives now, and he asks why. The Empress explains that the sacred land of Yaoqi suffered great losses and the queen is going to seal the place. The queen says that during the lockdown, she won't be able to see him for a long time. He then says that tomorrow he will leave to investigate the culprit behind the attack. The Empress and the queen then prepare for the patriarch's departure the next day. With a furious look, he says if he finds out who it was, he won't spare them from his wrath. The queen then thanks the two of them on behalf of Yaoqi for the help they provided. The Empress then says goodbye, and the patriarch watches her leave the room with a serious look. She says she'll wait outside, and the young man asks the queen to wait a moment. The queen then turns around and asks what he wants, and the patriarch looks at her seriously. The patriarch then hugs the queen and says that from this day on, they don't know when they'll meet again. He comforts her, telling her to take care of herself and not to overthink the things that happened. The queen says she will be waiting for his return, and the two hug one more time. The scene then cuts to the sect, where the men ask the ancestor and the Empress for help. He tells his wife to take care of the sect's matters first, and she agrees with the decision. With a smile, he thinks that now that his wife is busy, he can take care of his own affairs. He then sits down to meditate and thinks about how he can eliminate the threat of Moshe once and for all. The system explains that the tower's spirit is weak and needs a master to awaken. He then wonders how he can make the tower recognize him as its master and becomes thoughtful. With a determined look, he closes his eyes and concentrates to find a solution. He then enters the first floor of the tower and is enveloped in a great purple and golden energy. The young man finds the creature trapped in a cage and says it seems to have been living well there. The demon is shocked and wonders why the Buddha Demon Tower would accept him. With a smile, he says that after all, he's the simple and humble ancestor of the demonic sect. The creature underestimates him and says that even as an ancestor, he can't finish it. He then creates a sphere of fire energy in his hand and asks, "How about this?" With that, he launches a powerful beam of fire energy and destroys the creature's cage. The small creature cries out in pain as it's zapped by a powerful energy inside the tower. The fiend is shocked, saying that after 10,000 years, another descendant with a divine physique has appeared. Our friend is surprised that the creature saw his physique and thinks he must have let his guard down at some point. The entity then says it's no wonder the tower accepted him as its master. But the creature warns that when his physique awakens, he will see whether it's a blessing or a curse, and our friend asks what that means. With a wicked grin, the little beast just says that in time, he will understand everything. He then retorts that it doesn't matter because no one will stand in his way, but that fiend won't live to see it. The creature then laughs and proposes that they cooperate instead of trying to get rid of each other. Suddenly, a strange red symbol appears in the middle of the tower's darkness. A giant red eye then materializes and asks the cage fiend how it broke through the barrier. Our friend then asks the giant eye what kind of cooperation it is proposing. The eye praises the young man's calmness and thinks about consuming him to obtain his power. The protagonist is surprised and asks the mysterious entity if it wasn't sealed. The voice says that if the seal worked, it wouldn't be there, and he realizes the seal is weak and needs energy. He then refuses the deal, but the mysterious voice tells him to wait a moment. Our friend thinks it's foolish to negotiate but worries that if the fiend escapes, his physique will be exposed. At that moment, the tower spirit appears by his side and asks if he has finally awakened. He then asks the tower spirit if it also wants to cooperate with him. The young man wonders if it needs help to stabilize its spirit body. He understands that the spirit will help him deal with the fiend, but he will have to feed it his energy. With a fiery aura, he accepts the deal, saying it's more reliable to team up with the tower spirit. He then charges forward with a great red energy and lightning flashing everywhere to face the fiend. The creature gets scared and asks what he's doing, noticing that his lightning looks different. He then rushes forward, shouting that of course, he's going to get rid of the creature, and the fiend cries out in pain. A great red tower of energy then forms, and a red energy begins to dissipate. The red and purple energy then completely fades, and he prepares for the next step. The system then notifies him that he cooperated with and fed the spirit with the fiend's power. He gets annoyed and wonders what kind of benefit this is, after all. The young man then cries out in pain as he is engulfed by a great red and purple energy. He realizes it's too much energy and that if he doesn't circulate it fast enough, he'll end up bursting. A large red energy creature then appears, and he uses the celestial god scripture. With that, he begins to meditate, and a great red energy starts to envelop him. The Empress appears worried and shouts her husband's name upon seeing the scene. With a smile, he tells his wife that he is about to break through to the next level once again. The woman is surprised and wonders how he is reaching the celestial lord realm so quickly. She then steps forward and says she will help him in the breakthrough process. With his eyes closed, he meditates and continues the process to advance his level. With his eye glowing with blue energy, he celebrates that he finally made it. The system then congratulates him and announces that his strength is now that of a one-star celestial lord. He then hugs his wife and says that as her husband, he must repay her kindness with actions. She then hands him a scroll with a golden aura, and our friend is confused. He reads the scroll and says that the pests from the Righteous Alliance finally couldn't hold back. The Empress says that with the Jade Lake sealed, they think the sect has been cut off. He then laughs and says they have nothing better to do than take advantage of others. She explains that they do it for the qualification for the heavenly Tao, because as long as she exists, no one else has the right. He hugs her and says that since the Alliance likes to play dirty, they will expose all of their underlings. She then whispers that the beast-taming sect is causing trouble and asks if he wants to go there. He gets a serious look and says it's those guys again and that he already has an idea. With a wicked grin, he tells his wife the idea he had to solve the problem. She worries that if they find out the great emperor went south, things will get ugly. Our friend then says he will take care of it himself and gets his outfit ready for the mission. He says the ancestor will stay at the sect to intimidate the Alliance and that his disciple, Ning Shuai, is enough. The scene then cuts to the Dongsing Nation, where a group of people is gathered in front of a statue. The citizens refuse to tear down the ancestor statue because it is the city's symbol of faith. Suddenly, the men from the beast-taming sect arrive and say that they have no common sense. One of the citizens says that ever since the demonic sect took over, they have enjoyed peace and prosperity. The man from the sect laughs and says if they don't want to destroy the statue, they will have to get on their knees and beg. An old man then kneels to beg, but the other citizens ask him not to do it. The sect member then mocks them and orders his giant ape to smash the statue. The creature then leaps with its giant feet to crush the statue and the citizens. With that, the creature jumps, but the statue explodes and it shields itself from the attack. The statue then explodes, and the ape is thrown far away as the citizens cheer for the ancestor. The man laughs and says that now he will smash any statue, but our friend says he'll be the one to crush his head. Startled, he turns around and asks who's there, preparing for a fight. Suddenly, our friend appears with his eyes glowing red and attacks him with a punch. He hits the man and sends him flying, and his companions are shocked by the scene. Our hero then appears looking imposing and asks if anyone else has any objections. The men wonder if he is the ancestor, but one of them says the statue is handsome and he is ugly. He then introduces himself as Ning Shuai, a disciple of the sect, and tells the others to leave. The men from the beast-taming sect say he took out a prized disciple and that he must go with them. One of the citizens explains that the elder is from the Celestial Lord realm and one of the strongest in the sect. He then yells for the old man to show himself, or he will make his followers suffer horribly. He then mocks them, saying that one of the ancestors' rules is to ambush if you can and not fight if you can run. With a blue aura, he says that today, no one will leave there alive and prepares for the confrontation. The elder appears with a large blue aura and says he will tear him to pieces for getting rid of his disciple. Our friend says all this fighting is boring and suggests they test their beast-taming arts. He then summons his fire lion and tells the creature to come out and fight. The elder is surprised and asks if he has also mastered beast-taming. With a confident smile, he says that naturally he has mastered the technique. He then approaches the fallen man and says why would he spare him when he can just get rid of him. The elder says he doesn't know his cultivation level and that he will probe him first with his blue energy. Our friend then counterattacks with a golden beam of energy, and a huge explosion occurs. He mocks the old man and asks if he wasn't going to use the art of beast taming. The elder is surprised and didn't expect someone so young to already be in the Celestial Lord realm. With a blue aura, he takes out a gourd and says that since the kid insists, he can't blame him. He then summons a giant spider made of blue energy to attack the protagonist. Our hero says to bring it on and prepares for the confrontation with the creature. The elder then orders the thundering flame spider to eliminate the kid once and for all. The creature then charges forward with its blue aura, and our friend dodges the attack with a golden aura. The citizen gets worried and asks if he'll be able to handle an elder from the beast-taming sect. The old man then says he's just a rat scurrying through the streets and attacks him with his blue energy. He's then thrown upwards by the spider and ends up upside down in the air. With a wicked smile, the young man manages to balance himself and prepares for a counterattack. With his blue aura, the elder continues to attack the protagonist relentlessly. Our friend then asks the system to use the Teach and Explain skill. The system confirms the activation of the skill and successfully initiates it. With an intense blue glow in its eyes, the spider is paralyzed by the protagonist's skill. He then orders his flame-sealing King Lion to attack the paralyzed creature. The lion's eye glows with an intense golden light as it prepares to strike. With a great roar, the fiery creature lunges at the blue spider to finish it off. He then says that bringing his lion wasn't a waste, and the creature licks his face. The elder finds the young man's beast control method familiar and becomes suspicious. He then uses the Thundering Ray Slash to attack the spider with his blue energy. Our friend orders his lion to use the 3000 Flame Slash to counterattack. The elder is shocked and wonders if that isn't his own beast-taming tactic. He then says that not only did he use the tactic, but he also improved it a bit. With that, he orders his fire lion to get rid of the 8-leg freak. The lion charges forward with a great fiery aura and prepares for the clash with the spider. The two collide in a massive impact of fire and blue energy, and an explosion follows. The lion then eliminates the spider with a huge golden fire explosion. The elder screams in despair for his pet and wonders who this kid is. The system then rewards him with the Beast King combat technique for shocking the elder. With a smile, he wonders what this beast summoning technique is. The elder then becomes enraged and says the kid will pay for what he did. Our friend mocks him and asks if he can't handle the situation and has lost his nerve. With a determined look, he asks the system to activate his new ability. With that, he lets out a great roar, and a large fiery creature appears behind him. The old man is frightened and doesn't understand why his beasts are not obeying him. Our friend then summons several other beasts and says he will show him a little mercy. With a smile, he orders the beast to attack the elder once and for all. Desperate, the elder tries to block the attacks with his blue energy, but it's useless. Our friend then charges forward with his beasts, and the elder is hit head-on. He cries out in pain from the impact of the great golden fire explosion. The old man then falls to the ground, completely defeated and with no strength to fight. He then approaches, and the elder recognizes him as the patriarch of the demonic sect. He steps on the man and says that since he's figured it out, he can depart in peace. The elder spirit then leaves his body, and he is gone once and for all. The citizens celebrate, saying the heavens are watching, for he dared to tear down the patriarch's statue. A citizen asks if the sect only sent him alone, and he confirms with a smile. He then asks if there really is a stronghold of the beast-taming sect nearby. The woman says it seems the sect discovered something in the valley, and their defenses are tighter. He then says he's going to check out what they discovered there and gets ready to go. The woman worries and asks if he's going to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts by himself. He then says their help would only slow down the speed at which he takes down enemies. The woman is startled by the young man's presence and watches him with a serious look. She then approaches and asks if she should call him Brother Ning or Ancestor. He is surprised and asks how she discovered his true identity. She then says it's natural because he carries the same mischievous aura as the Ancestor. He then asks her to keep it a secret as he doesn't want to draw too much attention. The woman is then charmed, and our friend mounts his lion and heads to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. He arrives at the Valley of 10,000 Beasts and sees several animals trapped in cages. One of the men says to finish off the beasts to spill their blood essence. The men then begin to take out the animals one by one to collect their blood. The beast's blood then pools together, forming a large red puddle on the ground. One of the men wonders why there's no reaction and if there aren't enough demonic beasts. Suddenly, they hear a noise and wonder what's happening. One of the guards yells that someone is attacking their defensive array. The two men then become alert and prepare for what's coming. Our friend then arrives mounted on his lion, and the creature unleashes a large fireball. The men wonder who he is, and our friend observes them from atop his lion. With a smile, he says he's the one who came to put an end to all of them. One of the men gets angry at his arrogance and notices he's riding a 6th-level demonic beast. The other tells the elder not to worry, as he is more than enough to take down the intruder. He then orders his disciples to tear the man and his demonic beast to pieces. Our friend scoffs at the men's names and takes out his instrument to fight. He then begins to play, and a great wave of fire rushes towards the enemy beasts. The enemy underestimates him and tells him to stop with the cheap tricks. The beasts then charge at our friend and surround him to attack. The elder is shocked because his instrument is an immortal and very powerful artifact. The other man then uses a purple scroll and prepares for a counterattack. With a purple aura, the creatures advance, and the man tells him to hand over the immortal artifact. Our friend then orders his lion to take care of the trash, and the creature charges forward with a fairy aura. He then advances with a golden aura and says the enemy shouldn't think he would cower in fear. The man is surprised and recognizes him as someone from the demonic sect by his fist. With a golden fist, our friend activates his fist dowel and prepares for the attack. He then attacks the man with several golden punches, and the enemy is stunned. The elder says there's something wrong with the boy, and the other suggests they retreat. The man then recognizes him as the legendary ancestor Ning Tian and is shocked. Our friend then appears with a golden aura and asks where the two of them are going. He then says that guessing correctly gets them a reward and transforms into his original form. The system then rewards him with the instant /martial art for shocking the elders. With a fiery aura, he says the reward he grants is their end. He then uses his new ability and attacks the two men with his flaming sword. Our friend then approaches his lion and asks if everything is taken care of. He then nears the pool of blood and wonders if they were performing some kind of ritual. He realizes they were using the beast's blood to open an array, but something is still missing. With a smile, he asks for his lion's help, and the animal is confused. Our friend then cuts his lion's paw, and the creature roars in pain. The lion's blood then begins to drip into the red pool on the ground. With that, the array is activated, and our friend and his lion watch the scene. Suddenly, an animal skeleton appears floating in the pool of blood, surprising him. He wonders if that is a beast bone and observes it with a curious gaze. The bone is then sucked in the pool of blood, and he cries out in surprise. The bloody pool then begins to bubble, and the skeleton rests in its center. A bright light then emanates from the ground, and our friend and his lion are teleported. He wonders if this is the inside of the mysterious bone and decides to take a look. With a golden aura, the two advance through the dark place, and the lion roars. They then come across a giant beast's skull, and our friend is astonished. He says it seems the demonic beast clans should not be underestimated. He then remembers that his lion sensed a familiar aura from the skull and asks about it. Suddenly, the skull glows, and a large fiery creature says that a descendant has finally arrived. The lion murmurs something, and our friend is surprised and asks if he is an ancestor of the Flame Lion clan. The ancestor is surprised that a human can ignore his pressure and says he is a rare one. Our friend then asks if his pressure is stronger than that of a 9 Tribulation Emperor. The spirit claims his strength is comparable to that of a 3 Tribulation Great Emperor. He then teases him, saying the ancestor hasn't seen much of the world and that he faces emperors every day. The giant lion gets annoyed and asks what he is doing there, and the young man says he is looking for a successor. The fiery spirit then asks for the lion's name, and our friend is confused by the question. He then replies that the lion's name is OB, and the ancestor is surprised. The ancestral spirit then praises him and says that if he passes the test, he will awaken the clan's bloodline. He is surprised and asks if he won't get the legacy of the Beast King directly. The ancient spirit says no, because if his lion isn't worthy, it would be a waste. He then says to forget it and that they're leaving, and his lion howls in agreement. The spirit explains that whoever fully awakens the bloodline can swallow a spiritual domain in a single gulp. He then says that even if he is the master, he won't allow him to lead a child of his clan astray. He is then attacked by a golden energy and is surprised by the assault. The ancient lion is shocked and wonders how he can possess a lightning tribulation. The giant creature roars in pain as it is enveloped by the golden energy of the lightning. The system then rewards him for shocking the soul of the Beast King and expands his Tao of the Void. The spirit then backs down, and our friend tells him to stop talking and hand over the legacy. The creature agrees and says that with such a powerful master, his clan will have a limitless future. With that, the ancestor and the lion merge in a great fiery explosion. With a fiery aura, the creature transforms into a smaller version of itself. The ancestral lion says he has an item there, the Tao of Beast Taming, left by his master. He then throws a large stone stele to our friend and says it might be useful. The stele lands with a great impact, and our friend is surprised by the gift. He then touches the stele, and a great golden aura begins to envelop him. The system then announces that it has detected a profound understanding of the Tao of Taming. The ancestral spirit is surprised that his master's stele has recognized him. With that, the system announces that he has achieved perfect mastery of the Tao of Taming. He celebrates that the improvement will allow him to tame hundreds of beasts and that the trip was worth it. The stone stele then shatters in a great golden fire explosion. The ancient spirit then says his lion is about to awaken and become a beast king. The spirit explains that its soul energy is almost depleted and that passing on the legacy is a blessing. He then throws a golden bone and asks our friend to put it on his lion. He asks the system to activate his supernatural craftsmanship skill. With that, he creates a collar with a golden bone to put on his lion. The lion roars of the new collar, and a great fiery aura surrounds it. A great golden energy then envelopes them, and they wonder if they are being sent outside. Our friend thinks that according to the plan, the Supreme Elder must have already started the battle. He then says they will march out and completely wipe out the Beast Taming Sect. At the Beast Taming Sect, an old man asks why the demonic sect and the Supreme Elder are there. The Elder of the Beast Taming Sect says they came prepared to eliminate everyone. The Supreme Elder laughs and says that today is the day the Beast Taming Sect will be wiped out. The man despairs and asks them to notify the righteous Emperor to send reinforcements. With a purple aura, several creatures advance, and the old man says they forced them into this. The Supreme Elder is taken aback, noting the beasts are 7th level or even stronger. He then orders the disciples of the Beast Taming Sect to fight with him. The old man orders them to spread out to take them down one by one, and his men agree. He looks on in shock, realizing the creatures are 7th level, perhaps even higher. With that, several disciples and demonic beasts clash in a chaotic battle. The Supreme Elder says that the beast's level isn't high, but their bodies are strong. The other old man laughs and says their sect doesn't just rely on cultivation to fight. Our friend then arrives mounted on his lion, and the enemy beast gets scared. The enemy laughs and says it's a beast king and that if he captures it, the tide of the battle will turn. Suddenly, a large green dragon appears and attacks the disciples of the Beast Taming Sect. The enemy elder is startled and wonders why the ancestor of the demonic sect is there. He gets angry because he thought it was a beast king and realizes the situation is complicated. With a purple aura, he says he's heard of the great master's fame and that he's going to teach him a lesson. Our friend then tells his lion to show them what it's capable of. The creature then lets out a large blast of green gas, and the elder is confused by the scene. The gas then spreads, and the creature takes on a humanoid form and prepares to fight. The elder shouts that the gas is poisonous, and his men begin to feel sick. The old man gets angry and says it's shameful for an ancestor to use such a low trick. Our friend then advances with his flaming sword and prepares for the confrontation. He then uses his instant slash ability and a great fiery aura envelops him. With his flaming sword, he attacks the elder and defeats him with a single blow. Our friend then looks down at him and says that the guilty don't get to talk about morals. The other men scream in despair that the sect master is gone. The system then rewards him with 3 teleportation skill cards for shocking everyone. He then tells the Supreme Elder that he'll leave the rest to them, and the old man agrees. Our friend then thanks his lion and says that without its help, he couldn't have won. The scene then cuts to the Righteous Alliance, where an old man receives news of the battle. He becomes furious and asks if they are certain the Beast Taming Sect was wiped out and the Patriarch participated. One of the men confirms that the Patriarch was there, and the old man gets even angrier. He then wonders how they will attack the demonic sect to vent his anger. The Emperor states that their sect has 2 9-tribulation emperors, making an attack suicidal. The other man asks if they should just sit at home and wait for the sect to attack. He then says he will release his divine sense to feel any movement from the sect. The man then agrees with the plan and prepares to leave the room. The Emperor then declares that in 7 days, Great Emperor Shishin will come out of seclusion and they will attack.